Chapter 118. Xiao Chen was astonished in his heart. No wonder those 6 icicles appeared so quickly and neatly. It turned out that these 6 people had merged into one. They had the same martial spirit and the same attribute. When combined, their might was sufficient to shake a martial king. Ice! Duanmuking suddenly shouted, and a huge icicle appeared out of nowhere. The blue-clothed martial saint was instantly frozen in the icicle. That icicle did not explode again. Who? An ancient yellow book was tossed into the crowd. The instant the blue-clothed martial saint was sealed in ice, he had tossed out the ancient martial technique. The crowd was in complete chaos. Many cultivators started to fight over it. The scene was extremely chaotic. Duanmuking frowned and said in a cold voice, "Kill them all." After she spoke, her black hair turned white and a slender sword appeared in her hand. There was no longer any human expression in her eyes. She was like a grim reaper walking in the underworld, reaping lives. Pu ci. There were miserable cries coming from the crowd. Duanmuking led the 6 martial saints and 10 martial grand masters and charged into the crowd. They killed anyone they saw, not showing any mercy. Run quickly. This group of women has gone crazy. Blood and broken limbs flew everywhere. There were cries of alarm from the crowd. Duanmuking's face was covered in blood. The red blood was like a beautiful flower. It gave her a strange sense of beauty, making her look extremely demonic. Who? The slender sword chopped down gently. There was no sound of wind as a martial grand master was chopped in half. Duanmuking's cold face did not show any expression. He withdrew his sword and pierced it into the heart of a martial master in front of him. Duanmuqing was like a killing machine. Her movements were extremely precise. However, she gave off a resplendent sense of beauty, like fireworks. Xiao Chen's martial techniques were not fanciful at all, they were very straightforward. Life was fleeting, it was released in an instant. This was the art of death. Cold chi spread out and an icy light flickered. The surroundings were like an ice cave. The speed of this group of cultivators was reduced to an extreme. As for the Duanmu clan's martial artists, their speed did not decrease at all. The intense battle was simply a one-sided massacre. Fatso's expression turned cold, and he said with lingering fear, "This woman is really terrifying. Not only does she not show mercy when killing people, but her expression does not change at all. Are human lives not even worth an ant in her eyes?" Su Xiaoxiao's expression was not too shocked. She sighed and said, "The Duanmu clan's princess must cultivate the profound ice incantation. The cultivator must be ruthless and heartless. Otherwise, they will never be able to reach great success. When I saw Duanmuking in my early years, I could still see her smile." Xiao Chen was mildly astonished. There was actually such an extreme cultivation technique in this world. The cultivator had to be heartless. What kind of destruction was that? There was a trace of sympathy in his gaze as he looked at Duanmuqing. Puchi. Duanmuqing chopped the warrior in half and slowly picked up the ancient yellow book that had fallen to the ground. Suddenly, she looked in the direction of Xiao Chen and the other 2. Then, she slowly walked over to them. A cold wind blew, and the 3 of them felt a piercing chill in their hearts. "This martial technique is for you, and I'll take the spirit fox," Duanmuqing said coldly as she handed the ancient martial technique to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. Just a moment ago, he was saying that this person was pitiful. Was this what they meant by "pitiful people are hateful"? Xiao Chen rejected without hesitation, "I'm sorry, Bai is not a commodity. I will not trade it with others." "Is it not enough?" Duanmuking's expression turned cold, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Kim Tae-ho could not bear to watch this any longer. He said, "Don't think that you are very awesome just because you dyed your hair white. Have some intelligence. That spirit fox has already signed a blood contract, it cannot be traded." Duanmuking's gaze was still fixed on Xiao Chen. He did not bother about Fatso. However, when he heard Fatso's words, he seemed to understand something. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes, and the slender sword in his hand buzzed. Kim Tae-ho, return my son to me. Jiang Mingxuan's angry voice came from afar. Ji Changkong led the cultivators of the two clans over. Clearly, the intense battle earlier had attracted them over. Among the crowd, Ji Changkong stood proudly. His deep eyes were like a boundless starry sky. When one looked at them, they could not fathom their depths. It seemed like the three sage Tao attainment pictures would be of great help to him. Fatso said in a bad mood, if you want a son, go look for the child's mother. Why are you looking for this fat lord? This fat lord does not know how to give birth. Kim Tae-ho, don't go overboard. Xiao Chen said indifferently, Jiang Mingxuan is in my hands. You have found the wrong person. Ji Changkong's long hair and clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. He said in a carefree manner, let go of my cousin and leave behind an arm. I will not kill you. Pooh. 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 Hurried footsteps came from the distance again. Hua Yunfei led the 6 martial saints of the Hua clan over. Hua Yunfei said coldly, Xiao Chen, were you the one who killed the martial grand masters of my Hua clan? Since you killed the people of my Hua clan, you can forget about leaving this underground palace today. Xiao Chen looked coldly at the people of the 3 noble clans. Duan Muking, Ji Changkong, and Hua Yunfei, as well as the many cultivators behind them, were all staring at him. They did not hide the dense killing intent in their eyes. Xiao Chen grasped the lunar shadow saber in his hand tightly. Electricity radiated from the saber, and the might of the rank 6 demonic core was released without restraint. He smiled coldly, aren't you trying to kill me? Why the need for so many excuses? Who will come first? My, Xiao Chen's, head will be right here. Let's see who dares to take it. The crowd turned silent. They all knew how terrifying Xiao Chen was. If they were to fight to the death, he would definitely use a move that would end in mutual destruction. No one dared to make the first move out of fear in their hearts. The Guy Marquis, Ying Shao, will take your superior's head. A golden spear appeared without any warning and pressed against Xiao Chen's chest with a bang. The clothes on his chest were immediately torn apart, revealing the golden battle armor underneath. When the spear pressed against the battle armor, it was unable to advance any further. The Guy Marquis focused and infused a golden essence into the spear. Boom! A huge force knocked Xiao Chen into the air. Bang! 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 The Guy Marquis shouted and pushed Xiao Chen back with his spear. 10 of the stone pillars in the underground palace were instantly broken. Finally, he pushed Xiao Chen against a wall with a sage's portrait on it before he stopped. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. He looked at the Guy Marquis and asked suspiciously, I don't seem to have any enmity with you. Why do you want to kill me? He could not understand. Duan Muking, Hua Yunfei, Ji Changkong, and the others wanted to kill him. They all had all sorts of excuses. The Guy Marquis had not even spoken a single word to him. Why did the Guy Marquis make a move against him for no reason? The Guy Marquis wore golden armor and carried a scarlet short spear on his back. His complexion was like jade and he looked very handsome. It was as though victory had descended. The Guy Marquis did not have any expression on his face as he said indifferently, the ancestor left a message. Anyone who sees the Emperor Dragon Qi and is not a member of the Ying clan will be killed without mercy. After the Guy Marquis spoke, the golden spear in his hand trembled. The tip of the spear pressed against Xiao Chen's battle armor. The golden light from the spear caused a small hole to appear in the battle armor. Ripples appeared on the wall behind the Guy Marquis, negating the huge force that was transmitted to the wall. Xiao Chen grasped the body of the spear and the purple thunder divine incantation circulated rapidly in his body. His essence was quickly transferred to his left hand, and a resplendent electric current was emitted. It immediately traveled along the 3-meter-long golden spear to the Guy Marquis' hand. The Guy Marquis' hand went numb. After that, the electric current flowed into his body. The essence in his body instantly became chaotic and the force of the spear weakened significantly. Chong! Xiao Chen took advantage of the opportunity to use his saber to knock the spear aside. He quickly descended from the air and swallowed a blood-replenishing pill. Then, he held the lunar shadow saber and rushed at the Guy Marquis. Boom! The Guy Marquis suppressed the electric light in his body and pressed down with the spear in his hand. The wind howled and the spear light was resplendent. It seemed like it had a boundless might. Bang! Xiao Chen dodged to the side and the spear landed on the ground. It created a crack and sent up countless rocks. In an instant, dust and sand flew into the air. The spear swept through the air and created a crack in the flying dust. It was as though the dust was cut in half by a sharp knife. The Guy Marquis' spear was 3 meters long. In addition to the golden light on the spear, it covered a radius of 10 meters. With such a large area of effect, Xiao Chen was unable to dodge to the left or right. He could only leap into the air and dodge the spear. The Guy Marquis revealed a cold smile. He took a step back with his right foot and quickly withdrew his spear. Boom! 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 The Guy Marquis grasped the handle of the spear and exerted force with his right hand. The retracted spear was like a flood dragon as it charged forward. It roared angrily in the air at Xiao Chen. In an instant, hundreds of spear images appeared. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, looked at the dazzling golden spear images in front of him. His heart was in a mess. Every single spear image was real and contained a boundless killing intent. As long as he was struck by it, a hole would immediately appear in his body. Since he could not see through it, Xiao Chen simply closed his eyes and followed his senses to draw his saber. It was as though he was practicing chopping wood. The lunar shadow saber in his hand swung out continuously. The sound of the saber and spear clashing resounded continuously. In an instant, the two of them exchanged hundreds of moves in the air. After Xiao Chen landed, he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, drawing the saber. The light of the lunar shadow saber was withdrawn and it struck the spear at an incomparably fast speed. There was a loud and melodious sound as the spear trembled in the air. The body of the spear formed a crescent arc before bouncing back to its original position. A huge force was transmitted. The Guy Marquis' right hand, which was holding the spear, went numb. The spear in his hand nearly flew out. The Guy Marquis calmed himself and grasped the spear again. A grave look appeared in his eyes as he took a heavy step forward and swept his spear out again. With the lesson from before, Xiao Chen naturally would not jump to avoid it again. He adopted a posture of a bridge and quickly fell backward. Who? The Guy Marquis' spear brushed past Xiao Chen's face. When the spear passed by, a few strands of hair on Xiao Chen's face were immediately cut off. Just as Xiao Chen was preparing to counterattack, Hua Yunfei, who was standing behind, suddenly made a move. He turned into a surging river of blood and rushed forward. Chapter 119. The Guy Marquis' gaze was like a torch as he looked coldly at Hua Yunfei, who had turned into a river of blood. He swung his spear at the river of blood with a tremendous force, like a divine dragon swinging its tail. It was unblockable. The river of blood in the air instantly stopped. Hua Yunfei revealed himself and crossed his arms to block the spear. However, the force of the spear was too great. Hua Yunfei was instantly sent flying. He slid on the ground for a few steps before he slowly stabilized himself. The Guy Marquis said coldly, "It is not up to you to make a move on the person that I, the Guy Marquis, want to kill." Under everyone's gaze, Hua Yunfei was humiliated in front of everyone. His face flushed red and a scarlet figure appeared behind him. Hua Yunfeng said in a cold voice, "Guy Marquis, what is the meaning of this? Do you want to start a war?" The Guy Marquis laughed coldly and ignored him. He turned his gaze back to Xiao Chen. The 200 golden-armored warriors behind him drew their swords in an orderly manner. Accompanied by the sound of swords being drawn, a horrifying killing chi instantly spread out. The 200 golden-armored warriors that had experienced countless battles had their killing chi linked together. It was like a monstrous wave as they charged at the Hua clan. Hua Yunfei and the others felt a chill in their hearts. It was as though they were in a battlefield filled with blood. Countless cries of pain and the wails of soldiers before their deaths resounded in everyone's ears. It was very horrifying. Hua Yunfei was very anxious. However, he knew that the people he brought were not strong enough. In front of these 200 martial grand masters filled with horrifying killing qi, they would not be able to gain an advantage. Hua Yunfei could only snort coldly and not say anything. He stared coldly at Xiao Chen, placing all the blame on Xiao Chen. His resentment towards him deepened once again. Xiao Chen got up and took 2 steps back. He was slightly astonished at the Guy Marquis' actions. He did not expect this person to be so conceited. He was no different from the rumors. Suddenly, Ji Changkong laughed coldly and said, "What big words. Let's see what ability you have to stop me from killing this person." In the early years, Ji Changkong challenged the various young experts of the imperial capital. There were rumors that he had a secret duel with the Guy Marquis and both of them ended in a draw. Because the Guy Marquis was one cultivation realm higher than Ji Changkong at that time, Ji Changkong had always been unconvinced. Now, it looked like this duel was real. A black sword appeared in Ji Changkong's hand. A resplendent starry sky materialized in his eyes. It was vast, boundless, and unfathomable. His figure turned into a stream of light as he flew toward Xiao Chen. The long sword in his hand danced, and starlight overflowed in all directions, dazzling. Duanmuking's slender sword shook, bringing up countless snowflakes. Cold light flashed, cold wind blew, and at the same time, it flew towards Xiao Chen. Hua Yunfei snorted coldly. Seizing the opportunity, he once again transformed into a blood river and rushed towards Xiao Chen. The 3 of them unleashed their killer moves from different directions, rushing towards Xiao Chen. The Guy Marquis felt a chill in his heart. If the 3 of them attacked at the same time, he was not confident of blocking them. Even if he could, he would not. The Guy Marquis had never intended to let Xiao Chen off. It was just that his character was like this. He did not want to borrow the hands of others. The Guy Marquis took out the scarlet short spear that he had been carrying on his back and held it in his left hand. He said indifferently, "If I, the Guy Marquis, want to kill someone, no one can kill him before me." He gave a light shout and stomped on the ground. Immediately, countless cracks appeared on the ground. Then, with a loud bang, the ground exploded. He leaped forward explosively, and in an instant, he had overtaken Hua Yunfei and the other 2. Immediately, Xiao Chen was trapped in a desperate situation. Xiao Chen was not confident of receiving any of the killing moves from the 4 of them. Furthermore, all of them were attacking him at the same time. He had a slim chance of surviving. Xiao Chen leaned against the wall with the sage's image. When he saw the 4 people suddenly flying towards him, he smiled coldly to himself. He did not reveal any fear. Life bestowal spell. Xiao Chen shouted and quickly took out a sculpture from the universe ring. It was a golden lion king the size of a small mountain. Suddenly, it appeared in front of Xiao Chen. Bang! The Guy Marquis, who was the first to arrive, crashed into the golden lion king and was quickly knocked back. Xiao Chen flew up and stood on the golden lion king's back. He controlled the golden lion king to stomp on the ground. An intense shockwave spread out in all directions. In that instant, dust flew into the air. The huge impact of the shockwave instantly knocked Duanmuking, Hua Yunfei, and Ji Changkong into the air. When the Guy Marquis, who was knocked back, saw the golden lion king suddenly appear, his brain short-circuited. He did not understand what was going on. How did the golden holy beast get subdued by Xiao Chen? Boom! The golden lion king's huge foot was like a huge stone pillar. It stomped on the Guy Marquis, who was on the ground. The Guy Marquis quickly rolled backward to dodge it. Bang! Countless rocks flew into the air and a huge hole immediately appeared behind the Guy Marquis. The golden lion king's foot was like an otherworldly object. It continued to stomp on the Guy Marquis at an incomparably fast speed. The Guy Marquis was greatly astonished. How can this golden lion king be so fast? When I fought with it earlier, it was clearly past its prime. Its movements were extremely slow. What exactly is going on? The Guy Marquis dodged in a sorry state. In the end, he revealed an opening and was ruthlessly stomped on by the foot. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he controlled the Golden Lion King to stomp on the ground. Bang! 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 A deep hole appeared in the ground. The Guy Marquis landed at the bottom of the hole. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. His 200 golden armored guards immediately surrounded Xiao Chen and attacked him. Xiao Chen controlled the Golden Lion King to advance ferociously, crushing everything in its path. No one could stop it. Xiao Chen used the life bestowal spell to create the Golden Lion King. Its speed and strength were not something that the Golden Lion King that was past its prime could compare to. The Golden Lion King charged at a ferocious tiger, pouncing left and right. Its mountain-like body continuously stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Miserable cries resounded. Those golden armored guards were trampled into meat paste. They were utterly defeated. When the 6th Wanmu clan martial saints saw the situation, they sent out an extremely cold qi at Xiao Chen. Everywhere the cold qi passed, even the air froze. Countless tiny ice beads appeared and fell down continuously like hail. Pu ci. The Golden Lion King spat out a dazzling golden flame from its mouth. The cold qi immediately turned into water vapor and disappeared. However, the flame continued flying towards the 6 martial saints. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, the 6th Wanmu clan martial saints were blown away. They vomited a large mouthful of blood as they looked at Xiao Chen in horror. Boom! The 6 Hua clan martial saints split up and sent out a surging holy river. Dragon turtles, thorn fish, and all sorts of immortal beasts could be seen swimming in the holy river. A holy might spread out, boundless and boundless. It was like it wanted to wash away all the evil in the world. Xiao Chen looked coldly at the surging holy river. He gently pushed off the ground and the Golden Lion King sprinted forward at lightning speed. The ground trembled continuously. The stone pillars and walls in the way shattered upon impact. Roar! When it arrived in front of the holy river, the Golden Lion King suddenly let out a loud roar. The sound wave spread in all directions. Countless stone walls were crushed into powder. The unceasing flow of the majestic holy river was swept up into the sky by the roar. After a short moment, it flowed backwards. Impossible! The 6 Hua clan martial saints cried out in shock. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Rumble. The holy river flowed on the 6 of them, giving off a zzz sound. When the holy river disappeared, the 6 martial saints turned pale. All the clothes on their bodies disappeared, and their bodies became thinner. A pure white space appeared on the ground, without a speck of dust. I'll kill you. Hua Yunfei's eyes turned scarlet, and a scarlet sword appeared in his hand. A man in scarlet clothes stood behind him. A boundless evil aura was emitted from the scarlet-clothed man. Occasionally, the corpses of all sorts of strong creatures would appear beside him. They were faintly discernible, looking very horrifying. Boom! A scarlet sword light shot out from the sword. A huge hole appeared in the ceiling of the underground palace. Countless rocks fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Bloody death under heaven. Die! Hua Yunfei shouted and the sword light hacked down at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's face was indifferent as he shouted. The Golden Lion King's golden horn suddenly released a resplendent golden light. The golden light collided with the blood-red light, causing a deafening explosion. In the end, the blood-red sword light disappeared, and the golden light shot up into the sky, creating a small hole in the mountain wall above the underground palace. A ray of sunlight shone down from above. This golden light actually pierced through the walls of the underground palace. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just how powerful was it to be able to do such a thing? A huge ice bird appeared. It screeched in the air and flew at Xiao Chen with boundless cold qi. A boundless flame burned in Xiao Chen's right eye. Finally, the boundless flame turned into a purple light and shot out a purple light. When the ice bird was struck by the purple light, it immediately burst into flames. It cried out miserably in pain. The ice bird screeched and flew at Xiao Chen, carrying the flames. The ice on its body melted continuously. When it reached Xiao Chen, it completely disappeared. Astral Swordplay's third move, Eternal Light. When Ji Changkong felt the horrifying aura of the Golden Lion King, he did not dare to be careless. He immediately used his strongest attack. A resplendent starry sky appeared behind him. Amidst the boundless river of stars, one of Ji Changkong's faded stars suddenly lit up with a dazzling pillar of light. It rushed to the sky and broke through the 1,000-meter-tall hill above the underground palace. It flew towards the boundless universe and arrived at the other side of the starry sky. The dark underground palace was illuminated like it was daytime. At this moment, the light was eternal, the starry sky was resplendent. Pu Ci. The light suddenly flashed and the underground palace was instantly plunged into darkness. In the next moment, his black sword lit up with a boundless resplendent light. It was so dazzling that countless people lost sleep temporarily. The eternal light from the starry sky rushed at Xiao Chen. It streaked across the darkness like an aurora. It seemed like even the night was split in half by it. The Golden Lion King opened its huge mouth and a huge suction force came from it. The starry sky behind Ji Changkong was strangely swallowed up. The mysterious phenomenon was broken and Ji Changkong vomited a mouthful of blood. The eternal light was completely extinguished. That is Xiao Chen. Why is he fighting with the people of the four great clans? Furthermore, he is not at a disadvantage. Chapter 120. He actually blocked Hua Yunfei's bloody death under heaven, Duanmuking's ice phoenix spreading wings, and Ji Changkong's eternal light. This is too incredible. What's going on? I clearly saw them kill that Golden Lion King. Why is it alive now? Furthermore, its strength has recovered to its peak. No wonder he dares to challenge the people of the four great clans. A golden holy beast at its peak is equivalent to a superior grade martial king. If the four great clans had a martial king, this situation would not have happened. Do you know what a martial king is? When the 10 martial monarchs do not appear, a martial king is the strongest existence. How could they appear so casually? Furthermore, the shockwaves from a battle between martial kings are too wide. Even a martial saint might not be able to withstand it. Such an earth-shattering battle had attracted all the cultivators in the underground palace. However, they did not expect to see such a scene. Xiao Chen controlled the Golden Lion King and rushed over to Kim Taeho and Su Xiaoxiao. He shouted, "Come up." Fatso and Su Xiaoxiao quickly flew up. Xiao Chen swallowed another qi returning pill. This was already his third qi returning pill. However, the essence in his body continued to drain like water, quickly depleting. Controlling the Golden Lion King exhausted a lot of essence. It far exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations. If it were not for the qi returning pill, he would not have been able to control the Golden Lion King long ago. When Su Xiaoxiao saw Xiao Chen's pale complexion, she asked worriedly, "Young Master Xiao, are you all right?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly, "I'm fine. I can still hold on. Stand firm, I'm going to charge out." Xiao Chen roared, and the Golden Lion King under his feet sprinted forward. Its mountain-like body rumbled as it moved forward. Anything in its way would be knocked away. Pu Ci. The Guy Marquis jumped out of the huge pit. His eyes lit up. A golden dragon rose up from behind him. It roared and released a vast dragon might. He swung the spear in his hand, and the golden dragon attached itself to the spear. It roared angrily at Xiao Chen. The blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chen's dantian roared. The might of an ancient holy beast burst out. Xiao Chen took advantage of this aura and swung his saber. He knocked away the Guy Marquis spear with a peking chung sound. Hua Yunfei looked at the distant Xiao Chen and said loudly, "Xiao Chen, you can escape today, but you cannot escape forever. The Hua clan will issue a kill order in the Dongming province. There will be no place for you in the Dongming province. Ji Changkong said coldly, from today onwards, there will be no place for you in the Nanling province. The Guy Marquis said loudly, I use the name of the royal clan to issue a kill order. From today onwards, there will be no place for you in this world. The crowd was shocked. The three noble clans had issued a kill order for the same person. In the history of the great Qin nation, this had never happened before. Xiao Chen was the first in 1,000 years. However, this was not a good thing. If he was wanted by the three noble clans, he would have a slim chance of survival. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. He tossed Jianghu, who was in the universe ring, into the sky. He shot out a strand of purple flame and instantly burned him to ashes. Muheng. Jiang Muheng shouted with a pained expression when he saw Jiang Muheng turn into ashes. Ji Changkong's complexion was pale. He looked at his cousin, who had suddenly died. He said coldly, if I, Ji Changkong, cannot kill you with my own hands, I am not human. There is no need for you to kill me. If it were not for the heavens allowing me to awaken my martial spirit at the age of 15, I would not have fled in such a sorry state today. I only need 3 years. Give me 3 years and I will personally kill my way to your clans. Duan Muking, Hua Yunfei, Ji Changkong, Guy Marquis, guard your heads properly. 3 years from now, I will come and take them. Xiao Chen's voice came from afar, reverberating in everyone's ears. 3 years from now, I will personally kill my way to your clans. This person is really insolent. He actually dares to challenge the noble clans alone. Those are existences that have existed for thousands of years. 3 years is too long. I don't know if he can live until that year. If he really can live until that year, with his talent, he will definitely surprise everyone. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since our Dongming province was so lively. Even the Shihe province's Mu Qingxue is not as bold as this person. The crowd discussed with each other, feeling that it was inconceivable. Some felt pity for Xiao Chen, while others mocked Xiao Chen for overestimating himself. There were all kinds of people here. On top of a stone pillar in the distance, Chu Chaoyun stood quietly. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he appeared very calm. He hid himself in the darkness and looked in the direction Xiao Chen left in. He revealed a faint smile. The holy weapon on his back trembled continuously, as though it would be drawn at any moment and cut through the boundless darkness. Blue Dragon, I wonder if you can still give me a pleasant surprise after 1,000 years. Xiao Chen rode on the Golden Lion King as he ran wildly. It was unknown how many stone walls he broke and how many stone pillars he broke. Along the way, no one could stop him. When he arrived at an underground river, he finally stopped. Boom! The essence in Xiao Chen's body was completely exhausted, and the Golden Lion King instantly turned into a golden statue. The three of them quickly descended from the sky. After Su Xiaoxiao and Kim Taeho panicked for a moment, they immediately calmed down and landed steadily. On the contrary, Xiao Chen was like a kite with a broken string. He fell from the sky shakily, without any center of gravity. When Su Xiaoxiao saw the situation, she quickly got up and caught Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's complexion was pale. He thanked her softly and staggered to his feet. After that, he caught the falling statue. The statue was already covered in cracks. If it fell, it would definitely shatter into pieces. Seeing that the cracks on the statue were still expanding, Xiao Chen drew his saber and cut his right palm. Under the astonished gazes of Kim Taeho and Su Xiaoxiao, he continuously poured his blood into the statue. The golden statue seemed to have some sort of magical power. It continuously absorbed Xiao Chen's blood. The cracks on the statue started to slowly close up. When the cracks finally closed up, Xiao Chen relaxed. He revealed a faint smile and fainted. Back at the underground palace, the noble clans were not in a rush to leave. There were too many injured people. At this moment, they were all looking for treatment and recovering their essence. Everyone, I have a suggestion. Before we even see the golden body of a sage, we have already suffered heavy casualties. Why don't we work together to explore it? Ji Changkong, who was sitting on the ground, said slowly. His mysterious phenomenon had been broken, and he had just swallowed a medicinal pill and was currently refining it. In the earlier battle, the noble clans had suffered heavy casualties. A third of the Guy Marquis' 200 golden guards had died. There were less than 100 who could still fight. The 6 martial saints of the Hua Yunfei clan had all suffered from the backflow of the Holy River. They did not even have any clothes left. They all covered their lower bodies and hid in the dark. Hua Yunfei had a sullen expression as he went to borrow clothes. The 6 martial saints of the Duanmu clan were also significantly injured. At this moment, they were sitting in meditation to recover. The only ones who did not suffer heavy losses were the Ji clan and the Jiang clan. At this moment, it was most appropriate for Ji Changkong to make this suggestion. When Hua Yunfei heard this, his expression turned cold. He had a grudge with Ji Changkong long ago. Based on his words, it was clear that he wanted to lead everyone here. Xiaochen smiled coldly. Ji Changkong, do you think you can lead everyone here? You can't even defeat a superior grade martial master. Are you not embarrassed? Ji Changkong stood up. The medicinal energy in his body had completely permeated into his body. His complexion looked much better. He took a glance at the clothes in Hua Yunfei's hands and mocked, at least it is better than the people of a certain clan who like to strip. I see that the clothes in your hands seem to be lacking. Do you want me to lend you a few? When many cultivators heard this, they looked at the Hua clan martial saints in the dark with their heads lowered. They could not help but laugh softly. Hua Yunfei was so angry that his face turned red. He snorted coldly and left. Duanmuking looked at the 6 martial saints who were still treating their injuries. He said indifferently, the Duanmu clan agrees with Ji Changkong's suggestion. After the Guy Marquis collected all the armors of the golden armored warriors that died in battle, he buried this person. He walked over and said simply, agreed. Hua Yunfei brought the 6 martial saints who were dressed and walked over. Although his expression was unfriendly, he still said, agreed. However, what I want to say is that if we obtain any treasures, we should split them according to the clan and not the number of people. Furthermore, the Jiang clan and the Ji clan should be considered one clan. Jiang Mingxuan said angrily, Hua Yunfei, what do you mean by this? Do you want to fight it out and see who is stronger? After Jiang Mingxuan spoke, the 6 martial saints and 20-odd martial grand masters behind him all stepped forward. With Hua Yunfei's current strength, he would be at a disadvantage if they really fought. Ji Changkong smiled faintly and pulled Jiang Mingxuan behind him. He said, the Jiang clan is indeed different from all of you in terms of status. However, their strength should not be too far off. How about we be considered half a clan? Although he wanted to consider the Jiang clan as one clan, the other clans agreed with the meaning behind Hua Yunfei's words. They would not let Ji Changkong take advantage of them. Both sides took a step back. No one had any objections to such an arrangement. After resting for a while, they officially set off. When the idle cultivators saw the situation, they all sighed. With the big powers working together, they basically had no chance. The group of people walked a few steps and came across another black coffin. They started to discuss whether to open it or not. Finally, the Guy Marquis said, I have already opened several coffins of this shape. They were all the places where martial monarchs passed away. Although the value is high, considering the risks involved, it is not worth it. Let's just look for the coffin of a sage. When everyone heard this, they felt that it was reasonable. The noble clans had also opened such coffins before. They knew that it was only an ancient martial monarch. Now that the strength of the various clans had been damaged, there was no need to waste their strength on such a small obstacle. Along the way, they came across countless black coffins. However, they were all abandoned by the group. After walking for 2 hours, a river filled with a black qi appeared in front of them. The sound of gushing water could be heard continuously. The black qi on the surface of the river was very strange. Ji Changkong opened his hand and sucked in a strand of the black qi. He placed it on his palm and observed it carefully. That strand of black qi continuously moved around Ji Changkong's palm, trying to penetrate his skin. It seemed like it had a life of its own. However, there seemed to be a formless barrier on Ji Changkong's palm. No matter what it did, it could not enter. Chapter 121. Who? The black gas suddenly flew up and entered the body of a martial Grand Master of the Jiang family. The martial Grand Master was caught off guard and the black gas entered his body. Ah! The martial Grand Master cried out miserably. His skin instantly turned black and his body trembled on the ground. His eyes bulged out like he was possessed. Bang! Jiang Mingxuan decisively drew his saber and chopped this martial Grand Master in half. The corpse that was chopped in half struggled on the ground, trying to merge back together. Duanmuking sent out a strand of ice to freeze it completely before it stopped moving. This is demonic energy. The black surface is filled with demonic energy. This is a genuine demonic river. Jiang Mingxuan looked at the river beside him and said with slight fear, I've lived for so long, but I've never seen so much demonic qi. Devil qi? The cultivators from the great families all sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts filled with shock. Many of them had once gone to the monster beast land to temper themselves, so they had some understanding of demon qi. However, they had never ventured deep into the core area, so they had never seen the so-called demon qi with their own eyes. For example, if this long river that led to nowhere was filled with black qi that was all demonic qi, then when the amount accumulated, it would be terrifying. Perhaps even the 7 great forbidden lands of the continent would not be able to compare to it. After the Guy Marquis muttered to himself for a while, he said, the situation here is more complicated than I imagined. With so much demonic qi, there must be a spatial crack that leads to the deep abyss demonic world that is not sealed. We should quickly report this to the 3 holy lands. Otherwise, there will be unimaginable consequences. Hua Yunfei shook his head and said, I don't think so. This is the place where the ancient great sage passed away. How could there be such a large spatial rift? This river also appeared in ancient times. I think the spatial rift is definitely not big. It's just that too much time has passed and it has accumulated to such a terrifying realm. Ji Changkong said very strangely, I agree with Hua Yunfei's opinion. If there was a large spatial crack, the 3 holy lands would definitely have discovered it. I heard that every holy land has a treasure mirror for monitoring spatial cracks. There is no way they would not have discovered this place. Immediately, everyone started arguing about the origin of the demonic river and whether there was a large spatial crack. The older cultivators were more inclined towards the Guy Marquis' opinion. The younger cultivators were more willing to take the risk and did not want to leave so easily. Qi. 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 Just as everyone was arguing endlessly, splashes suddenly appeared on the surface of the black water. Bats with black qi on their bodies leaped out of the water and flew toward the crowd. All martial Grand Masters, move back. The demonic qi on this demonic beast is too heavy, Ji Changkong shouted with a frown. Qi. A martial Grand Master retreated too late and was bitten by this bat-type demonic beast. He was instantly demonized, and his entire body emitted a black aura as he charged at the people beside him. All of you focus on, demonic Grand Master, demonic Master, demonic martial master, demonic master, he was. Dao family formation. Master of Qi, he said. Dragon Master of demonic Dao. Dao Master family, first move of the star. Star. A boundless river of stars appeared behind Ji Changkong. His sword flickered with starlight. When the bats in the air touched the light, they were immediately blasted into pieces. The Guy Marquis and his subordinates immediately killed the people of the noble clans. Everyone attacked without holding anything back. After a while, countless demonic beast corpses appeared on the ground. This sudden battle did not last long before it ended. However, everyone felt fear in their hearts. It was like a huge battle had just taken place. Suddenly, Duanmuking said, although the demonic qi on this demonic beast is very dense, it is not that strong. I believe there are no large spatial tears here. Indeed, if there were large spatial tiers, the demonic beasts that jumped out would be at least rank 6 demonic beasts based on the demonic chi. They would not be as weak as they were now. Everyone agreed with Duanmuking's point of view. After they counted the dead, they set off again. Surprisingly, no demonic beasts suddenly jumped out. After walking for 4 hours, the crowd followed the Black River downstream. They were blocked by a mountain wall. The river flowed through a cave at the bottom of the mountain wall, flowing to an unknown place. Just as everyone was feeling dispirited and could not find their way, a cultivator pointed to the opposite side and shouted, "Quick, look! There seems to be a stone platform." Ji Changkong looked in the direction he pointed and indeed, he saw a stone platform. The stone platform did not look very tall. There were steps on all 4 sides. There seemed to be something emitting a faint light at the top of the stone platform. The sage coffin might be there. It must be there. I can feel the sage's righteous chi, Hua Yunfei exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Everyone started to discuss how to cross the river. The river was only a few meters wide, not everyone could fly across it. Even martial saints did not dare to casually touch the demonic chi on the river. Finally, the 6 Hua clan martial saints worked together and sent out a surging holy river. It rushed into the river and cleansed the water. Then, the Duanmu clan martial saints made their move and quickly froze it. The group of cultivators stepped on the ice and quickly rushed to the other side, heading towards the stone platform. The stone platform did not look very far, but it took them an hour to reach it. Originally, the stone platform did not seem very tall to them. Now that they stood in front of it, they realized how wrong they were. This stone platform was actually 1,000 meters tall. There were steps in front of them, they could not see the end. It was like a path to the heavens. That's right, it must be here. This is a small world materialized by the sage, an old man said excitedly as he looked at the towering stone platform. When everyone heard this, they were startled. When they saw the 1,000-meter-tall stone platform, they suddenly came to their senses. If this place did not materialize a small world, this stone platform would have pierced through the mountain slope above the underground palace. Hua Yunfei's face lit up with joy. He said, "What are we waiting for? Let's go." After he spoke, he took the lead and headed for the stone steps that seemed to lead to the heavens. Pooh! 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 The disciples of the noble clans did not want to fall behind. After climbing the 10-odd steps, everyone felt that something was wrong. They felt the force on their legs getting heavier. Every step they took was extremely strenuous. Ji Changkong stopped and closed his eyes to carefully feel his body. When he raised his leg into the air, there was no resistance. However, when he landed on the stone steps, he immediately felt some of his strength being drained away. After a while, Ji Changkong opened his eyes and said, "Something is wrong with this place. Every time we climb a step, we have to absorb some essence." At first, I did not think it was a big deal. However, the more we climb, the more obvious it becomes. When everyone heard this, they stopped as well. After they carefully felt their bodies, they were all astonished. They looked up at the seemingly endless stone steps. Who could reach the top of such a long path? Hua Yunfei said, "We are already at the final step. We cannot just give up. At most, we can just leave when our essence is about to run out." Ji Changkong revealed a bitter smile and said, "That is the problem. Try walking back now. Just one step will do." When a martial grand master heard his words, he tried walking down. The moment he took a step, he felt a large amount of essence being drained away. He started to feel panic in his heart. He wanted to escape this place. He took a deep breath and prepared to jump down. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, they saw this person's body slowly withering in the air. When he finally landed on the ground, he had turned into a white skeleton. All the flesh on his body had disappeared. What is going on? Why is his life force being drained so much? Is this stone platform a demon? A martial grand master of the Jiang clan said in fear as his entire body trembled. The disciples of the noble clans all turned pale. They did not expect the stone platform to be so horrifying. Is this really the legendary path to heaven? As the saying goes, ascending to heaven is difficult. Is it even more difficult to descend? Jianghu frowned and said, "Martial Grand Masters, if you do not have an inherited martial spirit, you can leave now. Do not jump down from the sky. There is no chance of survival." Soon, all the martial Grand Masters started to slowly walk down. There were only about 10 steps, but it felt like they were thousands of meters long. Bang! When a martial Grand Master reached the 3rd step from the bottom, he could no longer hold on. He turned into a pile of white bones with a bang and fell to the ground. The people at the side were terrified. Some of them could not help but jump down when they saw that there were only 2 steps left. In the end, they exploded into pieces. When all the martial Grand Masters reached the bottom of the stone platform, they all heaved a sigh of relief. They quickly sat on the ground and sat down cross-legged to recover their essence. Aside from the noble clan's heirs, the rest of the people standing on the stone steps were all martial saints. The Guy Marquis looked at the top of the stone platform and muttered, "There are at least 10,000 steps. Even if we can go up, how will we be able to walk down?" These words were like a barrier in everyone's heart. No matter what, they could not get over it. Up until now, they had not exhausted much essence. However, when they thought of the higher they went, the more essence they would exhaust when they came down. The shadow of death lingered over everyone's heads. Jianghu said indifferently, 1,000 years ago, after the Thunder King disappeared, the great Qin nation never had an emperor Wu again. We do not even know if there was a martial sage. Now, a great opportunity is placed in front of us. Although there is a slim chance of survival, it does not mean that there will be no chance of survival. Since ancient times, there has never been a martial emperor who succeeded without a hitch. After Jianghu spoke, he took the lead and walked up. The people here were all geniuses. No one was willing to be someone else's stepping stone. They did not hesitate to follow. Along the way, the crowd saw many white bones on the stone steps. The higher they went, the more bones there were. The stone steps were filled with white bones. The crowd had no way of avoiding them. They could only step on the white bones and continue forward. As they continued forward, purple skeletons started to appear on the bones on the stone steps. The crowd said in astonishment, "These are martial monarch experts. How many experts are buried on these stone steps? Even martial monarchs cannot escape the fate of death." Chapter 122. Jianghu did not say anything and continued walking forward. The crowd slowly followed behind him. They had already fallen to such a state, there was no way out for them. Suddenly, a martial saint of the Jiang clan said in astonishment, "There seems to be a person in front." Everyone looked up carefully. There seemed to be a vague figure standing on about 100 steps in front, his back facing them. How could there be someone here? The entrance to the underground palace was clearly opened by the Duanmu clan. Aside from that, there should be no other entrance. How did this person come in? Furthermore, he was in front of them. The more they thought about it, the stranger they felt. Jianghu grasped the sword in his hand and a resplendent starry sky appeared in his eyes. A boundless river of stars brewed in his body, ready to make a move at any time. The people behind him also tensed up, storing up power and waiting for an opportunity. When everyone saw the figure's appearance, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. It was a headless corpse with a long sword on his back. There were piles of white bones under his feet, and there were even a few purple skeletons. However, he still stood there proudly. It was unknown how many years had passed. His body gave off the aura of the cycle of time. A faint pressure spread out into the surroundings. The starry sky in Jianghu's eyes disappeared. He said with some astonishment, "This is the corpse of a martial sage. Looking at his clothes, he should not be from the ancient era. Even a martial sage died here. What exactly is the origin of this stone platform?" A martial saint exclaimed in horror. A martial sage was someone who could split the mountains and split the earth. move the mountains and drain the seas. Ji Changkong shook his head and said, "Don't overthink it. This martial sage was obviously killed by someone. He did not die on these stone steps. Otherwise, his corpse would have turned into a pile of white bones long ago." Just at this moment, Hua Yunfei suddenly walked over to the corpse with an excited expression. He looked at the symbol of the holy river on the collar of the corpse's clothes and said loudly, "This is a senior of my Hua clan." After Hua Yunfei spoke, he looked around the corpse carefully. He pushed aside a pile of bones and saw a row of small words on the stone steps. He read it out in a low voice, "Hua Tianyu stops here. If any Hua clan descendant comes looking for you, please leave quickly." Hua Tianyu? Isn't that the third patriarch of the Hua clan? Legend has it that the Hua family's most talented family head disappeared in his later years. Some people guessed that he had advanced to the level of Emperor Wu. Who would have thought that he would actually die here? Someone said in surprise. Hua Yunfei said calmly, "This corpse belongs to an ancestor of my Hua clan. I don't think you will fight with me over his belongings." After he spoke, he prepared to retrieve Hua Tianyu's spatial ring. The spatial ring of a martial sage would definitely contain valuable treasures. Hu Qi. A black sword was placed horizontally in front of him. Ji Changkong smiled coldly, "Hua Yunfei, have you forgotten what you said so quickly? If we find the treasure, no matter what, we will have to share it according to the family. You won't go back on your word, right?" Hua Yunfei's expression turned cold. "What do you mean by this? This is my Hua clan's clan head. His belongings belong to my Hua clan in the first place. Why should I share it with you?" Jiang Mingxuan snorted coldly, "This is an ownerless corpse. It has already been 1,000 years. He died in the wilderness. He is a secret treasure in itself. Everyone worked hard for us to reach this place. Why should your Hua clan benefit so easily?" The people of the other noble clans did not want the Hua clan to benefit so easily. Logically speaking, this corpse did belong to the Hua clan. However, in the face of true benefits, who would reason with you? Hua Yunfei was unable to suppress everyone, so he could not stop the greed of others. Hua Yunfei was so angry that he laughed. He said, "Good, 3 times, Ji Changkong, I will remember you. Also, Jiang Mingxuan, don't think that the Ji clan can protect you forever." Shao Chen pushed aside the sword in front of him and removed Hua Tianyu's spatial ring. With a thought, he poured out everything inside. Hua la la. A large pile of things fell out. Spirit stones, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, martial techniques, battle armor, they covered the entire stone steps. The large pile of spirit stones was especially eye-catching. In this large pile of inferior-grade spirit stones, the crowd even saw a few medial-grade spirit stones. These were true treasures. The disciples of the noble clans all had some inferior-grade spirit stones on them. However, it was impossible for them to have medial-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones were natural ores. The spiritual energy they contained was not only pure but also large in quantity. To a low-ranked cultivator, it could raise their cultivation by a small realm. To a high-ranked cultivator, it could quickly replenish their exhausted essence. However, there were very few spirit mines in the great Qin nation. Every noble clan only controlled 1 or 2 mines. Furthermore, they were not good quality mines. It was impossible for them to produce superior-grade spirit stones. Even medial-grade spirit stones were rare. Ji Changkong smiled faintly, "Brother Hua, that's right. With these spirit stones, there will be more hope for everyone to reach the peak of the stone platform." After Ji Changkong spoke, he lowered his head to the ground and sorted out the things that came out of the spatial ring. Suddenly, he saw a broken sword. He smiled and said, "Brother Hua, there is no need to split this sword. You can keep it. This should be a damaged holy weapon. If you can repair it completely, then Brother Hua, you will benefit greatly." Hua Yunfei casually tossed the broken sword that Ji Changkong handed over. He said angrily, "Ji Changkong, don't go overboard." Ji Changkong smiled gently and said indifferently, don't be angry, Brother Hua. I have already sorted out the things for you. There is a total of 10 medial grade spirit stones, about 100 inferior grade spirit stones, 3 earth-ranked martial techniques, 3 earth-ranked spirit weapons, 1 earth-ranked battle armor, and 5 bottles of all sorts of rank 6 medicinal pills. Everyone was astonished. The things that a martial sage carried were indeed horrifying. The value of these things added together was more than what the Jiang clan had accumulated over hundreds of years. Ji Changkong took out the martial techniques and handed them to Hua Yunfei. This is your Hua clan's martial techniques. Naturally, there is no reason for it to be leaked to the outer sect. Keep it properly and I will not be counted. Hua Yunfei's expression was sullen as he held the martial techniques in his hand. He did not say anything. Anyone who saw their clan head's treasures being split by an outsider would not be in a good mood. Under the gloomy expressions of the Hua clan's people, the group of people did not spend much time splitting the things on the ground. Although the items in Hua Tianyu's spatial ring were very precious, the most eye-catching were the 10 medial grade spirit stones. The other things were treasures to some of the smaller clans. However, to the noble clans, they were not rare. Only the medial grade spirit stones were the rarest. In times of need, they could even save the life of the holder. In the end, the Hua clan obtained 3 medial grade spirit stones. The other 3 noble clans obtained 2 each. Because of Ji Changkong, the Jiang clan obtained 1 as well. After the distribution was completed, the group continued on their way, stepping over Hua Tianyu's corpse. As they advanced, they felt that every step was incomparably difficult. The essence in their bodies was drained even more intensely. The corpses on the stone steps were even more horrifying. There were no longer any white skeletons, they were all purple martial monarchs. The rows of them caused everyone to tremble in fear. After climbing another 100 steps, the group actually saw another corpse standing in front of them. The aura of this corpse was even denser than Hua Tianyu's. Even though this corpse had been dead for an unknown number of years, the group still felt pressure. This is one of the clan heads of my Ji clan, Ji Changkong suddenly said excitedly. The head of this corpse had been chopped off as well. However, the clothes the corpse wore revealed the identity of this person. Ji Changkong started to dig up the skeletons on the ground with all his might. A row of small words appeared before his eyes. He read it out in a low voice. Ji Haoyun, stop here. If any Ji clan descendant comes, please leave quickly. Ji Haoyun was also a genius clan head of the Ji clan. Back then, he already had 1 foot in the realm of Emperor Wu. He was from the same generation as Hua Tianyu. However, Ji Haoyun did not expect him to end up here as well. Suddenly, Hua Yunfei laughed loudly, haha. Ji Changkong, you did not expect such a scene, right? He took a big step forward and pushed Ji Changkong to the side. Ji Changkong glared at him angrily. Hua Yunfei, what are you trying to do? Ji Changkong had been stuck at the peak of martial Grand Master for many years. Earlier, when he saw the Sage Dao attainment diagram, he instantly comprehended it and broke through to martial saint. At this moment, he did not care about Hua Yunfei at all. Hua Yunfei smiled coldly. If you do not hand over all the treasures of this person, I, Hua Yunfei, will fight with my life on the line. There is no need for everyone to go up. Ji Changkong laughed coldly and said in a cold voice, Hua Yunfei, are you seeking death? The 6 martial saints of the Jiang clan and 7 martial saints of the Ji clan behind him all stepped forward. They looked at Hua Yunfei with killing intent. Hua Yunfei led the 6 martial saints behind him and looked at Ji Changkong fearlessly. There was no intention of backing down in his gaze. The atmosphere immediately became very tense. A huge battle was about to break out at any moment. Duan Muking suddenly said, I feel that this place is not simple. If we continue forward, we will definitely see the corpses of the martial sages of the various noble clans. When Ji Changkong heard this, he was startled. He turned around and looked at the endless steps in front of him. Countless stars appeared in his eyes and a boundless river of stars appeared behind him. Astral swordplay, eternal light. Ji Changkong shouted and one of his faded stars in the boundless river of stars suddenly lit up. A resplendent light rushed to the sky. It was so dazzling that no one dared to look directly at it. The light flickered and Ji Changkong pointed the sword in his hand forward. A blinding white light shot up to the stone steps. In an instant, the scene in front appeared before everyone's eyes. Chi! Everyone took a deep breath. The stone steps were filled with white bones. They were densely packed together, dazzling everyone's eyes. There was a headless corpse standing at regular intervals on the stone steps. Everyone felt their hearts go numb. The sight of headless martial sages standing in front of them was too shocking. How could there be so many headless corpses? No one would find it strange if there were only one or two. However, there were so many headless corpses. This was startling. These were bona fide martial sages. Splitting mountains and rocks, overturning rivers and seas would be as easy as flipping their hands. How could someone chop off all their heads? On the other side of the stone steps, Chu Chaoyun carried his sword on his back and slowly walked up the stone steps. The holy weapon behind him gave off a faint light, making it seem like he was walking on flat ground. He walked leisurely and very relaxed. Chapter 123. When Chu Chaoyun saw the blazing light soaring into the sky, he stopped. After a pause, he smiled gently. What a powerful martial technique. Unfortunately, it is useless after we go up. Beside the Ink River, Xiaochen slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw the worried expressions of Su Xiaoxiao and Kim Taeho. His heart warmed slightly as he smiled faintly. Thank you. Su Xiaoxiao said, are you all right? Earlier, you suddenly fell down and startled us. Kim Taeho's eyes lit up as he ran over. He smiled and said, Brother Xiao, I saw you carving that golden lion horn earlier. Can this secret treasure of yours be mass-produced? This fatso was really greedy for money. Xiaochen got up and ignored him. He checked his body and discovered that there were no major problems. It was just that he had exhausted too much essence. He asked, how long have I been unconscious? Did that group of people chase after us? Su Xiaoxiao replied, it has been about 2 hours. The noble clans did not chase after us. Biyao saw them heading downstream and was discussing whether to follow them or not. Xiaochen stretched his legs and felt that there were no problems with his body. He said indifferently, follow them. The golden coffin of the sage has not been found yet. If we do not go, we will have made this trip for nothing. Fatso laughed loudly. I knew that Brother Xiao would follow them. Actually, I already scouted the path. They followed the river downstream. Finally, they crossed the river and reached a stone platform a kilometer tall. I also saw that brat Chu Chaoyun. He was acting sneakily by himself. He was not with those people. On the stone platform a kilometer tall, Xiaochen frowned slightly. He thought to himself, if Fatso did not see wrong, that was definitely a materialization of the sage. Otherwise, such a situation would not occur. Furthermore, there was Chu Chaoyun. From the moment he appeared, he gave off an unfathomable feeling. The others came with great fanfare. However, he came alone. Xiaochen shook his head and collected his thoughts. Let's go. If we don't leave now, it will really be too late. The group quickly moved forward and soon arrived at the place where the various clans had killed the bat-like demonic beasts. Looking at the corpses of the demonic beasts, Xiaochen stopped. The lunar shadow saber slowly picked up the corpse of a demonic beast. Xiaochen thought for a while and walked to the riverside. When he saw the black qi on the surface of the river, he was astonished. The river was actually filled with dense demonic qi. How could there be so much demonic qi gathering in the sage's ruins? Was this the sage's ruins or the demon's ruins? Xiaochen thought suspiciously. He felt that there was something wrong with the appearance of the sage's ruins. Mr. Xiao, what are you thinking about? Su Xiaoxiao saw Xiaochen looking at the river without saying anything, so she asked curiously. Xiaochen came back to his senses and smiled faintly. It's fine. Let's go. The three of them continued forward. They all used their movement techniques and ran quickly along the riverside. What astonished Xiao Chen was that Fatso was using some unknown movement technique. His plump body was actually not slower than Xiao Chen's. Seeing Xiao Chen looking at him in astonishment, Fatso opened his folding fan and smiled proudly. Xiao Chen could not bear to see Fatso being cocky, so he quickly turned his face away. We have arrived. The stone platform is on the other side of the river. Once we cross the river, we will fall. When they reached the stone wall, Fatso stopped. He pointed to a stone platform on the other side and said, they should have already gone up. Xiao Chen looked at the surface of the river filled with demonic qi and said, we cannot go over directly. This black qi is all demonic qi. If we touch it, we might be demonized. After he spoke, he took out a jade bottle from the universe ring. Like the universe ring, this jade bottle was a very low-level space treasure. The space inside was very large, but it could only hold liquids and gases. Xiao Chen had made it when he was bored when he came to Whitewater City. He pointed the jade bottle at the surface of the river. Under the astonished gazes of Kim Tae-ho and Su Xiaoxiao, the Black River began to churn. The demonic qi on the surface of the Black River was all absorbed. After a long time, a surface without demonic qi appeared on the surface of the Black River. Xiao Chen put away the jade bottle and quickly said, let's go over. He used the gravity spell and flew over. Fatso and Su Xiaoxiao stepped on the surface of the water and flew to the other side. After they reached the shore, Fatso immediately came over and smiled at Xiao Chen. He said, Brother Xiao, what was that? Can I take a look at it? Xiao Chen did not reject him. This jade bottle was not a treasure and its uses were limited. It was just something he made when he was bored. The workmanship could even be said to be very crude. It was fine to let Fatso take a look. Fatso held it in his hand and looked at it fondly. After a while, he handed it over and asked, why do I feel that you made this bottle yourself? Furthermore, it is a little crude. Xiao Chen was startled. This Fatso's eyes were very sharp. He did not answer him and directly walked towards the stone platform. He could already feel the righteous qi coming from the stone platform. Fatso suddenly said when he was about to reach the stone platform. It seemed like there were people sitting cross-legged and meditating. Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. Those people sitting cross-legged did not seem to be angry. The sound of their footsteps was already very loud. However, this group of people did not react at all. Something is wrong. That group of people seems to be dead. After Xiao Chen said that, he walked over. Skeletons were scattered all over the ground. As for those people sitting cross-legged, their eyes were closed as though they were asleep. Fatso gently pushed them and they immediately fell to the ground. Kim Tae-ho's expression suddenly turned serious. He looked at the pile of skeletons and then at the cultivators of the noble clans. He frowned and said, these cultivators just died. Furthermore, the way they died is very strange. Aside from the corpses of the noble clans, the Guy Marquis' golden guards had all died mysteriously. They fell to the ground with a gentle touch. Fatso suddenly laughed loudly. Before Xiao Chen could react, he saw Fatso move like a whirlwind, stripping all the Guy Marquis' golden guards. Then, he took out the earth-ranked battle armor. Soon, Fatso had taken out more than 100 sets of battle armor. Fatso took out one and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, his expression changed. He said, why do these battle armors no longer have any spirituality? How can this be? After Xiao Chen spoke, he casually took out a saber and chopped at the battle armor. A small crack immediately appeared on the golden battle armor before it shattered. Su Xiaoxiao revealed an astonished expression. She picked up a piece of golden battle armor and looked at it carefully. After a while, she said, the moonstone in this battle armor seems to have been absorbed by something. When Xiao Chen and Su Xiaoxiao heard this, they were astonished. They had never heard of such a thing before. The moonstone was a mysterious stone. It contained natural daos. How could it be absorbed completely? Xiao Chen looked at the stone platform and did his best to extend his spiritual sense. However, he could not extend it. In this small world, it was difficult for his spiritual sense to leave his body. Fatso muttered, "Never mind. Let's go up. If we do not go up, we will never know the reason." Although Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong, he could not extend his spiritual sense out. He could not find anything. He could only agree to Fatso's suggestion. The three of them stepped onto the stone platform. Who? The instant the three of them stepped onto the stone platform, the blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chen's body, the golden folding fan in Fatso's hand, and the zither in Su Xiaoxiao's hand suddenly emitted an aura. After that, the three auras merged together and formed a barrier that was neither too big nor too small, surrounding the three of them. Su Xiaoxiao said in astonishment, "This is the self-protection of the holy weapon. There must be something horrifying under this stone platform. Otherwise, the holy weapon would not automatically protect itself." Xiao Chen looked at the seemingly endless flight of steps. Suddenly, an indescribable chill arose in his heart. The three of them did not say anything and continued forward. Since they had already reached this step, there was no way they could retreat. After climbing 100 steps, densely packed skeletons started to appear on the stone steps. When everyone stepped on the skeletons, they gave off a ka-ka sound, causing their scalps to go numb. Rumble. The lunar shadow saber in the universe ring suddenly trembled. Xiao Chen was astonished. He stopped and looked around. A rusty broken sword appeared in his vision. This is another subdivine weapon of the battle sage origin? Xiao Chen picked up the broken sword and thought doubtfully. He could not see anything strange about the broken sword. The lunar shadow saber in the universe ring trembled even more intensely. It was like it was about to fly out of the ring. Xiao Chen had never encountered such a situation before. Although he did not understand what was going on, this broken sword was definitely related to the Thunderwood sword. Xiao Chen placed the broken sword into the universe ring and continued forward. Stepping on the piles of bones, the three of them arrived at Hua Tianyu's headless corpse. Fatso found the words written on the ground and searched Hua Tianyu's body. "Damn it, there is nothing left. A martial sage is actually so poor," Fatso cursed in a low voice. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the finger on Hua Tianyu's right hand. There was an obvious ring mark on the index finger. She said indifferently, "This should be a spatial ring. Someone just took it away." Xiao Chen ignored Fatso's words. He looked carefully at the wound on Hua Tianyu's neck. This was a sword wound. Hua Tianyu's head had been chopped off in one move. How could a martial sage be killed in one move? Who is so powerful, killing martial sages like they are dogs? Could it be the Thunder King? Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. Suddenly, he thought of a problem. "Fatso, look around and see if his head is here." Kim Taeho recovered his wits and looked at the headless corpse. He felt it was strange as well. He started to look around with Xiao Chen. However, after searching for a long time, they could not find a single skull. "Strange, where did the head go?" Kim Taeho said suspiciously. In front of the stone platform, Ji Changkong and the others divided up the treasures on the martial sage's body. After that, they sat down cross-legged and held an inferior-grade spirit stone in their hands. They quickly recovered their essence. Along the way, not only did they meet the seniors of the various noble clans, they even saw the corpse of the Ying clan's emperor. They were all martial sages from 1,000 years ago, people of the same generation. Ji Changkong was the first to recover. He tossed away the dull spirit stone in his hand and watched as they approached the peak of the stone platform. However, he did not feel any excitement in his heart. Instead, a shadow loomed over his heart. Chapter 124. Not long later, the people of the noble clans all stood up. The higher they went, the more essence was exhausted. If it were not for the fact that they had enough spirit stones, they would not have been able to reach this point. "Let's go, there are still 500 more steps. Let's do our best to get up in one breath," Ji Changkong said indifferently. They could already see the top of the stone platform from where they were. After he finished speaking, he still took the lead and walked forward. His pair of sharp eyes looked straight ahead, and there were countless stars evolving in his eyes. With every step he took, a star would be destroyed, and a moment later, more stars would be born. If someone who understood the Ji clan's martial techniques were here, they would be astonished. Under such circumstances, Ji Changkong was still cultivating the astral martial spirit. Everyone slowly walked up the stone steps. The further they went, the closer they were to the stone platform. The pressure they had to endure increased by several-fold. It was like there was a formless barrier blocking them. Bang! One of the Ji clan's martial saints stepped on the stone steps with one foot. Before his other foot touched the ground, there was a loud explosion and his body turned into dust. Ji Changkong did not turn his head back. His expression did not change at all. He held an inferior-grade spirit stone in his hand and continued to walk forward. The closer they got to the stone platform, the more horrifying the pressure they had to endure. It was like a small mountain was pressing on their shoulders. The instant their feet touched the ground, the stone steps became like a bottomless pit. It sucked away a large portion of the spiritual energy in their bodies. Bang! 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 A few more martial saints of the various clans could not withstand the pressure and exploded. Immediately, everyone was in a state of panic and fear. They were afraid that they would be the next to die. Sage, stop! A towering stone stele appeared in front of Ji Changkong. There were 4 ancient words written on the stone stele. A boundless pressure was emitted from the stone stele. Ji Changkong laughed coldly. The sword in his hand danced and a few sword chi struck the stone stele. Cracks appeared on the stone stele before it shattered into countless pieces. Ji Changkong looked up at the stone platform in front. There were only 10 steps left. He shouted and a human figure came out of his body. Ji Changkong stood on the stone steps in front of him. Then, another human figure came out of the crowd and headed for an even higher stone step. After repeating this 10 times, Ji Changkong finally reached the peak of the stone platform. Ji Changkong took a deep breath. The 9 clones behind him merged into his body like illusions. At the peak of the stone platform was a wide platform, and in the center of the platform was a golden sacred coffin. A faint righteous chi spread out from the coffin. Ji Changkong could not help but reveal a faint smile. After spending countless schemes and narrowly escaping death, he finally arrived here. The golden coffin was as tall as a person. Ji Changkong slowly walked over with relaxed steps. Just at this moment, a figure slowly walked out from the other side of the coffin, startling Ji Changkong and forcing him to take a few steps back. Brother Changkong, it has been a long time. Chu Chaoyun walked out from behind the coffin and smiled at Ji Changkong in a carefree manner. Ji Changkong was expressionless, his expression incomparably grave. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. He had not expected to meet Chu Chaoyun here. This was too surprising. Bang! 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 Hua Yunfei, Duanmuking, and the Guy Marquis led a few martial saints over. When they saw Chu Chaoyun, they were astonished in their hearts. Chu Chaoyun said indifferently, "Don't look at me like that. I just arrived as well. This golden coffin has not been opened yet." After he spoke, he gestured for Ji Changkong to make himself at home and retreated. Ji Changkong gave Duanmuking and the other 2 a look. The 3 of them understood tacitly and walked over to Chu Chaoyun, blocking him outside. Chu Chaoyun smiled gently and ignored them. Boom! Ji Changkong ferociously smashed his palm on the lid of the golden coffin. A melodious sound rang out, and the sound waves spread in all directions. Everyone felt their eardrums go numb. A corner of the coffin lid was lifted. Ji Changkong looked at his palm in astonishment. After that, he said to the people beside him, "Take a look and see if you can still use your essence." When the others heard this, they were stunned. They quickly tried it out. In the end, they discovered that the martial spirit in their dantian seemed to be sealed. No matter how they circulated it, they could not summon out their martial spirit. What's going on? Everyone said in astonishment. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and parted the crowd. He said, let's take a look at what is in this coffin first. When everyone heard this, they put down the doubts in their hearts and walked over to the coffin. After so many hardships, everyone was curious as to which sage was lying in the coffin. Within the golden coffin, there was an imposing man wearing purple emperor's robes. He lay quietly on the coffin. His hands were placed on his chest, holding a sword. Ji Changkong said in astonishment, isn't this the last emperor of the Tianwu dynasty? Why is he lying here? The Guy Marquis and the others were astonished. Along the way, everything indicated that this was the remnant of a sage. The martial techniques obtained from the black coffins in the underground palace proved this. Furthermore, there were countless murals on the walls. They were all in the style of the ancient era. 10,000 years after the end of the ancient era, the Tianwu dynasty slowly rose up. This last emperor of the Tianwu dynasty had only passed away a few thousand years ago. How could he be related to the sage from 20,000 years ago? Pu Ci. The man in purple robes in the sage coffin suddenly opened his eyes. A purple light appeared in his eyes. A martial saint who was looking at him was burned to ashes before he could react. The Tianwu emperor came back to life? Is this the legendary heavenly flame? All the cultivators retreated. They were all incomparably horrified. Although the Tianwu dynasty had been destroyed for thousands of years, no one dared to forget its legends. Back then, the first Tianwu emperor used his shocking strength to unify the entire Tianwu continent. He established the Tianwu nation, which lasted for 10,000 years, the Emperor Wu nation. Such a feat could be said to be unprecedented in the entire continent. He was without a doubt the first person since ancient times. Legend said that he borrowed the heavenly flame from the outside world. When the heavenly flame burned at full power, the entire continent would melt. He was the king of flames, no one could block him. After that, every generation of emperor would possess the strength of a great emperor. Even the last Tianwu emperor lying here had the strength of a great emperor. If he really woke up, no one would be able to escape. Chu Chaoyun revealed a contemplative expression. He slowly walked to the front and looked at the purple emperor in the coffin. He said, there is no need to worry. It is just a strand of qi. Just don't look at his eyes. Everyone thought for a while and agreed. In this world, no one could escape death. Even the Tianwu emperor died many years ago. Aside from the legendary martial gods, no one could escape death. When they looked at the coffin on the platform again, everyone's eyes lit up. Although they did not know where the sage's body was, the value of the Tianwu emperor's body was definitely no less than that of the ancient sages. Just the heavenly flame contained in his body was enough to make people go crazy over it. This was because the might of the heavenly flame was too great. Before the first Jianghu emperor died, he split the heavenly flame into 10 parts, leaving only a tenth for his descendants. However, even though it was only a tenth, the might of the heavenly flame was still very horrifying. It could easily split mountains and burn everything to desolation. When everyone arrived before the coffin, they did not dare to make any movements. Ji Changkong stretched out his hand and slowly closed the eyes of this person. The emperor in the coffin closed his eyes again. Who? Hua Yunfei stretched out his hand and took out the Tianwu emperor's sword. He said in pleasant surprise, "Sky-splitting sword. This is a holy weapon, a complete holy weapon." Bang! That holy weapon suddenly struggled free from Hua Yunfei's hands and flew towards the Guy Marquis. Hua Yunfei's expression changed. He quickly stretched out his hand, wanting to grab it back. However, the holy weapon was flying too fast, he was unable to catch it. The Guy Marquis gently stretched out his hand and caught the holy weapon suspiciously. He did not understand why the holy weapon flew into his hands. Furthermore, he used a spear and was not used to using a sword. Hua Yunfei quickly walked to the front and stretched out his hand to snatch it back. The Guy Marquis's expression froze. He said in a cold voice, "Hua Yunfei, what are you trying to do?" Hua Yunfei looked at the holy weapon in the Gi Marquis's hand and said angrily, "What am I trying to do? Return my holy weapon to me." The Gi Marquis smiled coldly. "The holy weapon chooses its own master. It is clear that you are not worthy of this holy weapon. Stop pestering me endlessly. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit." Hua Yunfei had long disliked the Gi Marquis. Earlier, when the Gi Marquis stopped him from killing Shao Chen, Hua Yunfei had always remembered it. Now that he found this excuse and the Gi Marquis's golden-armored warriors were not around, Hua Yunfei led the 4 martial saints behind him and made his move without hesitation. Essence could not be used on the platform. Both sides could only rely on the strength of their physical bodies and their combat techniques. Although the Gi Marquis was alone, he spent most of his time on the battlefield. His combat experience was much richer than the 5 of them. For a moment, Hua Yunfei and the others were unable to do anything to the Gi Marquis. Ji Changkong glanced at the battle behind him and stopped watching. He looked at Chu Chaoyun and said indifferently, "Brother Chaoyun, if we can extract the heavenly flame of the heavenly emperor, how about we split it equally?" Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. He looked at Ji Changkong and said, "Do I have a reason to reject?" After the 2 of them finished their discussion, they started to discuss how to extract the heavenly flame from the Tianwu Emperor's body. After the heavenly flame was completely absorbed, it would be hidden in every inch of its owner's skin. It would be very difficult to extract it. It was basically impossible. The most direct way to extract the heavenly flame was to refine the corpse of the Tianwu Emperor. After refining it, the heavenly flame would condense and appear in the world, eternally inextinguishable. However, with the strength of the 2 of them, it was impossible for them to refine the corpse of the Tianwu Emperor. If they did so carelessly, they might suffer a backlash from the heavenly flame and be burned to nothing. Aside from the heavenly flame, there was also the inherited martial technique of the Tianwu dynasty, the life-extinguishing blood-reversing swordplay. It was a treasure that would make people envious. If they could find it here, its value would not be any lower than the heavenly flame. Ji Changkong searched the golden coffin. However, after searching for a long time, he did not find anything. He could not help but look at Chu Chaoyun. It was impossible for there to be no inheritance in the resting place of the Tianwu Emperor. Chapter 125. Chu Chaoyun knew what she was thinking. He said, "I did not arrive much earlier than you. If I had moved the coffin lid, you would have heard the sound as well." Duan Muking, who was at the side, suddenly walked over to the coffin lid that had fallen to the ground. The golden coffin lid was covered in densely packed ancient characters. Her heart skipped a beat. She quickly took out a piece of paper and a pen, recording it down. This was the martial technique of a sage. Although she did not know what it was definitely not ordinary. Bang! Under the astonished gazes of everyone on the stone platform, Shao Chen and the other 2 jumped up from the stone steps. When they landed on the stone platform, the barrier protecting the 3 of them suddenly shattered and disappeared. Fatso was the first to feel that something was wrong. "Oh no, I cannot use my qi or the power of my martial spirit here." Shao Chen gave it a try. Indeed, it was as Fatso said, the martial spirit in his dantian seemed to be sealed. No matter what, he could not sense it. He was unable to circulate his essence. Ji Changkong looked at Shao Chen with a cold look in his eyes. He leaped into the air and did not say anything unnecessary, sending a punch at Shao Chen. Shao Chen was stunned at first, then his lips curled up into a cold smile. It was obvious that the people here could not use essence. In that case, Shao Chen's physical strength was unparalleled on this stone platform. Boom! Shao Chen quickly sent out a punch. When their fists collided, there was a crisp sound. The 5 fingers on Ji Changkong's right palm were shattered. Ji Changkong retreated 5 steps. He looked at the wound on his hand in disbelief. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart. There was an intense pain, causing his face to twitch. The Gi Marquis held his golden spear. When he saw Shao Chen arrive, he used his spear to sweep away the Hua clan members. Then, he dashed towards him. In the blink of an eye, the spear arrived before Shao Chen. "Who?" Who? Who? Spear after spear exploded in front of Xiao Chen. The Guy Marquis's spear techniques were very good. Even without the support of essence, his spear was still impenetrable. Xiao Chen retreated 2 steps. The Guy Marquis moved forward. The spear stuck to Xiao Chen like glue. No matter how he dodged, he could not avoid it. Pooh! Xiao Chen stepped on air. He had already retreated to the edge of the stone platform. If he took another step back, he would be forced off the platform. The Guy Marquis thought about the uniqueness of the stone platform. If he fell, Xiao Chen would definitely die. He could not help but increase his strength. He pushed forward with his right hand, and the spear was aimed at Xiao Chen's chest. Chi! The lunar shadow saber suddenly appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen easily parried the full-powered strike of the Guy Marquis. He took a step forward and the saber slid down the spear shaft. Soon, the Guy Marquis's right hand appeared. He quickly let go, and the golden spear fell to the ground with a huang dang sound. Side body strike. Xiao Chen tilted his body to the side and ferociously charged forward. All the energy in his body was gathered on his right shoulder. After the tempering of the heavenly lightning and the 7-leaf flower, a horrifying strength exploded forth. The Guy Marquis was knocked back with a bang. He vomited a mouthful of blood in midair and tumbled on the ground. He nearly fell off the stone platform. Attack together. The strength of this brat's physical body is too horrifying. When Hua Yunfei saw the Guy Marquis being defeated by Xiao Chen in an instant, he could not help but feel fear in his heart. He shouted loudly. These cultivators normally relied too much on essence. Although their physical bodies had been tempered and were much stronger than ordinary people, they were far inferior to Xiao Chen. Bang! Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and punched a Ji clan cultivator in front of him. The Ji clan cultivator fell to the ground, unable to get up. A few of his ribs were even broken. Xiao Chen shouted loudly. He was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. He executed an ordinary fist technique that he had learned in the past. His movements were simple, firm and fierce. When combined with the horrifying strength in his physical body, none of his subordinates could withstand a single exchange. No one could block him. Xiao Chen looked at Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei, who was in the crowd, was startled and quickly retreated. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "Let's see where you can run to." Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. He swung his right leg and kicked Hua Yunfei's head. Pu ci. Hua Yunfei vomited a mouthful of blood along with a few broken teeth. After he landed on the ground, he immediately fainted. Xiao Chen landed gently and kicked a few times in the air. His speed and strength were astonishing. Miserable cries resounded as those who were struck fell to the ground. After a while, aside from Xiao Chen's group of 3 and Chu Chaoyun who had not made a move, everyone else on the stone platform fell to the ground. They groaned in pain as they looked at Xiao Chen in fear. Fatso said in astonishment, "What a strong physical body. How did this fellow temper it?" Su Xiaoxiao was not too astonished. She said indifferently, "If you used 15 years to temper your physical body, you would be able to reach this level as well." Xiao Chen looked at Chu Chaoyun and walked over step by step. His sharp face revealed a murderous intent, revealing his sharpness. When Chu Chaoyun saw Xiao Chen walking towards him, he did not panic. He took out a basketball-sized golden spirit core from his spatial ring and casually tossed it to Xiao Chen. He smiled faintly, "Looks like I made a wrong decision. I should not have let you in." After receiving the Golden Lion King's spirit core, Xiao Chen placed it into his universe ring. He looked deeply at Chu Chaoyun, but in the end, he did not make a move against him. Even now, when Xiao Chen held the absolute advantage, Xiao Chen could not see through him at all. The feeling that Chu Chaoyun gave Xiao Chen was still extremely dangerous. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the various noble clan disciples lying on the ground. He walked over to Hua Yunfei and removed his spatial ring. Then, he placed the scarlet sword that Hua Yunfei had been using into the universe ring. The spatial rings of the Tianwu continent were different from the magic treasures that Xiao Chen refined. As long as the ring was removed, anyone could take out the things inside. Xiao Chen slowly walked towards Ji Changkong. Ji Changkong's complexion turned ashen. He said agitatedly, "Xiao Chen, if you dare to touch me, I will make you wish you were dead after we leave this place." Xiao Chen stepped on Ji Changkong's face ruthlessly. "Do you think I will let you off? 3 years later, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly." Xiao Chen grabbed Ji Changkong's spatial ring and kicked Ji Changkong ruthlessly again. A martial saint behind the Ji clan could not stand it any longer. He roared angrily and charged at Xiao Chen. Bang! Xiao Chen kicked him off the stone platform. The instant that person's body landed on the stone platform, there was a loud boom, and he shattered into countless pieces of flesh. The people on the stone platform all felt a chill in their hearts. Xiao Chen picked up the Guy Marquis' spear and placed it into the universe ring. He walked over and removed the Guy Marquis' spatial ring. Then, he turned his gaze to Duanmuking. Duanmuking's expression was ice cold. There was no emotion in his eyes. With a kwang dang sound, he threw the spatial ring on the stone platform. He said coldly, "There are some things that are not yours. Even if you take them, you will spit them out." Xiao Chen smiled coldly. "Are you talking about yourself? When you saw that I had a spirit fox, you kept asking for it from me. When I refused, you tried to kill me. Is there anyone as shameless as you?" Duanmuking's expression suddenly became agitated. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with her. When he turned his head, he saw Fatso pick up the coffin lid and place it into his spatial ring. Xiao Chen could not help but feel black lines appear in his heart. This Fatso is truly speechless. He even dares to ask for a coffin lid. When Fatso saw Xiao Chen looking at him with disdain, he chuckled, "Don't look at me like that. This coffin lid is refined from scorching blood black gold. Just a small piece is worth hundreds or even tens of thousands of gold taels. Furthermore, there is an ancient martial scripture carved on it. It was carved by a sage. It has a natural charm and can be used as a weapon. Its might is no weaker than a holy weapon. Of course, I will make a copy of the ancient martial scripture for you." Xiao Chen felt ashamed in his heart. Only Fatso would dare to use a coffin lid as a weapon. He called out to Fatso and the two of them came to the center of the sage coffin. Fatso looked at the purple-robed emperor lying quietly in the sage coffin. His face was filled with doubt as he said, "The sage coffin clearly has an ancient martial scripture carved on it. Why is it a Tianwu emperor lying in there? Where did the body of the sage go?" Xiao Chen felt suspicious as well. Along the way, he had seen countless martial sage corpses. All of them had their heads chopped off. It was clear that it was done by one person. Was it done by the person in the coffin? However, the time difference was too great. The Tianwu dynasty had already been destroyed for more than 5,000 years. As for the people on the stone steps, they were all people from 1,000 years ago. Furthermore, they were from the same era. Rumble. Just as Xiao Chen and Fatso were thinking, this small world suddenly shook. After that, there was a loud rumble. The mountain peak above the underground palace suddenly shattered. 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak shattered just like that. Countless rocks flew out of savage forest. It looked like it was raining rocks. Huge rocks fell continuously. Some of the flying spirit beasts did not dodge in time. The huge force of the rocks smashed them into a mangled mess. They cried out miserably as they fell. Xiao Chen and the others felt dazzled. The scene before them suddenly disappeared. The white clouds in the sky and the blazing sun in the sky gave off a piercing light, mercilessly shining on the stone platform. Xiao Chen was startled. He looked at his surroundings and said, "Why did this stone platform return to the ground? Not good. I can use my essence now." Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed. The people of the noble clans on the stone platform were all at least martial saints. Now that they had recovered their essence, any one of them could easily defeat him. Xiao Chen circulated the gravity spell and soared into the sky, heading into the distance. Chi! There was a phoenix cry and Duanmuking turned into an ice phoenix. He spread his wings and gave chase. Ji Changkong cursed and his body turned into a meteor. He left behind a long trail of flames as he gave chase. When the people of the noble clans saw that they could use their essence, they all jumped off the platform and chased in the direction that Xiao Chen had gone. The small world above the stone platform had already collapsed. When the crowd jumped off the stone platform, they did not shatter into pieces like they did underground. Su Xiaoxiao and Kim Taeho were worried about Xiao Chen's situation, so they quickly gave chase as well. In the blink of an eye, only Chu Chaoyun was left standing on the stone platform. Chu Chaoyun had a calm expression on his face. After everyone had left, he looked at the unconscious Hua Yunfei and gently kicked him off the 1,000-meter-tall stone platform. Chapter 126. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked at Duanmuking and Ji Changkong, who were chasing him. A boundless flame started to burn in his right eye. Finally, it turned into a purple light. With a pu sound, a flaming cloud appeared and burned half the sky, blocking the two people behind him. After the flaming cloud scattered, Xiao Chen could no longer be seen in the sky. Ji Changkong landed on the ground with a loud boom. The footprint of Xiao Chen's footprints on his face had yet to disappear. The few martial saints of the Ji clan quickly rushed over. When they saw the ashen and furious Ji Changkong, they did not dare to say anything. Ji Changkong said in an ice-cold voice, "Search the entire forest. If we cannot find Xiao Chen, I will not return to the south." At the periphery of Savage Forest, Xiao Chen held a chi returning pill in his mouth. He continuously used the lightning evasion and rushed towards the illusion formation. After a while, he finally arrived in front of everyone and entered. After entering the illusion formation, Xiao Chen saw the familiar Zhuang River and the rocks by the shore. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He pushed off the ground and leaped onto the surface of the Zhuang River. Xiao Chen circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art and sped across the surface of the water. With a loud boom, he broke through the waterfall and arrived at the strange rock behind the waterfall. He immediately sat down cross-legged. Qi returning pill, blood replenishing pill. This type of fast recovery medicinal pill had significant side effects. If taken for a long period of time, it would leave behind a serious dependency. Today, Xiao Chen had consumed more than 10 qi returning pills. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless. He circulated the essence in his body, trying to force out the remnant medicinal energy in his body. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated in his body over and over again. The remnant medicinal energy in his meridians was continuously washed away. After the essence circulated for a great cycle, it returned to the martial spirit. The blue dragon martial spirit absorbed all the essence. Slowly, it sank into the clear water. Hu! A moment later, an even purer wave of yuan qi flowed from the martial spirit to all the major meridians in his body, then seeped into Xiao Chen's flesh and bones through the meridians. Xiao Chen repeated this process for a total of 80 cycles of the purple thunder divine incantation. After that, a black viscous substance slowly flowed out of the countless pores in Xiao Chen's body. The medicinal dregs that had been lingering in his body for a long time were all forced out. After the medicinal power was forced out, Xiao Chen only felt that his body was incomparably weak. Moreover, the black viscous substance on his skin was very uncomfortable. Xiao Chen hurriedly jumped out of the waterfall. With a splash, he jumped directly into the turbulent Zhuang River. The black sticky substance on his body was immediately washed away by the river water. Xiao Chen came out of the water and took a deep breath. He felt very refreshed. Although his body was still very weak, he was very spirited and full of energy. Bang! Xiao Chen's body leaped gently in the water like a flood dragon coming out of the water. He created a long splash as he landed firmly on the riverbank. Xiao Chen took out a set of clean clothes from the universe ring and changed into them. He did not do anything else. He found a comfortable place and lay down to sleep. Early the next morning, the sun rose from the east. The melodious chirping of birds in the forest woke Xiao Chen up. He opened his eyes reluctantly. Xiao Chen slowly stood up and stretched. He felt very comfortable, his body and mind had returned to their peak state. Smiling faintly, Xiao Chen took out all the spatial rings of the noble clan's disciples from the universe ring. Although he did not obtain the inheritance of the sage or the heavenly emperor's heavenly flame in this trip to the underground palace, his harvest was not small. First, Xiao Chen took out Duanmuking's spatial ring and poured all the things in it on the ground. Immediately, a large pile of spirit stones, battle armor, spirit weapons, and medicinal pills fell to the ground. Xiao Chen looked carefully and counted. There were more than 100 inferior-grade spirit stones, 20 medial-grade spirit stones, 2 superior-grade earth-ranked battle armor, 2 earth-ranked spirit weapons, 10 odd medicinal pills above rank 4, and finally, an ancient martial technique manual. It looks like the wealth of those martial sages has been divided among them. Otherwise, even if they are noble clans, they would not have so many treasures on them, Xiao Chen said softly. Xiao Chen did not hesitate and searched for the spatial rings of the noble clans. With a hua-la-la-la sound, the ground was covered with spirit stones and spirit weapons. I have struck it rich this time. With so many spirit stones, spirit weapons, and medicinal pills, it will be sufficient for me to cultivate to martial saint. Xiao Chen was wild with joy. He had obtained all the gains of the noble clans in the underground palace. The value of these things added together was equivalent to the wealth of half a noble clan. To anyone, this was a huge treasure. Xiao Chen started to reorganize the items. He had obtained a total of 300 inferior-grade spirit stones, 80 medial-grade spirit stones, 5 earth-ranked spirit weapons, 3 superior-grade earth-ranked battle armor, 6 ancient martial techniques, and countless medicinal pills. Dong! Xiao Chen pushed aside a pile of spirit stones and a small, exquisite, silver warship appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Damn! Someone really found an ancient-era secret treasure in the underground palace, Xiao Chen said in astonishment as he held the silver warship in his hand. Xiao Chen sent his spiritual sense into the interior of the silver warship. Instantly, he felt like he had entered a huge world. However, this world was very damaged. A piece was missing from a corner of the warship. The formations inside were not complete and were severely damaged. This caused the silver warship to be completely devoid of spiritual energy. Most people would not be able to discover that this was a secret treasure. After withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen looked at the silver warship in his hand. He felt that it was a pity. After all, tens of thousands of years had passed. It was unavoidable for the secret treasure to be damaged. Furthermore, the offensive formations in it were completely damaged. There was no possibility of repairing them. Even if they could repair them, they could only be used as a transportation tool. However, Xiao Chen still decided to repair it. With his current strength, it would be impossible for him to refine such a magic treasure. Not to mention his cultivation realm, he would not be able to complete the task of finding the materials without a few years. Now that there was a nearly complete magic treasure before him, it would be inexcusable if he did not make use of it. As for the offensive formations on it, he could wait until his strength increased before he could carve another one. The most important thing was that this should be a secret treasure refined by a sage. After tens of thousands of years, the sage's imprint had already taken root in the interior of the silver warship. It was as firm as a boulder. From the looks of it, the secret treasure refined by an ancient sage is 100% certain to be a magic treasure from the Compendium of Cultivation, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Could the Compendium of Cultivation be related to this world? Xiao Chen shook his head and recollected his thoughts, no longer thinking about this question. Xiao Chen placed the spirit stones and battle armor on the ground into his universe ring. Then, he executed the gravity spell and soared into the air, heading for the mountain wall with the waterfall. The wind howled on the mountain wall. The strange rocks were sharp and there was an old tree growing on the cliff. Xiao Chen looked up and saw an even taller mountain peak in front. Clouds shrouded the peak, making it look hazy and mysterious. It should be there, Xiao Chen said softly and continued flying upwards. A biting cold wind blew past him. Xiao Chen's clothes fluttered and his long hair fluttered non-stop. The higher he went, the fiercer the cold wind became. It blew so hard that he could not open his eyes. After a long time, Xiao Chen landed on the mountain peak with a hoot sound. If he stretched out his hand, he would be able to touch the white clouds. The surrounding spiritual energy was incomparably dense, giving him a faintly discernible sense of spirituality. Xiao Chen found an empty space and took out the inferior grade spirit stones from his universe ring. He prepared to lay down a small spirit gathering formation and gather the spirituality of the silver worship. Actually, if he used medial grade spirit stones to lay down the spirit gathering formation, the effects would be more obvious. However, Xiao Chen could not bear to part with these medial grade spirit stones. A medial grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 inferior grade spirit stones. However, no one would be foolish enough to exchange for one. This was because medial grade spirit stones were too rare in the Great Qin nation. After a while, a small spirit gathering formation appeared. Xiao Chen placed the silver worship in the center of the formation. Then, he slowly infused his essence into it. A faint light flowed along the formation lines and started flowing slowly. The dense spiritual energy in the surroundings poured in wildly. Within the formation lines, the surrounding spiritual energy was like a mist. After a while, it actually gathered into droplets of spiritual energy. Pu Ci. A resplendent pillar of light suddenly lit up in the center of the formation and rushed to the sky. The small silver worship quickly rose up from the pillar of light. The body of the worship flickered with two different lights. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense into the silver worship. The formation lines carved on the silver worship spun rapidly, continuously absorbing the horrifying spiritual energy contained in the pillar of light. After half an hour, the spirit stones on the ground started to crack. Xiao Chen said in astonishment, "Not good. The amount of spiritual energy required by this silver worship is too horrifying. A small spirit gathering formation would not be able to satisfy it. This fellow's appetite is too big," Xiao Chen thought hatefully. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth driven by 100 spirit stones could not even last for 2 hours. This completely exceeded his expectations. Xiao Chen took out the Golden Lion King's spirit core from the universe ring. He looked at the silver worship in the sky hesitantly, feeling reluctant to part with it. This golden spirit core contained the spiritual energy that the Golden Lion King had absorbed for hundreds of years. It was incomparably pure. No matter what attribute a cultivator had, they would be able to absorb it. If one placed it in the spirit gathering formation, it would instantly raise the rank of the spirit gathering formation to medial grade. However, Xiao Chen was reluctant to part with it. He planned to keep it for when he advanced to Martial King. Martial King was a hurdle. If he could pass it, he would immediately stand at the peak of everyone. If he could not, he would only waste his life. In the end, Xiao Chen put it away and took out the medial grade spirit stones. The value of this medial grade spirit stone was not inferior to the spirit core at all. Furthermore, it had great practical value. It was a hard currency everywhere. Xiao Chen placed it on the formation runes. His heart felt like it was bleeding. 40 medial grade spirit stones used up close to half of Xiao Chen's collection before he finished laying the medial grade spirit gathering formation. Xiao Chen formed a hand seal, and a strong wind blew. All the spiritual energy within a kilometer surged over in an endless stream. Dee-da. Dee-da. The spiritual energy turned into water droplets and fell from the mountain peak like rain. These were all the essence of spiritual energy. Xiao Chen did not want to waste it. He took out a spatial magic treasure jade bottle and placed it at the side. Then, he collected all the water droplets that fell from the sky. The pillar of light in the center of the formation became even more resplendent. The silver worship started to give off a boundless radiance. Xiao Chen could clearly feel the sage Taoist charm in the worship slowly awakening. Chapter 127. Who? A horrifying holy might burst forth and the silver worship started to rise rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had risen by 1,000 meters and turned into a black disappearing from Xiao Chen's vision. Xiao Chen was startled and he quickly flew up. The gravity spell was not a true flying martial technique. The higher Xiao Chen flew, the stronger the gravitational pull. The amount of essence he exhausted also increased. High up in the sky, Xiao Chen flew higher and higher. He could see the boundless clouds churning around him. The resplendent pillar of light in the center of the spirit-gathering formation pierced through the boundless clouds. It looked like it was really going to reach the sky. The essence in Xiao Chen's body was rapidly depleting. He frowned slightly. Right now, he could only see a blurry silhouette of the silver warship. He did not know how high it was going to fly. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and took out a medial-grade spirit stone and placed it on his palm. Instantly, a horrifying essence flowed into Xiao Chen's meridians. The dense essence immediately filled them up. A feeling of excitement spread through every inch of Xiao Chen's body. He felt like he was going to explode. He was filled with boundless energy. Boom! Xiao Chen shouted and his speed suddenly increased by several times. His figure created a shockwave in the air and he caught up to the silver warship in the blink of an eye. Rumble. The silver warship stood at the top of the pillar of light. With a loud bang, it instantly turned into a silver warship that was several hundred meters long and 6 meters tall. There were many banners on the bow of the warship. There was a large Yen character written on them, fluttering in the wind. Dark clouds covered the surroundings of the warship and thunder roared incessantly. Boundless lightning surrounded the warship. It can actually repair itself. How did the ancient sages refine it? Xiao Chen was astonished when he saw the silver warship surrounded by lightning. Originally, Xiao Chen had intended to repair the damaged formation lines himself. He did not expect that after the spiritual energy of the silver warship gathered together, it would automatically repair itself. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of something. If he repaired it like this, as a sage secret treasure, it would be covered with the sage's mark. Now that the sage was far away, it would automatically search for a descendant of the sage's bloodline and recognize him as its master. I have to erase the sage's mark and put my own mark on it, Xiao Chen said word by word with determination in his eyes. Xiao Chen passed through the boundless dark clouds and the flashing lightning bolts. Then, he landed firmly on the bow of the warship. His gaze was filled with caution as he looked at the banner with the word Yen on it. The black flag seemed to have descended from ancient times. It stood quietly at the bow of the ship, fluttering in the wind and making a flapping sound. The character, Yen, written on the flag was like a dancing dragon and a dancing phoenix. Every stroke of the character seemed to contain the strength of 1,000 caddies, revealing its sharpness and imposing manner. There was a high chance of death. However, Xiao Chen. There was. Of, and of, Yen, of. All the danger involved went without saying. However, Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with determination. He did not intend to take even half a step back. He sent his spiritual sense into the banner like a sharp sword. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding scenery disappeared, and Xiao Chen appeared on a piece of thick magma. From time to time, waves of flame would surge out, and in the distance, there was even a volcano erupting, releasing endless waves of heat and scorched red lava. Strangely, there were 9 suns in the sky and a gigantic deity appeared in the sky. Behind him, a brilliant light shone out and boundless might radiated out into the space. Puchi. The deity suddenly opened his eyes and shot out a golden beam of light that enveloped Xiao Chen. He shouted loudly, "How dare you be so disrespectful to a deity? Why are you not kneeling?" The voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens. Every single word was shocking, echoing endlessly in this space. It was deafening, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. In the end, this voice converged into strands of echoes that fused with the beating of Xiao Chen's heart. The sound was getting faster and faster. Xiao Chen's heart was also beating rapidly, as if it was jumping out of his chest. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen held his chest, feeling a huge pressure. His heart felt extremely stifled, pained, and conflicted. His sharp face contorted, and he could not help but kneel on the ground with his right leg. "Why are you still not kneeling?" The voice continued to echo in Xiao Chen's ears. It was like it was imprinted in Xiao Chen's mind, impossible to get rid of. The divine voice was vast and mighty, towering over the 9 heavens. The voice was like thunder, and every word was like a jewel, sharp as a sword. How could a mortal not fear it? The might of an ancient sage was just that terrifying. Even after tens of thousands of years, his imprint still had such a horrifying might. In this mental space, he held the initiative. This was a contest that spanned 10,000 years. Unless Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could simulate an existence that surpassed this deity, he would not have any chance of victory. As long as his other leg knelt down, his mental imprint would completely disappear, and his body would become a soulless body. Xiao Chen did his best to maintain a trace of clarity in his spiritual pedestal. Had he seen anything that could break through the might of a deity and trample on him? The ancient sages had seen deities before. Hence, they simulated a deity in this space. However, the strongest cultivator Xiao Chen had seen was merely Yuing. How could she fight with a deity? Even the Thunder King and the Tianwu Emperor would not have a chance of victory against a deity in Xiao Chen's opinion. The strength of the ancient sages was definitely stronger than the later Emperor Wu. There was no doubt about this. If even the sages could not defeat them, how could they defeat them? The deity visualized by the sages was a legendary deity, an existence even more horrifying than the sages and the ancient emperors. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chen suddenly thought of the man he saw in the Sage Tao Comprehension painting, the mysterious man surrounded by 18 blue dragons. Boom! Xiao Chen shouted and 18 blue dragons suddenly flew out from behind him. They roared continuously, instantly breaking the divine sound reverberating in the air. The deity in the sky roared angrily, and a bright light flickered behind him. He shouted loudly, "Ant, do you know you have committed a great sin?" Xiao Chen closed his eyes and his spiritual pedestal was clear. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. After that, he opened his eyes and 2 beams of purple light shot out, clashing with the golden light of the deity without any fear. The so-called deity is just the imagination of mortals. It is born from the beliefs of the masses. If I believe in God in my heart, then God's might is vast and boundless. If I do not have God in my heart, then everything in the world exists in my heart. I am me, and God cannot control me. Xiao Chen looked at the deity in the sky and said slowly, "I should be thanking you. If it were not for you, I would never be able to get rid of this obsession in my heart." The path of cultivation was long and distant. The further one walked, the higher the requirement for one's mental state. The so-called talent was not that important anymore. In the ancient era, many people with ordinary talent became sages. They relied on a strong will and a pure mental state. Regardless of which world it was, there would always be things that ordinary people could not understand. Regarding the unknown, people liked to use miracles to explain it. However, was there really a deity in this world? No one knew. Even if there was, it would not be the kind of deity that people believed in. Xiao Chen had gotten rid of the obsession in his heart. It was a great opportunity for him to temper his mental state in the future. In the end, this deity was just an imprint left behind by a sage. As long as he understood this, there was no reason for Xiao Chen to lose this battle that spanned tens of thousands of years. Just as Xiao Chen spoke, the light behind the deity started to dim. The bright light started to dissipate, finally vanishing into nothingness. Rumble. A boundless sea appeared behind Xiao Chen. The sound of the sea surged and waves surged. Layers of waves surged and surged. There was a dragon roar and a blue dragon leaped out of the sea. A man holding a saber stood on the dragon's head. The moment he appeared, the 18 blue dragons surrounding Xiao Chen immediately flew behind him. The dragon roars rang out endlessly, shaking the surroundings. Cracks actually appeared at the borders of this space, extending to the horizon. The man standing on the dragon's head looked at the deity in the sky and revealed a disdainful smile. He pushed off the ground and his figure disappeared. Pu ci. There was a flash of saber light and the head of the deity in the sky was chopped off. It was so fast that Xiao Chen could not even see its back. The naked eye could not keep up at all. Heaven and earth shattered. The scene in front of Xiao Chen changed again. All the lava from the volcano disappeared. A black flag was stuck in the middle of a desolate land. Xiao Chen seemed to have come from beyond the heavens. He slowly landed on the ground and walked over to the black flag. The word Yen was written on the flag. Xiao Chen did not hesitate. He walked over and picked up the black flag. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged. A strong wind blew and sand and rocks flew. Who? Xiao Chen opened his mouth and swallowed the black flag. He wanted to swallow up the Taoist rhymes contained in the flag. The space instantly turned still. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He carefully comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, comprehending the Taoist rhymes left by the sage in the flag. The surrounding environment changed continuously. Sometimes, there was smoke everywhere. Blood splattered everywhere in the ancient battlefield. Sages fell and great demons were destroyed. Sometimes, it was a snowy night. Under the full moon, flowers filled the sky. A handsome man and a beautiful woman lingered together. Sometimes, it was a sage comprehending the Tao. Mysterious phenomena appeared in the sky. Boundless lightning crackled as the sage comprehended the great Tao amidst the thunder, materializing his own laws. In the end, all this disappeared, leaving behind only a boundless gray. A figure stood in the air, looking into the distance. There was a boundless loneliness in his eyes, an indescribable loneliness. This was the life of a sage. He was once young and frivolous, full of love and hatred, flipping the mortal world upside down. He was once unrivaled in the world, ascending into the heavens and descending into the earth, plucking the stars and the moon. He was omnipotent. However, in the end, he still left behind a boundless loneliness, a loneliness that no one could understand. There was a long sigh. Since ancient times, the sages were all lonely. 10,000 years of worldly affairs were all for naught. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with chaos. He saw the life of an ancient great sage. It felt as long as 10,000 years, but it also felt like only an instant. It was like a hazy dream. Chapter 128. Who? Amid the chaos, a black flag materialized in Xiao Chen's eyes. Finally, it materialized in the air. Xiao Chen shouted and flew into the air. Then, he grabbed the pole of the flag and stabbed it into the ground. A resounding Xiao character appeared on the black flag. This was the mark left by the sage. In the end, Xiao Chen had assimilated it. Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, and his surroundings changed again. Xiao Chen stood on the bow of the silver warship. He had finally returned to the real world. The black flag on the bow fluttered. The Yen character on the flag had disappeared, replaced by the Xiao character. This secret treasure finally bore Xiao Chen's mark. Xiao Chen smiled gently and sent out his spiritual sense. He started to check the formation lines on the secret treasure. After a while, he withdrew his spiritual sense. He felt slightly disappointed. The formation lines on the offensive formation had not improved. There were no signs of them being repaired. It looked like he could only redraw them when his cultivation realm increased. However, the other functions of the secret treasure had already recovered. It was no different from when it was at its peak. At the very least, its speed and defense should not disappoint Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and jumped off the bow. The secret treasure still had to go through lightning for 49 days before it could truly condense the Tao of heaven and earth. For the time being, there was nothing for Xiao Chen to do. Being 10,000 meters in the air, there was a different feeling. Xiao Chen felt this special feeling as he quickly descended to the ground. An unending stream of dark clouds appeared below Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense and saw countless raindrops falling from the clouds. When the clouds collided, thunder roared and lightning tore through the sky. Xiao Chen sighed, "When one is in the sky, I nearly forgot about the mundane world." Xiao Chen had not finished using the medial-grade spirit stones in his hand. He infused his essence into his body and charged through the dark clouds. The essence on his body blocked off the falling raindrops, allowing them to flow out of his body. Xiao Chen suddenly became interested. He used the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula to imitate Ji Chankong's martial technique. His body turned into a meteor and landed on the ground. Boom! The meteor pierced through the endless curtain of rain in the sky and landed on the ground in an instant. It exploded with a loud bang, and Xiao Chen's figure appeared. The surrounding air waves shook, and countless raindrops evaporated in an instant. Looking at the medial-grade spirit stone that had completely lost its luster, Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished. He muttered, "This is a martial technique that requires an inherited martial spirit. Using the changing character formula to imitate it consumes too much energy. I have to remember this in the future." Xiao Chen tossed aside the medial-grade spirit stone that he had exhausted all his essence. Then, he walked quickly through the rain. Xiao Chen walked quickly on the Jianghu River. Finally, he passed through the gushing waterfall and entered the cave. He took out the ancient martial techniques from the universe ring. Xiao Chen started to read them slowly. These so-called ancient words were the traditional Chinese characters of China. It was not difficult for Xiao Chen to read them. He had just seen the life of an ancient sage and gained some comprehension in his heart. This kind of comprehension was a very profound state. Xiao Chen felt his mind become much clearer. Many of the problems that he could not figure out in the past were instantly solved. He did not know when this state would disappear. Hence, he quickly took out the ancient martial techniques and read them carefully, hoping to gain some comprehension. The ancient martial techniques were very different from the martial techniques of the present world. The biggest difference was that the ancient martial techniques were not divided into heaven, earth, profound, or yellow. Xiao Chen read them carefully one by one. He did not seek to understand all of them, he just wanted to gain some comprehension. He skipped over the parts that he could not understand. He would not be stuck at a dead end. Just like that, Xiao Chen read the 5 ancient martial techniques in the cave for half a month. Only when the feeling of comprehension disappeared did Xiao Chen stop. Hua la la. The waterfall in front of the cave continued to flow. Xiao Chen looked through the waterfall and saw that the rain did not stop. It continued to pour without end. Because the silver warship had to undergo a baptism of lightning, the rain did not stop for the past half a month. Xiao Chen got up and passed through the gushing waterfall with a shwa sound. He faced the pouring rain and landed on the gushing Jianghu River. The water on the Jianghu River surged. It had already reached the riverbank long ago. The current on the river was faster than ever. Xiao Chen's blue dragon cloud soaring art had already reached the small perfection. Relying on this heaven-ranked movement technique, he stood firmly on the surface of the gushing river, not panicking at all. Closing his eyes, Xiao Chen allowed the rain to fall on him. He carefully thought about the gains he had made in the past half a month. His mind was clear and he entered a wondrous state. The ancient martial techniques gave him a lot of inspiration. Some of them were sword techniques, some were purely cultivation techniques, and some were spear techniques. However, Xiao Chen did not intend to practice them. These martial techniques were not the peak martial techniques of the ancient era. As the saying goes, one should not bite off more than one can chew. If he were to practice them all over again, the gains would not make up for the losses. When the various martial techniques were mixed together, they would end up becoming fetters. Xiao Chen intended to continue comprehending the rushing thunder saber technique. He wanted to combine the things he had comprehended in the past half a month, the blue dragon cloud soaring art, and the battle sage origins changing character formula. He wanted to make the rushing thunder saber technique undergo a qualitative change. The difficulty of this was no less than creating a new martial technique. Using the rushing thunder saber technique as the core, Xiao Chen combined what he had learned in the past and his recent comprehensions to refine the rushing thunder saber technique. Xiao Chen stood on the surface of the Zhuang River for half a month. He seemed to have felt the bloodline of the Zhuang River. The gushing river water seemed to have merged with him. Pu Ci. On this day, Xiao Chen finally opened his eyes. His black pupils were calm, without any ripples. With a thought, the lunar shadow saber appeared in his right hand from the universe ring with a schwa sound. Drawing the saber. Xiao Chen's feet moved slightly and his right hand slowly brandished the saber. There was no light on the saber. With a schwa sound, the saber flashed through the rain, passing through the gaps between the raindrops. It disappeared in a flash. It was extremely fast and did not get any water on it. Boom! A bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere and landed on the surface of the water. There was a loud rumble and a 2-meter-tall wave was kicked up. Electricity flowed on the surface of the water and was transmitted to Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen's expression did not change at all. The electricity crackled and exploded on his skin. He looked like he was covered in electricity, but it did not injure him at all. Finally, the electricity gathered on the black blade of the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen took a step forward and made use of this electricity to quickly draw his saber. Arc light chop. A purple arc, carrying with it a 2-meter-long electric light, exploded in the rain with a bang. In an instant, the water droplets immediately evaporated into steam. A mist spread out, and the surrounding space seemed to be cut off. There was a momentary emptiness in the pouring rain. Boom! Another bolt of lightning resounded and the waves soared to the sky. Xiao Chen soared into the sky, creating an intense wave under his feet. For this rushing heaven chop, Xiao Chen combined the dragon soaring cloud art. His figure was as fast as a flood dragon. Everywhere he passed, the rain was cut in half. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen moved several hundred meters. With the help of the blue dragon cloud soaring art, his body suddenly spun in midair and actually paused for a moment. In a situation where he did not use the gravity spell, this was almost impossible. The gravity spell took too long to activate, so it did not have much combat value. Thus, Xiao Chen usually only used it to escape. Pooh! The instant he paused, Xiao Chen's aura suddenly rose to its peak. Under the pressure of this aura, the falling rain seemed to slow down. Boom! 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 Rushing thunder chop. Xiao Chen shouted and thunder roared behind him. Countless claps of thunder sounded out, making his aura even more horrifying. It was like a thunder god had descended. Bang! Carrying the momentum of the rushing thunder, Xiao Chen chopped the water with his saber. The huge force sliced the water in half like tofu, forming a wall of water. Then, a 3-meter-high wave rose. Xiao Chen landed in the water and the walls of water on both sides quickly closed up. Although the walls of water looked soft, they contained 1,000 kilograms of force. It could easily crush a cultivator into meat paste. Rushing thunder second chain chop. Using the energy accumulated from the previous 4 attacks, Xiao Chen quickly executed the rushing thunder second chain chop. This attack did not have a clear target, it was just swung at the air. Hu Qi. A whirlpool of energy appeared in the air, sucking in the walls of water that were closing up and forming a huge whirlpool. Xiao Chen pushed off gently and jumped to the riverbank. The whirlpool spun for a long time. The surrounding river water was all gathered together. After a while, a huge pillar of water rose up and rushed to the sky. Xiao Chen stood on the riverbank and looked at the pillar of water rushing to the sky. There was not much satisfaction on his face. In the past month, Xiao Chen had used the Sage Dao comprehension and the ancient martial techniques to evolve the rushing thunder chop to an even more horrifying level. However, it was still far from the goal in his heart. The martial techniques that he had learned were not completely melded together. In the past month, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the potential of the rushing thunder saber technique was limitless. It did not seem like a profound ranked martial technique at all. Even until now, he still could not understand the laws contained within it. He was also unable to execute the rushing thunder third chain chop. He felt that something was missing. Xiao Chen sighed slightly and smiled bitterly. Looks like it will be difficult for me to completely comprehend the rushing thunder saber technique as a superior grade martial master. After resting for a while, Xiao Chen looked into the distance. His gaze penetrated through the misty rain. He looked at the middle-sized spirit-gathering formation at the peak of the mountain in the distance. Then, he executed the gravity spell and flew in that direction. After a while, he passed through the boundless clouds. Xiao Chen stood on the peak of the mountain once again. It was raining here as well. However, it was raining spiritual energy that had turned into spiritual liquid. In the center of the spirit-gathering formation, the golden pillar of light was still as resplendent as before. The spirit spring on the silver warship had already been repaired long ago. At this moment, it was undergoing the baptism of lightning and did not need the help of spiritual energy. Xiao Chen stored the spiritual energy in the center of the spirit-gathering formation into his universe ring. Then, he walked into the spirit-gathering formation and sat down cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. He did not want to waste the spiritual energy that he had gathered. In an instant, the liquefied spiritual energy in the air all gathered on Xiao Chen's body. Boundless spiritual energy poured into Xiao Chen's body. The spiritual energy in Xiao Chen's meridians surged endlessly. The speed of his cultivation in the spirit-gathering formation was much faster than the cave behind the waterfall. Xiao Chen consumed another fasting pill and started to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation. Chapter 129. The time spent cultivating was incomparably lonely. The sun rose and set, the clouds gathered and dispersed. Xiao Chen seemed to have entered a meditative state, not moving at all. Ka. After half a month, the lines on the spirit-gathering formation started to slowly crack. The 40 medial-grade spirit stones all turned into powder. Boom! Xiao Chen opened his eyes and shot out a purple light. After more than a month of bitter cultivation, in addition to the cultivation of the spirit-gathering formation, he had finally reached the peak of superior-grade martial master. He smiled faintly, finally revealing a satisfied expression. However, when he thought about how Ji Changkong had already become a martial saint long ago and how those noble clan disciples with inherited martial spirits were all at the peak of martial grand master, he could not help but feel dispirited. If he was like these people and could awaken his martial spirit at birth, he would not have wasted 15 years. With his talent, his cultivation speed would not be any slower than these people. Boom! A huge silver warship slowly landed on the peak of the mountain. After 49 days of baptism by lightning, this ancient secret treasure had finally recovered some of its former glory. However, this huge warship was too conspicuous. With a thought, the flag on the bow of the warship flew into Xiao Chen's eyes. The warship quickly became smaller. After a while, a small silver boat appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and jumped onto the boat. He looked at the distant white-water city and said softly, "It is time to go back." The formation activated and the small silver boat soared into the sky. It moved as fast as lightning. It was several times faster than when Xiao Chen used the gravity spell. The wind whistled by his ears continuously. Xiao Chen stood on the bow with his hands behind his back. His clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind. There was a trace of indifference on his sharp face. Unexpectedly, there was a trace of the ethereal feeling of an immortal. Xiao Chen was incomparably excited. There had never been a flight that was as carefree as this one. Every cell in his body was relaxed. Finally, Xiao Chen slowed down and increased the altitude of the ship, avoiding those flying beasts. He sat at the bow and took out a bottle of wine from his universe ring. Then, he took out some snacks and started to drink by himself. At this moment, the torrential rain that had been raining for a month finally stopped. The sunlight after the rain warmed everyone. Xiao Chen enjoyed the wind as he drank and ate. As he looked at the different scenery in the sky, he occasionally revealed a contented smile. At this moment, he finally experienced the feeling of an immortal. For 1,000 kilometers of the world, anywhere he wanted to go. Tasting a bottle of wine, watching the clouds gather and scatter, flowers bloom and wilt, gazing at the sun, the moon, mountains, and rivers. Xiao Chen sat at the bow and traveled in the sky. When he was about to leave Savage Forest, a black warship appeared in Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. Startled, Xiao Chen quickly increased the altitude of the small silver boat. He searched the surroundings carefully. After a while, the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace, the Gi Marquis' golden warship, and the Hua clan's warship appeared one after another. Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile and said, "This group of people is really patient. It has already been more than a month, and they still have not left." Hu Qi. Suddenly, the silver warship accelerated. Xiao Chen entered the hold of the warship and activated the formation in the secret treasure with all his might. At this moment, the secret treasure of the ancient sages displayed a horrifying speed. It streaked across the sky like a silver bolt of lightning, heading for Whitewater City at lightning speed. The distance of more than 1,000 meters was covered in an instant. Xiao Chen stopped the silver warship in the sky above Whitewater City. He was not in a rush to descend. Xiao Chen did not even need to think to know the situation in the city. His wanted posters were everywhere. The noble clans had issued a kill order for him at the same time. This was not something that the Jiang clan's wanted poster could compare to. Xiao Chen thought about the compendium of cultivation. There was a shape-shifting technique. When practiced to great perfection, one could turn into anything in the world. Mountains, rivers, birds, beasts, even the sun, moon, and stars could be used. Now that he thought about it, it seemed like he could use it here. Xiao Chen did not have any extravagant hopes of reaching that legendary realm. All he needed was to change his appearance slightly. The sun set in the west. In the blink of an eye, it was dusk. Xiao Chen had already practiced the shape-shifting technique to the point where he could change his appearance. However, he was not very proficient. He could not change his height or physique. Actually, with Xiao Chen's Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's third layer, he could practice many of the minor spells in the compendium of cultivation. However, he did not have the time to study them. This resulted in him needing to use the shape-shifting technique. Furthermore, he had no choice but to use it on the spot. The full moon hung high in the sky, and the stars dotted the sky. Night fell completely. Xiao Chen turned into a dark-skinned middle-aged man. He prepared to sneak into Whitewater City during the night. Dong! Dong! Just at this moment, the spirit blood jade in front of Xiao Chen's chest suddenly moved. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. After a while, Bai jumped out of the spirit blood jade. After sleeping for such a long time, the moment Bai jumped out, it immediately dove into Xiao Chen's embrace. When it saw the dark-skinned Xiao Chen, it did not understand what was going on. Its large eyes were filled with doubt as it looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled happily and restored his appearance. Bai immediately became intimate with him. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I am currently being chased by bad people. I cannot reveal my true appearance. Hide in the spirit blood jade first. Later, I will treat you to some fish porridge." Bai nodded obediently. It gestured with its hands that there was a very big bowl. This meant that it wanted to eat a big bowl of fish porridge. It looked extremely cute, causing Xiao Chen to be unable to restrain a smile. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense and found a place with no one around. Then, he quickly descended from the sky. Xiao Chen turned back into the dark-skinned middle-aged man from earlier. His appearance was completely different from before. Then, he swaggered over to the city gates. There were 6 wanted posters of Xiao Chen pasted on the city walls. Under each of the posters, there was a huge bounty. Aside from the bounty, the noble clans would also offer a spirit weapon and a high-ranked martial technique. What surprised Xiao Chen was that he also saw the wanted poster of the Shiha province's Yan clan. He could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. When the noble clans make their move, they are indeed incomparably tyrannical. Dongming Province, Nanling Province, Shiha Province, and the King's Residence. The 4 prefectures of the Great Qin nation are all after me. It looks like there is no longer a place for me in this world. After entering Whitewater City, Xiao Chen headed straight for Liushang Pavilion. As night approached, Liushan Pavilion's business was booming. When Xiao Chen walked in, the first floor was already filled with tables. He could not see any empty seats. Xiao Chen headed straight for the second floor. The second floor was filled with cultivators. At this moment, they were loudly discussing the events of the past month. It has been more than a month. The noble clans have practically flipped the entire savage forest upside down. However, they still have not found Xiao Chen. After so many years, this is the first time I saw so many people challenging the noble clans at the same time. Even the Night Spirit Palace's Mu Qingxue was not as famous as the current Xiao Chen. I do not understand. How did Xiao Chen offend so many noble clans at the same time? Haha, this Xiao Chen had already offended 3 noble clans because of the ancient remnant map. After he entered the ancient remnant, I heard from the people who escaped that he robbed the 4 noble clans. He did not even let the Guy Marquis off. Doesn't that mean that this fellow has a great treasure on him? If we capture him, we will have struck it rich. There is no need to capture him. As long as we have news of him and report it to the noble clans, we will be able to obtain 1,000 gold taels. As Xiao Chen headed for the 3rd floor, he heard the loud discussions of the cultivators on the 2nd floor. This caused him to feel somewhat astonished. He did not expect that after so long, he would still be in the eye of the storm. After flashing his VIP card, Xiao Chen headed for the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was much quieter. They were all haggling in low voices. When Xiao Chen looked over, he discovered that many people were trading for some of the treasures in the ancient remnant. Although many cultivators died miserably on this trip to the ancient remnant, there was no lack of lucky cultivators or strong cultivators who found good things. Hey! Just as Xiao Chen was about to sit down, he saw a cultivator at a table, about to trade for a small and exquisite copper bell. That copper bell had an ancient charm to it. Unfortunately, the surface of it was badly damaged. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense over. When it came in contact with the copper bell, a loud chime resounded in his mind. His mind shook and he nearly fainted. He was greatly startled and quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. Hey! I risked my life to find this bell in a coffin in the ancient remnant. It is definitely a secret treasure. To think you are only willing to pay 1,000 silver taels for it. What a bastard. The owner of the copper bell was a martial grand master dressed in grey robes. At this moment, his expression was extremely agitated. His right arm was broken in half. When he heard the other party's bid, his face turned ashen and his expression was filled with resentment. During this trip to the ancient remnant, his right arm was broken in half and he became a cripple. He originally thought that he would be able to sell this copper bell for a good price. Who knew it was only worth 1,000 silver taels? Opposite the grey-robed martial grand master was a merchant. He had an impatient expression on his face as he said unhappily, "There are good and bad secret treasures as well. This copper bell of yours is clearly damaged and can no longer be used. How can it be worth so much? If it was not for the fact that it is quite old and has some value as a collector, I would be too lazy to even pay 1,000 silver taels for it. Do you want to sell it or not? Don't waste my time. You are ruthless." The cultivator with the broken arm said with an ashen expression before he turned and left the table. The merchant at the table smiled coldly. "What is this? It is just like a piece of scrap metal. To think I thought it was a treasure." The surrounding people all looked over. When the cultivator with the broken arm heard this, his face flushed red. He felt ashamed in his heart and he quickened his pace. Xiao Chen walked over and stopped this person. That person looked at Xiao Chen angrily and said, "What are you trying to do? Are you still selling the copper bell in your hand?" "I am interested," Xiao Chen smiled faintly. The cultivator with the broken arm smiled coldly. "You want to take advantage of me? I risked my life for it. If you want to take advantage of me, there is no way." Xiao Chen smiled gently and did not say anything. He placed an inferior grade spirit stone into the cultivator's clothes. When the cultivator with the broken arm touched his clothes, he was startled. "Here. Many thanks." He handed the copper bell to Xiao Chen and bowed deeply to Xiao Chen. He did not say anything else and immediately left Liushang Pavilion. Xiao Chen looked at the cultivators back and sighed in his heart. This was the path of a cultivator. Behind the surface, they lived a life that was 10,000 times more dangerous than ordinary people. Once they were severely injured, they could only be an ordinary person for the rest of their life. Chapter 130. This person could be considered lucky to have met Xiao Chen. There were cultivators who had the same experience as him. After they became crippled, they did not even have enough food and clothing to eat. They ended up living a miserable life. At this moment, a manservant suddenly walked over. He said to Xiao Chen, "Dear guest, our young master invites you up." Xiao Chen was slightly startled. "I have already changed my appearance. How did Fatso recognize me?" Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chen put away the copper bell and followed the manservant to the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, when the familiar face of Fatso saw Xiao Chen come up, he immediately laughed and walked forward. He patted Xiao Chen hard and said, "Brat, you are really capable. You managed to hide for so long without being discovered by the noble clans. What's wrong? Are you really looking for this fat lord to run away this time?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and voiced the doubts in his heart. Fatso gestured for Xiao Chen to sit down. Then, he unfurled his signature fan with a schwa sound. He smiled proudly and said, "It is just that this fat lord's intelligence is slightly higher than others. I know that you will change your appearance when you enter the city. However, the ring on your finger will not change. That is why I gave every manservant a drawing. As long as they see a person wearing a ring like yours, they are to immediately invite him over." Xiao Chen looked at the universe ring in his hand and frowned slightly. He did not expect there to be such an obvious flaw in his plan. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and looked at Fatso. He asked, "That day on the stone platform, after I left, did any of you see any movements from Chu Chaoyun?" Fatso shook his head and sighed, "No. After you flew away that day, all of us left the stone platform. No one noticed Chu Chaoyun. When we returned, the Heavenly Emperor's coffin and corpse, as well as Chu Chaoyun, had all disappeared." Hearing those words, Xiao Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He carefully pondered. He seemed to have cleared up some of the doubts he had about the journey to the remnants. However, he couldn't figure out why Chu Chaoyun and the Celestial Emperor's coffin had disappeared together. Although the Tianwu Emperor was not an ancient martial emperor, he had comprehended the laws of heaven and earth and comprehended his own Tao. Taoist rhymes automatically appeared around the corpse, repelling the space ring. It could not be stored in the space ring at all. Since it was such a huge coffin, how did it disappear? For the past month or so, aside from cultivating, Xiao Chen had been thinking about the various aspects of this trip to the ruins. He felt as though there was an invisible hand pushing the whole thing forward. Everyone had become someone else's pawn. Xiao Chen said to Fatso, "Have you ever wondered how the Jiang family got the map of the relic?" No one knew how the Jiang family had obtained the blueprint. The blueprint seemed to have suddenly flown out without any warning. After that, it was very coincidentally leaked out, dragging in the noble clans of the Dongming province. In the end, no one expected that the Jiang family would have the support of the Ji family. The Jiang family had the support of the Ji family, so they were not afraid of these aristocratic families. Everything had formed a delicate balance. No one could explore the ruins alone, they could only advance together. Kim Tae-ho took out a few maps of different ages from his bosom. These maps were all incomparably ancient. They gave off an aura of vicissitudes. Xiao Chen guessed that the oldest one was at least 3,000 years old. Fatso said slowly, "We reacted too late. Before we entered the relic, I already felt that something was wrong. So, I ordered people to gather all the information about the relic in the Dongming province. In the end, I only received news a few days ago. The final location of these maps was the underground palace that we went to. I took a look. The earliest map was from the time when the Tianwu dynasty was just destroyed." Xiao Chen was startled. The Tianwu dynasty had already been destroyed for 5,000 years. That was to say, someone had started this plan 5,000 years ago. Then, it continued until today. Thinking of the strange stone platform and the countless corpses on it, Shaochen said in disbelief, "Do you think that someone wanted to revive the Tianwu emperor?" There was clearly an ancient formation below the stone platform. It absorbed everyone's spiritual energy and life force and gathered them together. Fatso scratched his head and said, "That should not be possible. In the history of the Tianwu continent, I have never heard of any method to revive a person. Even the emperor could not do it. There were many corpses that turned into corpses, but they did not have their memories from when they were alive." Shaochen thought about it and felt that it made sense. Reviving a dead person was something that went against the cycle of the Great Tao. If it really happened, the laws of heaven and earth would definitely change. What do you think of the headless sage on the platform? Shaochen remembered that he still had a broken sword in his universe ring. Until now, he could not figure out what was so special about it. He wanted to see if he could get some answers from Fatso. Kim Tae-ho took out a very old drawing and said, "This is the drawing from 1,000 years ago. That was the era when the great Qin nation was at its strongest. Be it the Dongming province, the Shihe province, or the southern province, they all produced many geniuses. The people who went that time were all peak characters of that era. Every one of them was a martial sage. According to my understanding, that should have been the last time. However, it seems like it was destroyed by someone in the end. That is why we are here in the ancient remnant." The more Shaochen thought about it, the more terrifying the person who set it up became. Even a martial sage was toyed with in the palm of his hand. Shaochen did not know who the person who destroyed it was. His cultivation was definitely not low. After Fatso muttered to himself for a while, he said, "According to the situation of that era, there was only one person in the great Qin nation who could destroy this." "Who?" "The Thunder King, Sang Mu." Kim Tae-ho enunciated every word clearly. The Thunder King was the last Emperor Wu of the Great Qin nation. He was also the strongest person in the Great Qin nation at that time. His whereabouts in his later years were a mystery. I believe that it is definitely related to this incident. Shaochen was not astonished. In reality, his guess was the same as Fatso's. The wounds on the necks of those martial sages did indeed have traces of lightning. If Ao Jiao woke up in the future, Shaochen could go and ask her. As the item spirit of the Thunderwood sword, she should know something. "You seem to have forgotten about someone?" Shaochen did not continue on this topic and changed the topic. Kim Tae-ho smiled faintly and said, "I know who you are talking about. Chu Chaoyun. I can only say that this person is very mysterious and very strong. It is best that you do not offend him." "I cannot offend him." However, Shaochen had a premonition in his heart that there would be a battle between him and Chu Chaoyun sooner or later. This was a kind of intuition that had no basis or reason. It was just a feeling that he had. After asking around, Shaochen got up and prepared to leave. Fatso quickly pulled him back and said, "Do you really not need me to help you escape? The people of the noble clans are all looking for you." Shaochen smiled faintly and said, "There is no need." "That's right, get someone to bring me some fish porridge. I have a use for it." Fatso called the waiter over to help Shaochen with the fish porridge. Then he said, "That's right. At this time, the people of the noble clans and the Jiang clan are all in Savage Forest. Whitewater City is much safer. However, I say, Brother Shao, have you really forgotten something?" Shaochen felt somewhat suspicious as he asked, "What is it?" Fatso chuckled and took out a promissory note. He said, "Brother Shao, did you forget about this promissory note so quickly? Furthermore, it does not matter who you sell the treasures of the 4 noble clans to. If you sell them to me, I will forget about this debt." "I actually forgot about this matter." Shaochen thought for a while. He had no use for those things, so he took out all the battle armor, spirit weapons, ancient martial techniques, and medicinal pills from his universe ring. These treasures piled up like a small mountain on the small table. Fatso stared at them with wide eyes. After a while, he could not help but laugh loudly. After a while, Fatso noticed that Xiao Chen was looking at him strangely. He quickly stopped laughing and said, I can't help it, I can't help it. That's right, aren't there still spirit stones? That is good stuff. Everyone in the 3 noble clans has quite a bit. This Fatso was extraordinarily greedy. Xiao Chen said indifferently, don't even think about spirit stones. I will sell these things to you. I will pay half with spirit stones and the other half with gold banknotes. Fatso's smiling face immediately turned bitter. He said, Brother Xiao, let me tell you this. Gold banknotes are easy to get, but spirit stones are not. Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, in that case, I will exchange all of them for gold banknotes. However, it is best to settle everything tomorrow morning. After that, I will probably not appear in Dongming province again. Fatso knew Xiao Chen's situation. He said, no problem. Here are 20 essence light arrows. Miss Xiao Xiao asked me to give them to you before she left. Xiao Chen received the essence light arrows from Fatso. Suddenly, he thought of a problem. His expression changed, damn Fatso. Could it be that the essence light arrows from before were given to me by Su Xiao Xiao? Fatso smiled embarrassedly. He kept the things on the table and quickly ran out like a whirlwind. The answer to the question went without saying. Fatso had a guilty conscience. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen received the 8 million taels of gold banknotes from Fatso and left Liushang Pavilion. 8 million taels of gold banknotes was a large sum of money. Even the annual income of the Whitewater City's Jiang clan was not that much. Not long after Xiao Chen left Liushang Pavilion, he immediately felt a faintly discernible killing qi spreading around him. Xiao Chen was startled and quickly extended his spiritual sense. The merchant who made the deal with the cultivator with the severed arm led a few martial grand masters and carefully followed behind Xiao Chen. They hid themselves very well. If it were not for that strand of killing qi that he did not control well, Xiao Chen would not have been able to discover them. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and walked forward. When he arrived at a desolate alley, he immediately entered it. The group of people quickly followed him. The alley was a dead end. Even after the group of people walked to the end, they did not see Xiao Chen's shadow. The leader could not help but curse, where is he? Where did he run off to? Are the few of you looking for me? Xiao Chen slowly descended from the air and blocked the exit of the alley. He smiled faintly. That person was stunned at first, but his face lit up with joy. He laughed loudly, we were just looking for you. You ran out yourself. Hand over all the spirit stones on you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He smiled faintly, I don't seem to have any grudges with the few of you. There is no need to force me to my death. Chapter 131. The leader took out a spirit stone and smiled coldly, you even dare to cause trouble for our Jiang clan's business. You can only blame yourself for being blind. You are actually willing to pay an inferior grade spirit stone for a broken bell. Don't you understand the meaning of not flaunting one's wealth? Xiao Chen's heart trembled. So these people are from the Jiang clan. No wonder they are so daring. He could not help but have a bad premonition. Xiao Chen asked coldly, where is the cultivator with the broken arm from last night? Huh, that trash. Kill him. Leaving this kind of trash in this world is a burden. Buying his broken bell for 1,000 silver taels was already giving him a lot of face. To think he did not even want to sell it to me. So be it if I kill him, the leader said indifferently. Xiao Chen was incomparably furious in his heart. So be it if I kill him. In the eyes of this group of people, what are human lives? Are they not even comparable to beasts? Cut the crap, kill him. The leader was already running out of patience. He opened his mouth to call for people to take down Xiao Chen. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw a purple light flash in front of him. His body had already been cut into two. Fresh blood slowly flowed out of the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen took out an old cloth and wiped the blood off. After a while, he shot out a few purple flames and burned the 5 corpses to ashes. Xiao Chen used an hour to deal with the 5 inferior-grade martial Grand Masters. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation as a peak martial master, coupled with his rushing thunder saber technique and azure dragon cloud soaring art that were nearing great perfection, Xiao Chen was able to deal with them easily. Unless one was at the peak of the martial Grand Master realm or possessed an inherited martial spirit or other secret treasures, they would not be able to last more than 10 moves against Xiao Chen. After the rushing thunder saber technique was executed at full power, it was like the roar of thunder and lightning. Each move was stronger than the one before it. Killing enemies of higher cultivation realms was as easy as flipping a palm against those with weak willpower. It was as easy as chopping vegetables. After using his essence, Xiao Chen's appearance returned to normal. This was the disadvantage of not reaching the small success stage of the shape-shifting technique. As long as he used his essence, he would immediately reveal his true form. The reason why I am where I am today is because Jianghu ridiculed me at the start, forcefully robbing me. If it were not for the Jiang clan, I would not be treated like a street rat, wanted by the noble clans. If it were not for the Jiang clan, that cultivator with a severed arm would not have said that he was killed so casually after he was killed. Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot. According to Kim Taeho's information, the Jiang clan head and a few martial saint experts were currently searching for him in the forest. In other words, there were no martial saints in the Jiang residence. There was no one who could threaten him. There were too many injustices in this world. Xiao Chen did not want to care about them, nor was he willing to. However, this Jiang clan was too hateful, pestering him endlessly. In that case, I'll just kill them all, Xiao Chen thought to himself. He put on a black cloak and slowly walked towards the Jiang residence. The Jiang residence was located on a large street in the west of the city. It occupied an area of more than 1,000 square meters. The entrance to the Jiang residence was very grand. The steps were 10 meters tall, and there were 10 martial masters standing on each side. Together with 2 tall stone lions, it looked very impressive. Who is standing there sneakily? Don't you know this is the Jiang clan? If you don't scram, I'll break your legs. When the cultivators saw Xiao Chen standing in front of the Jiang residence in a black cloak, they shouted loudly. Xiao Chen removed his hood, revealing a sharp face. His face looked like it was carved with a knife. He released his killing intent without hiding it. He smiled faintly and said, "Do I not even have the right to stand here? It's Xiao Chen. Quickly kill him." The clan head said that if you kill him, he will immediately give you the position of an elder. Everyone immediately recognized Xiao Chen's appearance. 20 martial masters wielded sabers and charged at Xiao Chen with a strong killing intent. Suddenly, a boundless flame appeared in Xiao Chen's right eye. Finally, it turned into a purple light. Boom! The bodies of the 20 martial masters burst into flames. There were miserable cries. Before they could reach Xiao Chen, they turned into a pile of ashes. A cultivator who had opened the doors of the Jiang residence happened to see this scene. He immediately screamed in fright and closed the doors again. Half of the essence in his body had been exhausted. Xiao Chen took out an essence pill and swallowed it. 20 martial masters were not a threat to him. However, he did not want to drag this out. He had to end this quickly, before the noble clans arrived. Bang! Xiao Chen kicked the doors of the Jiang residence open. He had just taken 2 steps when he saw an old man holding a saber that flickered with a cold light. He led a group of cultivators over. The one leading them was the previous first elder of the Jiang clan, Jiang Yun's younger brother, Jiang Yueheng. He looked at Xiao Chen, who was slowly walking over. Jiang Yueheng's face was not alarmed. Instead, he revealed a ruthless expression as he said, "There is a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Instead, you barge into hell. Today, I will skin you alive to take revenge for my big brother." Pu Ci. The reply he received was an essence light arrow flying at him. The arrow buzzed in the air as it streaked across the sky. It flew at lightning speed towards Jiang Yueheng's chest. Jiang Yueheng was startled. His big brother was shot to death by this essence light arrow. After that, he was nailed to the top of the city wall in humiliation. He was very clear about the speed of the Essence Light Arrow and the might of the Soul Slayer Bow. He did not dodge. He circulated his essence and held the saber in his hand across his chest. Boom! However, when the Soul Slayer Bow was drawn with all his might, together with the Essence Light Arrow, its speed was simply too fast. Even though he had calculated the position of the Essence Light Arrow, he was still unable to block it. By the time he held the saber across his chest, the Essence Light Arrow had already pierced through his chest. The huge force sent his body flying into the air. Finally, he was nailed to a high wall. Blood flowed out of his mouth continuously, and his eyes bulged so much that it looked terrifying. The surroundings were completely silent. When they saw Jianghu, who was showing off his might earlier, get nailed to the high wall the moment he finished speaking, they all took in a deep breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with incredulity. Xiaochen put away the Soul Slayer Bow and looked around. He did not give them any time to be astonished. He headed straight for the place with the most martial Grand Masters. The blue dragon cloud soaring art was executed to its limits. Xiaochen moved as though he was flying on flat ground. He instantly arrived in the middle of the crowd. There was a thunderous roar as he executed drawing the saber. There was a flash of saber light, and a martial Grand Master was immediately chopped in half. The Jiang clan cultivators reacted and quickly surrounded Xiaochen. The three cultivators behind them leaped into the air and hacked at Xiaochen's back with their sabers. If he turned around to block, the momentum of the rushing thunder saber technique would be broken. Xiaochen did not bother with them. Arc light chop. A 2-meter-long purple arc of electricity streaked across the air. One of the three martial Grand Masters in front could not dodge in time. He was chopped in half by the arc light, and half of his body was chopped off. Electricity leaped about in the arc light, and a shockwave spread out. The cultivators who wanted to surround Xiaochen were immediately knocked back. Bang! 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 There were 3 muffled sounds as the 3 sabers on Xiaochen's back hacked down violently. The qi infused into the sabers immediately tore the clothes on Xiaochen's back into pieces. The 3 people's faces lit up with joy as they shouted, "Put in more effort. Chop this brat down." The sabers hacked down on the battle armor. Although the battle armor blocked the sabers, it could not block the qi infused into the sabers. When the 3 qi infused into Xiaochen's body, even though his body was strong, his internal organs were still shaken. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Rushing heaven chop. Xiaochen did not care about the attacks behind him. He pushed off the ground and turned into a beam of light. He soared into the sky and instantly pierced through the chests of the 6 martial Grand Masters in front of him. Blood immediately filled the sky and landed on Xiaochen's body, dyeing him like a demon. The instant he left the ground, there was a clap of thunder behind him. The 3 martial Grand Masters who sneak attacked him immediately exploded into a pile of meat paste. Hu Qi. Xiaochen suddenly turned around in the air and paused for a moment. Blood dyed his black clothes red. His aura rose to its peak, and the people below trembled in fear. Rushing thunder chop. Boundless thunder resounded behind him like a huge wave. Each wave was higher than the one before, causing his aura to rise to an untouchable level. Bang! A martial Grand Master below used his saber to block. The spirit weapon in his hand was immediately chopped in half. The lunar shadow saber slashed down from above. There was a loud explosion, and the Jiang clan martial Grand Master's corpse that was chopped in half exploded to the sides. Rushing thunder second chain chop. The boundless thunder suddenly stopped. Heaven and earth became incomparably quiet. Suddenly, the lunar shadow saber lit up with a resplendent electric light, forming a long electric light. Hu Qi. A huge whirlpool formed around Xiaochen's body. Countless electric lights leaped around in the whirlpool. A few Jiang clan cultivators rushed over, trying to break this horrifying whirlpool. A resplendent electric light soared into the sky and a boundless qi wave spread out in all directions. It immediately sent a few cultivators rushing over flying. Boom! Xiao Chen shouted loudly. The lunar shadow saber carried a boundless electric light as it hacked the ground violently. In an instant, dust flew up into the air. The stone tiles on the ground were sent flying, floating in the air. Miserable cries resounded. Many people were turned into ashes by the electric light. There were also some people who were sent flying by the stone tiles, vomiting blood as their bodies flew backward. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stood straight. He looked around coldly. There was still an endless stream of cultivators rushing over. It seemed like there was no end to killing them. He waved his hand and a golden statue appeared in the air. Boom! The Golden Lion King's mountain-like body appeared in the Jiang residence. It stomped on the ground and immediately crushed a few Jiang clan cultivators who were not able to dodge in time. The force was too great, a hole appeared in the ground. Xiao Chen controlled the Golden Lion King to spit out golden flames continuously. The Jiang residence was instantly set ablaze. When the Golden Lion King was in the ancient remnant, even the martial saints of the noble clans could not do anything to it. How could the martial grand masters and martial masters of the Jiang clan deal with it? Originally, Xiao Chen did not want to use the Golden Lion King. However, there were too many reckless cultivators in the Jiang clan. They all wanted to take down his head and exchange it for boundless wealth. When the mountain-like Golden Lion King appeared, no one could block it. Everywhere it passed, the cultivators screamed and fled. However, they could not avoid being crushed into paste or burned to ashes. The Jiang clan head and a few martial saints were not here. Furthermore, their leader, Jiang Yueheng, was killed in an instant. Now that the Golden Lion King appeared in an undefeatable manner, their fighting spirit immediately crumbled. Chapter 132. They all started to flee the Jiang residence. Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense and ignored the cultivators fleeing for their lives. He wanted to find the Jiang clan's hidden treasure trove. There were sounds of fighting coming from a pavilion on the west side of the Jiang residence. Occasionally, people would run out with large piles of gold, silver, and jewels, rushing out of the government office. With a great calamity looming over them, the Jiang clan cultivators were thrown into confusion. This was clearly the Jiang clan's hidden treasure trove. Xiao Chen laughed gently and stood on the Golden Lion King's back as it flew away. A cool breeze blew past as Xiao Chen's blood-stained hair fluttered in the wind. Along the way, he crushed countless pavilions and walls, leaving behind ruins. When the Jiang clan cultivators in the hidden treasure trove saw Xiao Chen's figure, they were startled. Before Xiao Chen got close, they had already scattered. Xiao Chen jumped down and gave the Golden Lion King a berserk command. After that, he ignored it. After using it this time, the Golden Lion King would immediately shatter. There was no way to save it. Walking to the hidden treasure trove, Xiao Chen swallowed another qi returning pill. Then, he extended his spiritual sense out. All the scenes within the vicinity appeared in his mind. A secret room at the bottom of the treasury attracted Xiao Chen's attention. Relying on the guidance of his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen passed through countless secret passages and secret compartments. He quickly arrived at the secret room below. A huge stone door blocked the way. It was clear there was a mechanism there. The stone floor was about 2 meters thick. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to look for the mechanism. He condensed a strand of purple flame on his fingertip. The purple flame spun continuously. Every time it spun, Xiao Chen's essence would be depleted rapidly. Shoot! Xiao Chen shouted and the spinning purple thunder true fire shot out. It left a trail of flames in the air as it struck the stone floor. There was a loud sound and a large hole immediately appeared on the stone floor. Cracks spread out in all directions. After Xiao Chen refined the purple thunder true fire several times, its penetrative power was no longer the same as before. Seeing the hole in the stone floor, Xiao Chen raised his leg and kicked the stone floor into pieces. Xiao Chen entered the secret room in a flash. There were rows of sandalwood boxes on the ground. Xiao Chen casually opened one of the boxes and a golden light shone. It was filled with gold, silver, jewels, jades, and pearls. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and swept his universe ring. He stored all the boxes in it. There were 20 boxes of treasures. He did not let go of any of them. Xiao Chen looked at the shelves at the side. The items on the shelves were well organized. One row was medicinal pills, one row was spirit weapons, and one row was martial techniques and battle armor. On the last shelf, Xiao Chen saw a row of inferior-grade spirit stones. There were more than 200 of them. Above the spirit stones, there were more than 100 essence light arrows. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. He could not be bothered to count them. He swept his universe ring and stored everything in it. Even so, Xiao Chen spent more than 10 minutes before he emptied the entire secret room. Hu Qi. Before Xiao Chen left, he set fire to the remaining shelves in the secret room. Then, he quickly left. The Golden Lion King ran amok in the Jianghu residence. Flames flew everywhere. In its berserk state, it was like a huge destructive machine. The entire Jianghu residence was in a state of chaos and raging flames. Xiao Chen looked into the distance. 4 warships were flying over quickly. The people of the various noble clans had received the news and were rushing over. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and a silver warship flew out from his right eye. He leaped onto the bow and turned into a silver bolt of lightning, leaving quickly. Not long after Xiao Chen left, a black warship stopped in front of the Jianghu residence. The Jianghu clan's clan head, Jiang Mingxuan, looked at the Jianghu residence, which was now in ruins. He had a desolate expression on his face. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Jiang Mingxuan said with a pale complexion, "We have let down our ancestors. Hundreds of years of foundation is gone just like that. Clan head, quickly go to the hidden treasure pavilion and take a look. As long as the Jiang clan's hundreds of years of accumulation is still there is no need to worry about not having a chance to make a comeback," a consecrated elder of the Jiang clan behind Jiang Mingxuan said. Jiang Mingxuan reacted and said loudly, "Right. Right. There is also the hidden treasure pavilion. My Jiang clan has accumulated for hundreds of years. There are tens of millions of gold taels and countless medicinal pills, spirit weapons, and battle armor. We will definitely be able to make a comeback." It was like he had found a life-saving straw. He led the people behind him and quickly ran towards the hidden treasure pavilion. On the black warship, Ji Changkong looked expressionlessly at the small silver warship that was disappearing into the distance. He said ruthlessly, "Disregard the expenditure of spirit stones and chase after him." The black warship was like a specter, disappearing from its original spot. In front of it, the ice bird under the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace gave off a resounding cry as it chased after Xiao Chen. A large group of cultivators gathered in front of the Jianghu residence. When they saw the blazing Jianghu residence, all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. Everyone knew that the Jianghu clan was finished this time. They were completely destroyed by a superior-grade martial master. Such a large Jianghu clan was actually destroyed by a superior-grade martial master. This is unbelievable. Indeed. This Xiao Chen is too decisive. He took advantage of the time when all the martial saints of the Jianghu clan had left to kill his way in. His boldness is indescribable. Do you think that the Jianghu clan still has a chance to rise again? It is impossible. In the past few years, the Jianghu clan has offended many people. Many martial grand masters died in the ancient remnant. Now that their foundation has been destroyed, they are completely destroyed. This is great. When that bastard son of his was still alive, this old man suffered a lot. The crowd discussed this. The Jiang clan, which had been glorious in Whitewater City for hundreds of years, was gone, just like that. They could not help but feel it was a pity. However, there were even more people who rejoiced in their hearts. They had an expression of schadenfreude on their faces. Gone. Everything is gone. In the secret room of the hidden treasure pavilion, Jiang Mingxuan looked at the empty room filled with ashes. There was nothing in the secret room, and he spoke in a crazed manner. High up in the sky, Xiao Chen rode on the silver warship. He sped through the clouds, moving as fast as lightning. The clouds moved past him quickly. Xiao Chen stood at the bow of the warship. His hair fluttered in the wind. When Xiao Chen turned his head and saw the profound ice palace chasing after him, he smiled faintly. He recalled the silver warship into his eyes and descended from the sky. Xiao Chen's body turned into a meteor, and after a while, he landed on the ground with a loud bang. His figure completely disappeared from the profound ice palace's sight. Half a month later, the various noble clans doubled the bounty on Xiao Chen's head once again. When the news came out, there was an uproar. The name Xiao Chen became known to everyone in the great Qin nation. He became the topic of conversation after meals. There were many discussions about Xiao Chen's identity. There were also countless versions of how he became enemies with the various noble clans. In Liushang Pavilion, Kim Tae-ho cursed, "What a beast! This fat lord only dares to occasionally take a few pieces of meat from him. This brat actually wiped out the Jiang clan in one go." A manservant ran over with a stack of contracts in his hands. He smiled at Kim Tae-ho and said, "Young master, the territories of the Jiang clan have all been bought out. The city lord's seal has already been stamped on them." What surprised the manservant was that Fatso did not have a pleased smile on his face. He slowly received the contracts and said, "Boring, there is no challenge at all. This fat lord is not a normal failure." The manservant did not understand and asked, "How can that be?" "Young master, you bought all these restaurants and refineries at a price that was practically zero." Fatso cursed, "What do you know? That brat took all the money. That was money and banknotes. Just thinking about it makes me sad. If I had known earlier, this fat lord would have done it myself." On a mountain in the Misty Sword sect, Chu Chaoyun stood at the summit. When he heard the news, he smiled faintly. A gentle breeze blew and his clothes fluttered, making him look like he was floating in the morning. A delicate and pretty girl carrying a sword on her back leaped over from the foot of the mountain. Her figure was exquisite, like a dancing butterfly. Soon, she arrived behind Chu Chaoyun and said, "Senior brother, the sect master wants to see you in the great hall." When Chu Chaoyun saw this girl, he revealed a gentle smile. He nodded gently and followed her down the mountain. After another half a month, another piece of important news came out. Xiao Chen had invested 20 million gold taels in the Flying Snow Manor. As long as someone could kill a noble clan disciple, they could go to the Flying Snow Manor and receive 1,000 gold taels. The higher the rank of the person killed, the higher the reward. If one killed a noble clan heir or someone of equal status, they could receive 5 million gold taels and a medial grade spirit stone. 3 years later, I will personally kill my way to the noble clans that placed bounties on me. I will not go back on my word. Accompanying this piece of news was Xiao Chen's declaration to the various noble clans. The Flying Snow Manor was an assassin organization spread across the entire continent. Aside from the assassins in the manor, some cultivators could also go to the manor to issue or accept missions. However, since the founding of the Great Qin nation, the Flying Snow Manor had never received such a large number of missions before. Not only was there 20 million gold taels, there was also a rare medial grade spirit stone. It was hard not to be tempted. When the news came out, the world was thrown into an uproar. No one had expected that someone would dare to challenge the noble clans at the same time. These noble clans had existed since the time of the Tianwu dynasty. They had innate bloodlines and inherited martial spirits. Some of them had even existed for tens of thousands of years. Their strength was extremely horrifying. Now, there was an insignificant superior grade martial master who dared to challenge them. This made people feel that the world had changed. Dongming Province, Dongming City, this was the center of the entire Dongming Province. It was also one of the most bustling cities in the Great Qin nation. The streets were bustling with people and the sounds of people hawking their wares could be heard. Xiao Chen turned into an ordinary-looking youth and slowly walked on the streets. In the past month or so, Xiao Chen had not seen anyone. Aside from making a trip to the Flying Snow Manor, he spent the rest of his time practicing the shape-shifting spell. After a month of bitter practice, he was finally able to use essence without exposing his appearance. If he wanted to reach the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the Shiha province, the fastest way would be to fly there. However, in the Dongming province, only Dongming City had a relay station that could cross 2 prefectures. Actually, Shaochen could use the silver warship to fly to the Shiha province. Its speed would not be slower than the spirit beasts at the relay station. However, there was a very awkward problem. Shaochen did not know the way, he did not have any coordinates in the sky. Chapter 133. If Shaochen just blindly flew according to the map, he might not be able to fly out of Dongming province in his lifetime. The difference between flying in the sky and on the ground was too great. The maps on the ground could not be used in the sky. The flying relay station of Dongming province was a huge plaza. There were many huge flying spirit beasts in the plaza. Shaochen walked straight to the ticket office and spent 1,000 gold taels to buy the most expensive ticket. With such a ticket, he could ride on a spirit beast alone and not have to squeeze with others. Not only was it comfortable, it was also much faster. Shaochen took the ticket and walked to a stone platform in the middle of the plaza. There were 3 huge golden eagles on the stone platform. The golden eagles were rank 5 flying spirit beasts. Among the rank 5 spirit beasts, they were the fastest. They were almost at the limit of what humans could tame. In the Great Tang Nation's beast taming abode, there was a rumor that they could tame rank 7 flying spirit beasts. However, no one knew if this rumor was true or not. Shaochen paid the ticket and went to the stone platform. Of the 3 golden eagles, only one had a rider sitting on it. Shaochen did not think too much about it and walked over. The rider wore a long gray robe and a hood on his head. It made it difficult to see his figure and face. After Shaochen sat on it, the golden eagle immediately cried out loudly. It flapped its wings and created a strong gust of wind as it rose from the ground. The golden eagle quickly flew to an altitude of 1,000 meters. The rider suddenly took off the hood on his head and turned to look at Shaochen. He smiled gently and said, "Brother Shao, it has been a long time." When Shaochen saw this person's appearance clearly, he was startled and nearly fell off the golden eagle. He did not expect to meet the person in front of him here. He could not figure out how this person recognized him. "Feng Feishua, why are you here? How did you recognize me?" Shaochen said in astonishment. He did not expect to see her here. Feng Feishua tossed the hood in her hand into the air and smiled faintly. Her pretty face bloomed like a flower as she said, "I came to send you off. No matter what you look like, I will be able to find you in the crowd." After Shaochen recovered from his astonishment, he revealed a relaxed smile. He could not help but feel surprised in his heart as he asked, "Cousin Yulan and the rest went to the Heavenly Qin school?" Feng Feishua changed her posture and turned around completely. She was now closer to Shaochen. She revealed a mischievous smile and said, "We have arrived. Everything should be going smoothly. She told me to tell you to take care of yourself. She will come and look for you in 4 years." When Shaochen heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Cousin Yulan would look for him in 4 years. He could not help but ask himself if it was too heartless for him to just leave like that. He could not help but ask himself if he was too heartless when it came to relationships between men and women. Although he was stupid, he could clearly feel that Cousin Yulan's feelings for him surpassed that of a normal relationship. However, in his heart, he had never set the Shao clan as his final destination. He had already made up his mind long ago that he would leave the Shao clan sooner or later. He did not want to leave behind any worries or restraints when he left. Thinking of this, Shaochen could not help but smile bitterly. Back then, he had left in a carefree manner. However, could the people and the matters there be forgotten so easily? Humans were not plants or trees, how could they be emotionless? Who would truly not understand emotions? Who would truly like to be alone, to be enemies with the world, to be filled with killing intent at every step? Feng Feishua stretched out her hand, there was a recommendation letter in her lily-white hand. She said, "The annual examination of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has already passed. If you want to enter the inner sect, you will have to enter step by step from the outer sect. It will take a lot of time. This recommendation letter should be able to help you, right? Xiao Chen did not stretch out his hand to receive it. He looked straight into Feng Feishue's eyes, as though he wanted to see through her. After a while, he muttered to himself, Feng Feishue, I think it is time for you to tell me everything. What is your relationship with my Xiao clan? Why are you taking care of me? From the first time Xiao Chen met Feng Feishue at Regretful Iron, Feng Feishue had sold the Blue Dragon medicine cauldron to him at a low price. Every time they met, Feng Feishue would intentionally or unintentionally express her goodwill. Xiao Chen did not believe that there would be people in this world who would be nice to you for no reason. Unless that person was your relative. Even if it was a relative, only parents would be nice to their children without asking for anything. When Feng Feishue heard this, she smiled faintly. Is this important? If you want to know, you can go to the imperial capital at any time. You will find your answer there. Xiao Chen felt suspicious. Why must I go to the imperial capital? Can't you tell me now? Feng Feishue smiled tactfully, as the saying goes, words have no proof. I can make up a reason now, and you will not be able to find any flaws in it. There are some things that, if you do not go to the imperial capital, I will not be able to explain it to you. The person involved will explain it to you. That would be the most reasonable. Xiao Chen frowned as he carefully thought about the meaning of Feng Feishue's words. It was very complicated, like a spider's web. There was no way for him to make sense of it. The meaning of Feng Feishue's words was still unfathomable. Why must he go to the imperial capital? Is there anyone in the imperial capital that is worth meeting? Feng Feishue stuffed the recommendation letter into Xiao Chen's hands and said, no matter what you think, it does not matter if I am repaying a favor or paying a debt. The Feng clan will never force you on anything. Even if the world does not accept you, the doors of the Feng clan will always be open to you. I will send you here. I cannot really go to Shiha province, although I really want to be with you. Goodbye. The Golden Eagle will send you there on its own, there is no need to worry. Feng Feishue smiled, leaving behind a melodious laughter that lingered in the air. She jumped down from the Golden Eagle's back, and a fiery red lotus flower bloomed under her feet, carrying her into the distance. Xiao Chen looked at the recommendation letter in his hands, then at the distant Feng Feishue. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the end, I am still confused. However, it is still good to know the news of cousin Yulan. The Golden Eagle continued flying in the air. Xiao Chen was somewhat bored, so he took out the exquisite copper bell that he bought the previous time. He had been practicing the shape-shifting technique for the past month and had forgotten about this copper bell. Holding the copper bell in his hand, Xiao Chen gently knocked on it. The copper bell gave off a melodious sound. The sound was very pleasant to the ear, but there was nothing strange about it. This was a secret treasure, Xiao Chen was certain of it. Unfortunately, the formations and daos within it were all damaged. The space within the secret treasure was chaotic. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was unable to enter it. The last time he tried to probe it, he suffered a heavy blow. This caused Xiao Chen to not dare to try it casually. Since Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was unable to enter, he was unable to find out the extent of the damage to the formations. Thus, he did not know how to repair it. This copper bell should be a very strong secret treasure. It was a pity that it met with such a situation. Suddenly, an intense cold wind blew in front of Xiao Chen. That cold wind instantly turned into a horrifying whirlwind. He could faintly make out the figure of a white dragon. Whistling sounds came from within, like countless people shouting. Pu ci. Suddenly, an intense wind blew from high in the sky. Xiao Chen, who was thinking about the copper bell, did not notice it. By the time he reacted, the wind had already swept him off the Golden Eagle. What's going on? Xiao Chen was alarmed. This wind was very strong. When Xiao Chen was swept up in it, he could not circulate his essence at all. He struggled futilely in the air, drifting left and right. Xiao Chen's body was tossed high up in the air and then thrown down in the next moment. It was like he was flying in the clouds, going up and down. He could not resist at all. The cold wind was bone-chilling. When Xiao Chen felt it, it felt like he was being cut by a knife. It was incomparably painful. Xiao Chen cried out in alarm. However, under the power of nature, he could not resist at all. In the cold wind, Xiao Chen's body kept swaying. He saw a pair of cold eyes filled with boundless resentment. It turned into a cold wind that drilled into his mind. When the golden eagle saw the situation, it let out a sharp cry. It circled in the air and rushed towards the wind, trying to catch Xiao Chen. However, the tacit understanding between Xiao Chen and the golden eagle was insufficient. The golden eagle's huge body carried a huge force as it broke through the wind and smashed into Xiao Chen's body. The dizzy Xiao Chen was in an even more precarious situation when he was hit. The golden eagle knocked Xiao Chen out of the wind. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, could not circulate his essence smoothly. He fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. It's over. I actually met with a white dragon storm. I won't fall to my death, right? Xiao Chen turned pale with fright. He wanted to release the silver warship from his spiritual sense. However, the strange cold qi in the air had already invaded Xiao Chen's mind. Just as he used his spiritual sense, an intense pain came from his mind. It was like countless steel needles pierced his mind. It was extremely painful, preventing him from concentrating. The so-called White Dragon Storm was a high-altitude storm that frequently appeared in the sky between Dongming Province and Shihe Province. The formation of this storm had always been a mystery. In the distant legends, a strong white dragon once died in battle in this sky during the ancient era. After the white dragon died, its dragon soul did not disperse. It kept roaming the sky. The storm was also formed by the white dragon. Because someone once saw a huge white dragon in the storm, this storm was called the White Dragon Storm. On the way here, Xiao Chen had already heard of the legend of the White Dragon Storm. However, he did not take it to heart. This was because although the White Dragon Storm was horrifying, it had not appeared for decades. He did not expect his luck to be so bad. On the ground, a clear river appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. This caused his originally despaired face to reveal a trace of joy. However, the pain in his mind became more intense. A boundless essence filled his chest. This resentment seemed to have lasted for tens of thousands of years. It was like a 500-kilogram boulder was pressing on his heart. He felt like he was suffocating. There was a loud plop and Xiao Chen's body fell from a height of several kilometers. He fell straight into the water. Falling from such a high place, even on the soft water surface, produced a huge impact. Even though Xiao Chen's physical body was extremely strong, his internal organs still churned. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted with a pale complexion. Chapter 134. Xiao Chen's body slowly sank into the river and flowed downstream. The blue dragon was fond of water. The instant Xiao Chen fainted, it automatically breathed in and out. Hence, Xiao Chen did not drown in the river. This continued for 3 days. The resentment in Xiao Chen's mind did not disappear. Hence, he did not wake up and continue to struggle with the resentment. Finally, Xiao Chen's body flowed to the bottom of a pool and stopped flowing. There was a special cold qi in the cold pool. Xiao Chen lay at the bottom of the pool. The cold qi flowed through his skin and entered Xiao Chen's body. This cold qi was different from the cold qi in the White Dragon Burst. It was not as tyrannical. Instead, it calmed one down. Under the nourishment of this cold qi, Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes. However, the resentment in his mind did not disappear. It tortured him continuously, causing him incomparable pain and preventing him from moving. Xiao Chen felt like he was going crazy. Countless roars resounded in his mind. That white dragon seemed to be roaring beside his ear. He could not get rid of it, he could not kill it. Xiao Chen did his best to calm himself down. He slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, hoping that it could resist this strange feeling. After a while, the essence slowly circulated in his body. The feeling in Xiao Chen's mind improved significantly. He could not help but rejoice. Pu ci. Just as Xiao Chen was about to relax, the pain in his mind suddenly increased by several times. It was so painful that he wanted to cry out. However, he could not open his mouth in the water. The essence in his body immediately went out of control. The essence started to circulate chaotically in his meridians. Some of the essence even started to flow uncontrollably in the opposite direction. A horrifying phrase appeared in Xiao Chen's mind: berserking qi deviation. To every cultivator, berserking qi deviation was a calamity. It was a phrase that would cause one's expression to change at the mention of it. If one could not find a reasonable solution, one's cultivation would be severely damaged. In serious cases, one's life would be in danger. With Xiao Chen's current realm, the term qi deviation could be said to be completely out of his reach. As of now, he was only a superior grade martial master. Many of the meridians in his body had not been opened yet. The routes for his essence to circulate were limited. He did not meet the requirements for qi deviation at all. Normally, qi deviation would only occur when one's cultivation had reached the late-stage martial honor realm and more than half of the meridians in one's body had been opened. But because of the extremely strange resentment in his mind, it caused the true qi in his body to circulate chaotically, causing his meridians to flow in the opposite direction and go out of control. This was obviously the prelude to qi deviation. Xiao Chen was very anxious, but the pain in his head prevented him from concentrating. There was nothing he could do about the chaotic essence in his body. Pu. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped down from the water. Xiao Chen saw a blurry figure through the hazy water. It was a beautiful naked body swimming wantonly on the water surface. Xiao Chen, who had never seen such a scene before, was immediately captivated. His attention instantly became focused. After Xiao Chen focused, the chaotic essence in his body started to slowly calm down. This surprised Xiao Chen. He circulated the purple thunder divine incantation once again and the pain in his head started to slowly disappear. Hua la la. Water splashed and the girl on the surface of the water slowly swam down with her eyes closed. Xiao Chen was astonished. The direction in which the girl swam down was right in front of him. As the distance got closer, the hazy feeling in the water slowly disappeared. The beautiful body of the girl appeared clearly in front of him. Disappointingly, a certain part of Xiao Chen's body had a reaction. Who? Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes. At the bottom of the pool, Xiao Chen and the girl were almost facing each other. They looked at each other in astonishment. For a moment, everything was silent. It was like the world was left with the sound of their heartbeats. The two of them just looked at each other without doing anything. The girl suddenly reacted. Her face flushed red and the ring on her right hand flickered. Suddenly, a slender saber about 2 fingers wide appeared in her hand. The saber gave off heat and the river water instantly evaporated. Countless bubbles rose from the pool. Boom! The water around her did not seem to be able to stop her movements. The saber moved quickly in the water, heading for Xiao Chen's neck. Xiao Chen was startled. Under the threat of death, his body, which could not move, suddenly dodged to the side. The saber split the water apart and struck the mud at the bottom of the pool, creating a large bubble. The girl's body was as agile as a fish in the water. In an instant, she caught up to Xiao Chen and sent another saber strike at him. Now that he could move again, Xiao Chen immediately executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He was like a flood dragon, leaping out of the water with a so sound. When the fresh air hit him, Xiao Chen took a deep breath. Pu Tong. After that, the girl's body also leaped out of the water, creating a large splash. The splash of water was like a saber strike at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not dare to receive it head-on. He pushed off the water and landed firmly on the shore. The girl took advantage of this opportunity to grab the clothes on the shore. She quickly put them on in midair. By the time she landed, she was completely dressed, completely covering her body. When all the splashes of water fell into the pool, the surface of the water had calmed down. Xiao Chen finally saw the girl's appearance. Her long, wet, black hair flowed down her back. She wore a fiery red dress. Her voluptuous figure stood proudly on top of her exquisite figure. Her skin was as smooth as jade. She was like a lotus that had just emerged from the water, untainted by a speck of dust. This was a girl with a devilish figure and an angelic face. However, the girl was incomparably furious. Her face was flushed red, and her eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Her red lips moved slightly, and a melodious voice came from her peach-like mouth. "Damn perverted thief, you actually dared to peek at this lady bathing." The saber in her hand trembled slightly, giving off a melodious sound. It was as though it felt the anger of its owner. It could not stop shaking, and there were countless echoes in the air. Listening to the sword and communicating with it, Xiao Chen was incomparably astonished. This girl was actually the same as Ao Jiao. Her comprehension of weapons had also reached the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it. This was a state that many martial kings could only dream of. However, the current situation did not give Xiao Chen any time to be astonished. This was because the girl had already crossed the water with the saber in her hand. In an instant, she arrived before him. A resplendent light lit up on the saber. This was a technique that only martial grandmasters could grasp. Essence infused into the saber, forming a saber light. Drawing the saber. Xiao Chen quickly drew his saber. The lunar shadow saber clashed with the saber light sent out by the girl. There was a loud sound, and the huge force contained in the saber light sent Xiao Chen flying. Xiao Chen was incomparably astonished. This was the first time he had been defeated by a martial grandmaster in terms of strength. Furthermore, it was under the situation of him drawing the saber. Who? Executing the blue dragon cloud soaring art, Xiao Chen's body paused strangely in the air. Then, he moved backward from a different angle. In a certain sense, this girl had saved Xiao Chen's life. However, Xiao Chen had no way of explaining it to her. The girl was currently in a fit of anger, so she would not be able to explain it clearly. For now, he would have to bear the title of perverted thief. He could only explain it to her in the future. Boom! Just when Xiao Chen thought that he would be able to shake off the girl by executing the blue dragon cloud soaring art, he discovered that the girl had appeared behind him like a ghost. A horrifying saber light hacked at him once again. Although Xiao Chen was astonished, he did not panic. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. His figure soared through the air, moving left and right. He was like a soaring blue dragon, dancing on the ground. Boom! 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 However, the girl's body was like rubber, sticking to Xiao Chen's back. The horrifying saber light hacked at him continuously. There were a few times when he was nearly struck by the saber light. Damn perverted thief! If you have the guts, then stand still and fight to the death with this lady. If you are a man, then don't run, the girl scolded loudly as she attacked. When the saber light landed on the ground, it formed many small ravines. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these ravines seemed to have a strange charm to them. Xiao Chen walked for a few hundred meters, but he was still unable to shake off the girl's figure. He suddenly thought of one of the 6 secret techniques of the battle sage origins, sticky character technique. No matter how fast the opponent was, as long as he used the sticky character technique, he would be able to catch up to the opponent. It was the most miraculous movement technique in the world. Xiao Chen could not help but be alarmed. If that was really the case, then he would not be able to shake off this girl unless his blue dragon cloud soaring art reached great perfection. This won't do, she will catch up to me sooner or later, Xiao Chen thought anxiously in his heart. After dodging another saber light, an idea appeared in his mind. Xiao Chen suddenly turned around quickly and looked at the girl. He said, "Look into my eyes." The girl's saber paused. It was obvious that she was stunned by Xiao Chen's sudden action. Who? A purple flame suddenly shot out from Xiao Chen's right eye. Bastard! When the saber light shot out, the girl was shocked for a moment. Then, she immediately swung her saber at the purple flame. A huge explosion resounded, forming a surging shockwave. The girl was forced back. When the shockwave scattered, Xiaochen had already executed the lightning evasion. He leaped a few hundred meters and summoned the silver warship, soaring into the sky. When the young girl thought of Xiaochen's earlier action, she could not help but scold herself for being foolish. He asked you to look, and you just look. You could have just chopped him to death. Why are you wasting your breath on him? I have offended you today. I will definitely repay you for saving my life in the future. Furthermore, I am really not a perverted thief. I hope you do not misunderstand. Xiaochen's voice came from high up in the sky. The girl stomped her feet angrily. Her face turned red as she watched Xiaochen leave. She scolded, "You still say you are not a perverted thief? Even your warship is silver. With one look, I can tell you are not a good person. Miss, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Not long after Xiaochen left, two female martial saints rushed over. The girl looked in the direction that Xiaochen left in and said, "I'm fine. I just met a scoundrel." Xiaochen piloted the silver warship and flew in the sky. He did not hear what the girl said. Otherwise, he would have dyed the silver warship a new color. Not long after, Xiaochen saw a large road and stopped. Now, many people knew that Xiaochen had a silver warship. It was better not to use it unless it was necessary. Chapter 135. I wonder where this place is and if I have reached Shiha province, Xiaochen said as he landed firmly on the ground and looked at the empty road. Xiaochen looked at the road carefully. There were clear footprints and car tracks on the road. This meant that there were many people on this road, it was just that there was no one there at the moment. After carefully checking the condition of his body and confirming that there were no major problems, Xiaochen then walked forward. The earlier experience was still fresh in his mind, causing him to be fearful. He did not dare to be careless. Why did he meet the white dragon storm that had not appeared for decades? Xiaochen could not figure out what was going on. The overwhelming resentment in his mind and the unforgettable pain made him feel that this was not a coincidence. White dragon, blue dragon. Could there be a connection between the two? Xiaochen thought suspiciously in his heart. He had not completely grasped the blue dragon martial spirit in his body. He did not know what use it had. Seeing that there was no one around, Xiaochen stopped. With a thought, the blue dragon martial spirit in his body slowly swam out of his dantian. It followed the meridians and headed for Xiaochen's arm. Everywhere it passed, Xiaochen felt a horrifying energy. Who? Under Xiaochen's control, the tiny blue dragon martial spirit came out and circled above Xiaochen's palm. After a cultivator reached the martial master realm, they could let their martial spirit leave their body. In battle, they could achieve unexpected results. However, after the martial spirit left their body, if they were injured, they could become a cripple. Unless it was the last resort, no cultivator would release their martial spirit. Unless a cultivator reached the martial king realm and cultivated their martial spirit to an immortal level, even if it was destroyed outside the body, it could be recovered immediately. Xiaochen looked at the tiny blue dragon circling in his hand. He could not understand it no matter how he thought about it. Aside from the energy you provide me and being stronger than normal martial spirits, I can't see any difference between you, an ancient holy beast, and other martial spirits. Shaking his head, Xiaochen recollected his thoughts. He recalled the blue dragon martial spirit back into his body and stopped thinking about this problem. The blue dragon martial spirit had been lost for 1,000 years. It was impossible to understand it immediately. There was no point in thinking about it. Xiaochen continued walking forward. After an hour, he finally met a passerby. He quickly asked this passerby where he was and whether he had reached Shiha province. The person held a sword in his hand and was dressed in white without a speck of dust. He answered without turning his head, Shiha province, Yuluo continent, Yunyang county city. Xiaochen ignored the attitude of this person. He recalled the map he saw in the past. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was located in the Yuluo continent. It was not far from Yunyang city. Even on foot, it would only take 2 weeks. Joy appeared on Xiaochen's face as he extended his spiritual sense in a straight line. Finally, he saw a majestic city at the end of his spiritual sense. There were two bold words, Yunyang, written on the city gates. It had an ancient charm to it. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and pushed off the ground with his feet. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and kicked up a cloud of dust. Xiao Chen dashed forward and caught up to the person who spoke earlier in the blink of an eye. He overtook him like the wind, kicking up a large cloud of dust. I did not expect him to be an expert, the white-clothed person said indifferently as he looked in the direction Xiao Chen left. This person did not seem to make any movements, but when the dust landed on his clothes, it automatically slid off. The white-clothed person slowly walked out of the cloud of dust. His white clothes were not tainted by a speck of dust. Xiao Chen felt a strong gaze sweep past him. Then, it quickly disappeared. When he turned his head back, he did not discover anything. He only saw the cloud of dust he kicked up as he dashed forward. Yunyang City was already in front of him. Xiao Chen slowed down and slowly walked to the city gates. However, he discovered that there were many young girls standing in front of the city gates. They stood there like orioles. It was a different kind of scenery when he looked around. Is this the custom of Yunyang City? Xiao Chen said with some doubts. There were so many girls. It was likely that all the young girls in Yunyang City were here. When the group of girls saw Xiao Chen's figure, they were pleasantly surprised and quickly ran over. When they saw Xiao Chen's appearance, all of their faces were filled with disappointment. They cursed and left. Xiao Chen felt it was strange. When the guard at the city gates saw the situation, he smiled and said, "Don't be angry. The girls have been waiting for an entire morning. It is hard to avoid their temper." Xiao Chen paid the entrance tax. When he heard this, he could not help but find it funny. This was very similar to the girls who chased after idols in his previous life. He did not expect there to be such things in this world. He could not help but ask curiously, who is so charming that all the girls in Yunyang City came out to welcome him? The guard at the city gates looked at Xiao Chen in astonishment and said, "You don't even know about this? Today is the annual duel between Mu Qingxue and Leng Liusu. These girls are all here to see Mu Qingxue." This was not the first time Xiao Chen had heard of Mu Qingxue. When he heard this name again, it could not help but pique Xiao Chen's interest. So, he asked the guard about it. The guard was very talkative. When he saw Xiao Chen ask about it, he spoke eloquently. Mu Qingxue came from the Night Spirit Palace of the Southern Ridge. He was the young palace lord of the Night Spirit Palace. Together with Ji Changkong, they were known as the twin stars of the Southern Ridge. Xiao Chen's talent was very high, and he became famous at a young age. At the age of 12, aside from Ji Changkong, no one in the same generation could match him. That year, the two of them left the southern mountains at the same time and started to challenge young experts from all over the world. Ji Changkong went to the imperial capital, while Mu Qingxue went to Shihe and Dongming provinces. Among those of the same generation, the two of them were practically invincible. No one was a match for them. However, both of them had been defeated by a woman. Ji Changkong lost to Princess Yingyu. Mu Qingxue lost to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's little Heavenly Saber, Leng Liusu. 1 year later, Mu Qingxue came to Nanling province again and fought Leng Liusu. After the two of them exchanged more than 1,000 moves, they ended up in a draw. They agreed to fight again the next year. Just like that, it became a tradition. Every year, Mu Qingxue would come to Yunyang City to duel with Leng Liusu at this time. Aside from Mu Qingxue's outstanding talent, he was also very handsome. After a while, all the girls in Yunyang City came to know of him. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and gave his thanks. Then, he entered Yunyang City. Regardless of which world it was, the girls all seemed to have the potential to chase after their idols. Leng Liusu, could it be her? A beautiful figure appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. After a while, the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Xiao Chen could not help but feel a headache. The purpose of his trip was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. In the end, before he even reached the mountain, he offended the most beloved daughter of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's pavilion master. Mu Qingxue is here. As Xiaochen walked, a clamorous cheer came from behind him. Xiaochen turned around and saw a white-clothed man holding a sword. He was surrounded by girls. There was a faint smile on his handsome face as he dealt with them one by one. Xiaochen could not help but feel slightly astonished. This Mu Qingxue was actually the person he asked for directions from earlier. He could not help but smile faintly. This world is really strange. After Xiaochen spoke, he turned around and left. The instant he turned around, he felt a strong gaze staring at him. This time, there was no attempt to hide it. The source of that gaze was Mu Qingxue. Xiaochen resisted the urge to turn his head back. After he asked around where Yunyang City's Liushang Pavilion was, he quickly left. Among the crowd, Mu Qingxue, who was surrounded by girls, watched as Xiaochen left. The corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. In Xiaochen's left eye, a purple copper mirror floated in the boundless void. The light that the mirror gave off seemed to be able to see through the source of the entire world. That copper mirror flashed in his eye for a moment. No one noticed it. After asking around, Liushang Pavilion did indeed have a branch in Yunyang City. Xiaochen took out a brick VIP card that Fatso gave him before he left. He could not help but sigh. This Fatso was indeed not bragging. No matter where you go, there is a Liushang Pavilion. The Liushang Pavilion in Yunyang City was the same as in Whitewater City. Business was booming. The basics were the same as well. Xiaochen leaped over the first floor and headed for the second floor. A group of cultivators were discussing the duel that was going to take place today. Last year, the two of them fought to a draw. This is the third time they fought to a draw. In the end, Mu Qingxue still lost once. He could not defeat the top expert of our Shiha province. That might not be the case. The previous few times, Ling Liusu had the advantage of a weapon. This time, I heard that Mu Qingxue completed the Heavenly Gate test in the Night Spirit Palace and obtained a damaged holy weapon. I know that. That is a holy sword called Beauty Under the Moonlight. Some time ago, Mu Qingxue tested the sword and personally killed a martial saint. From the looks of it, Beauty Under the Moonlight is not much weaker than Ling Liusu's Flame Soul. They are both half-sages. This is going to be interesting. There were a few cultivators who were very insightful on the first floor. When they spoke, Xiaochen could not help but stop and listen carefully. Make way, make way. Our young master Yen is here. Why are you not making way? Just at this moment, Yan Qianyun led a few servants up the first floor. The people on both sides moved aside. When Xiaochen saw Yan Qianyun, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not expect to see him here. Xiaochen thought of a legend about Fatso. He looked at his crotch and could not help but smile. Xiaochen did not want to cause trouble. When Yan Qianyun walked past him, he moved aside and made way for him. Yan Qianyun brought his men and walked past Xiaochen. He hurriedly glanced at Xiaochen and took 2 steps before turning back. Why do I find you somewhat familiar? Have we met before? Yan Qianyun asked carefully as he stared into Xiaochen's eyes. Xiaochen was not worried. Aside from changing one's appearance, the shape-shifting spell could also change a person's aura and voice. He smiled and said, maybe I met you once in the crowd. It is not strange to find you familiar. Yan Qianyun smiled faintly and thought for a while before saying, that's true. Maybe we met once, or maybe I recognized the wrong person. Goodbye. Boom. Yan Qianyun, who had not taken a step forward, suddenly turned around and kicked at Xiaochen's chest. Xiaochen revealed a cold smile and did not resist. His abdomen shrank slightly. Bang! The might of Yan Qianyun's kick was very strong. It sent Xiaochen flying. However, because Xiaochen was prepared, he only suffered some superficial wounds. Chapter 136. Yan Qianyun frowned slightly, feeling it was strange. After a while, he tossed out a banknote and said, I'm sorry, I think I might have recognized the wrong person. After Yan Qianyun left for a long time, the second floor became noisy again. A kind-hearted cultivator helped Xiao Chen up and said, "Little brother, are you all right?" Xiao Chen picked up the banknote and smiled faintly, "I'm fine. I was beaten up for no reason. However, I picked up a banknote worth 1,000 silver taels, so it's fine." On the third floor, in front of a hidden window, Yan Qinyun looked at Xiao Chen's expression after he got up. He said doubtfully, "Could I have seen wrong?" However, I clearly did not see wrongly from his gaze earlier. He observed for a long time, but in the end, he could not find anything wrong. He shook his head, unable to figure it out. He said to the people beside him, "There is something wrong with that brat. You guys go out and take a look. Young Master Lang and I still have matters to attend to, so we will take our leave first." Xiao Chen's spiritual sense had been following behind Yan Qinyun. When he withdrew his spiritual sense, he could not help but sigh in his heart. It looks like this fellow suffered a huge blow the last time. He is already in such a state, yet he can still recognize me. Not long after, all the cultivators on the second floor left. Xiao Chen knew that the duel between Leng Liusu and Mu Qingxue was about to begin. This group of people had been looking forward to it for a year. There was no reason for them to not go and watch. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to leave. He did not want to participate in the duel between Mu Qingxue and Leng Liusu. Mu Qingxue gave him a very dangerous feeling. That feeling was only felt when he faced Chu Chaoyun. As for Leng Liusu, there was no need to even mention it. After eating, Xiao Chen casually glanced at the third floor. He revealed a mocking smile and called the waiter over. He prepared to pay the bill and leave. On the third floor, a few of Yan Qinyun's attendants were watching Xiao Chen carefully. When the waiter went over to collect the money, he happened to block Xiao Chen's figure. After he collected the money, cleaned up the leftover food on the table and left, they strangely discovered that Xiao Chen had disappeared. "Where is he? Where did he go? I clearly saw him there just now. Why did I not see the waiter after he went over?" Seeing Xiao Chen disappear right before their eyes, they turned pale with fright and hurriedly ran down. One of them grabbed the waiter's clothes and shouted, "Where is he? Where did that person go?" The waiter rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "After eating and paying, of course he's leaving. I'm asking how you left." The waiter pushed his hand away and said snappily, "I'll only say it once. Leave with your feet. Don't disturb me again." "Thank you." The waiter's attitude made the man anxious. He wanted to make a move on the spot. A few people quickly stopped him and explained the background of Liushang Pavilion to him. The few of them looked around, but they could not find any traces of Xiao Chen. They all thought that Xiao Chen had already left Liushang Pavilion. Thinking of Yan Qinyun's instructions, they quickly gave chase. Using the shape-shifting spell, Xiao Chen shrunk his body and stuck it to the bottom of the dining table. Seeing the four of them go far away, Xiao Chen jumped out. His body gave off a crackling sound as he returned to his normal height. He extended out his spiritual sense and discovered that Yan Qinyun was on the fifth floor with a black-clothed man. That black-clothed man was extremely strong. His aura was much stronger than Yan Qinyun's. He was like an unsheathed treasured saber. Xiao Chen did not dare to get too close with his spiritual sense. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen headed directly to the fourth floor. He flashed the VIP card that Fatso gave him. His path was unimpeded. What made Xiao Chen slightly astonished was that there was no one on the third and fourth floors. It looked like the duel between Leng Liusu and Mu Qingxue was very attractive. Xiao Chen arrived at the staircase between the fourth and fifth floor. This was the only way from the fifth floor to the fourth floor. He looked carefully and took out 2 grade 3 talismans from his universe ring. After that, he sprinkled some spirit beast saliva on them. This kind of saliva was very sticky. Once it came in contact with it, it would be impossible to tear it off. After doing all this, Xiao Chen found a booth on the fourth floor and sat down. "Brother Leng, is this matter really reliable? Does Leng Liusu really only have 2 martial saints by her side?" Yan Qinyun asked solemnly as he looked at the person opposite him from the fifth floor. Xiao Chen frowned. What is he trying to do? Could it be that Yan Qianyun wants to make a move on Leng Liusu? With a thought, Xiaochen could not help but focus his spiritual sense. The black-clothed man opposite him had a grave and stern expression as he said, Leng Tianyue, have prepared for many years just for this day. Do you think there will be any accidents? Yan Qianyun laughed dryly. This matter is very important. I have to get to the bottom of this. However, let me say this first. I am only responsible for sending people to lure away the two martial saints. You can handle the rest yourself. Leng Tianyue's stern face did not reveal any expression. He said indifferently, you just need to lure away the two of them. You don't have to care about anything else. I have already told your father about the benefits after this is done. The two of them chatted for a long time before a messenger pigeon flew into Leng Tianyue's hands. He removed the note on the pigeon's leg and smiled after a while. It is actually a draw again. I suddenly understand Mu Qingshue's motive. Let's go, Brother Yan, it is time for us to make our move. The two of them got up and walked down the stairs. The instant they went down, they each stepped on a talisman. The talisman was as light as a feather and stuck to the bottom of their shoes. They did not feel anything at all. Seeing the two of them leave, Xiaochen smiled faintly and slowly stood up. His spiritual sense turned into a strand of silk, entangling the two of them. Should I get involved in this mess? Xiaochen said with some apprehension in his heart. This person with the surname Lang was obviously someone from within the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The fight in front of him was a fight for the inheritance of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Every strong power had countless factions. Xiaochen did not find this strange. Even if he saw it, he would not care. However, if Leng Liusu was the girl from earlier, it would be inexcusable if he did not help her. In the end, Xiaochen made up his mind, if she is really that girl, it would be good to repay this favor. Xiaochen followed the two of them from a distance. Due to the aid of his spiritual sense, Xiaochen could easily follow the two of them. After a while, he followed them out of the east gate. The further they went, the more they deviated. Eventually, they could not see anyone on the main road. Xiaochen felt that something was wrong. After hesitating for a while, he decided to follow them. After taking a few steps forward, he discovered Leng Tianyue and Yan Qianyun looking at him with a smile on their faces. Leng Tianyue slowly walked over. There was no expression on his grave and stern face. He said coldly, "Who sent you?" Yan Qianyun, who was at the side, smiled, "Brother Leng, leave this person to me. He is here for me. You just need to take the token and inform them." Leng Tianyue glanced at Xiaochen. When he saw that he was only a superior grade martial master, he relaxed. As a medial grade martial grand master, Yan Qianyun should be able to kill this person easily. Let's meet up soon after we are done. After Leng Tianyue left, Yan Qianyun slowly walked over to Xiaochen. He smiled coldly, "Xiaochen, I did not expect to meet you here. I have waited for this day for a long time. How do you want to die?" Xiaochen muttered to himself for a while before saying, "I have a question. How did you recognize me? I felt that I had hidden myself very well. How did you discover me?" Yan Qianyun faced the sky and laughed loudly. He said, "I will never forget the look you gave me that day. Before you die, I will let you understand. Leng Tianyue has a secret treasure on him. When you walked out of Liushang Pavilion, he already discovered you." Xiaochen nodded. "So that's how it is. I wonder what kind of secret treasure it is to be able to discover me from so far away." However, this was no longer important. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said gently to Yan Qianyun, "Many thanks for your explanation. You can die now." Yan Qianyun snorted coldly. He felt that it was funny and said, "Do you really think you are a match for me?" I explode. Before Yan Qianyun could finish speaking, Xiaochen formed a hand seal and the rank 3 fire cloud talisman under Yan Qianyun's feet exploded. A flame carrying a surging shockwave spread out in all directions. The huge might blasted Yan Qianyun into the sky. Being struck by a rank 3 offensive talisman was equivalent to the full-powered strike of a peak martial grand master. Yan Qianyun was caught off guard and immediately lost all his combat prowess. Using drawing the saber, Xiaochen leaped into the air. There was a flash of saber light and a swarthy black head separated from the charred body. After that, it fell to the ground with a bang. Xiaochen landed firmly on the ground and looked expressionlessly at Yan Qianyun's corpse. He took off the spatial ring in his hand and took out all the things inside with a huang dang sound. Tens of inferior-grade spirit stones, some medicinal pills, and banknotes fell to the ground. An ancient book entered Xiaochen's eyes. Inherited martial technique, Dragon Seizing Hand. The so-called inherited martial technique could only be practiced by those who inherited the martial spirit. However, Xiaochen had the battle sage Origins changing character formula. He could imitate it. He took a quick look and placed it into the universe ring. Closing his eyes, Xiaochen felt the talisman under Ling Tianyue's feet. That talisman had Xiaochen's essence blood imprinted on it. Even from 1,000 kilometers away, he could still feel it clearly. A faint yellow dot appeared in his mind. Xiaochen opened his eyes and summoned out the silver warship. He leaped onto it and flew off like a bolt of silver lightning. After a while, Xiaochen arrived at where Ling Tianyue was. Because he was afraid of his secret treasure, Xiaochen hid in a cloud and observed the situation on the ground. On the ground, Ling Tianyue wore a black veil as he stood there quietly. In front of him, there were 4 martial grand masters wearing the same veil surrounding Ling Liusu. In the cloud, Xiaochen used his spiritual sense to sense the situation on the ground. After he looked carefully at the appearance of the girl, he finally confirmed that the person being surrounded was indeed the girl he met in the pool of water. If they want to kill a peak martial grand master with an inherited martial spirit, this lineup is not enough. Xiaochen stood at the bow of the warship and said doubtfully, they need at least 2 martial saints to be absolutely safe. Chapter 137. Slowly, Xiaochen figured out something. These 4 martial grand masters had a set of joint martial techniques. Every move was connected. Furthermore, they had practiced it for a long time. Their coordination was very good. Saber lights flickered and energy flew everywhere. Explosive shouts came from the battlefield. The slender saber in Ling Liusu's hand gave off a horrifying light. The wind howled and dust flew everywhere. Small cracks appeared on the ground. As the saber moved, there seemed to be a trace of the Tao, giving off the faint might of a sage. Ling Liusu's figure was surrounded by the 4. She dodged left and right, continuously using the sticky character technique. However, she was still unable to break out of their encirclement. However, she did not show any panic on her face. She swung her saber and the saber light paused, blocking the joint attack of the 4. Then, she looked at Ling Tianyue, who was standing at the side. A cold chi appeared on her pretty face as she said in a sullen voice, Ling Tianyue, do you really want to kill me that badly? Is the position of successor so attractive to you? Are you not afraid of your father punishing you after he finds out about all this? Ling Tianyue's expression could not be seen under the veil. He did not reply to Ling Liusu's question and said indifferently, trash. This is a joint martial technique that can easily take down a martial saint. It has been almost half an hour and you still have not taken her down. When the 4 heard Ling Tianyue's reprimand, they could not help but increase the strength in their hands. They launched even more ferocious attacks at Ling Liusu. Phoenix cry. Dragon roar. Tiger roar. Black tortoise. When the 4 saw that they could not take her down after a long time, they steeled their hearts and shouted. They leaped up from the ground. They executed the most ferocious move of their joint martial technique. 4 images materialized on their weapons, Divine Phoenix, Blue Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. These ancient holy beasts appeared in the formation, as though they came to life. 4 images into 1. Countless holy beast cries resounded. When the faint might of the holy beasts merged together, it felt like it was suffocating. Even the air seemed to have solidified under this might. Xiaochen stood at the bow of the warship. He was mildly astonished. He looked carefully for a while and finally discovered that the martial spirits of these 4 people had a trace of the bloodline of holy beasts. Although it was very diluted, when released together, the power was still incomparably terrifying. He really did not know where Leng Tianyue found these 4 people. Looking at their coordination, they should have trained together since they were young. Leng Liusu frowned slightly. Her red dress fluttered in the strong wind. When she saw the 4 divine beasts merge into one, she did not show much fear. The wind howled, her hair danced in the wind, and her long dress flowed like waves. Together with her beautiful face and impressive figure, she stood straight on the ground like an ancient Valkyrie. Flame's soul, Saint's fury, flame dance. Leng Liusu held the saber in her right hand and slowly slid it across the palm of her left hand. Fresh blood flowed down the saber and dripped onto the ground. Under the summons of the fresh blood, the ancient sage within the sacred weapon seemed to come alive. As expected, it is a weapon used by a sage. What a formidable aura of righteousness. Xiao Chen, who was within the clouds, said in shock. Boom! The flames on the ground burned into the sky. There was a furious roar coming from the red flames. It was like it traveled through time and space, lasting for tens of thousands of years. Leng Liusu stood in the flames. The flickering light of the flames illuminated her flushed face. She leaped into the air and the saber carried boundless flames as it flew into the sky. Bang! It was like breaking a dead branch. With just one saber strike, the flames that carried the might of a sage instantly shattered. The 4 divine beasts merged into one. The divine phoenix shattered, the black tortoise fled, the blue dragon was chopped, and the white tiger was burned to a pile of ashes. Bang! 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 The 4 of them landed heavily on the ground. Their martial spirits had suffered a fatal blow. Their complexions were incomparably pale, and they would not be able to fight for a short period of time. Ka-Xie. Just at this moment, Leng Tianyue suddenly made his move. A cold light appeared, and with a flash of saber light, Leng Tianyue appeared beside Leng Liusu. This saber strike was extremely fast, and the timing was very accurate. It happened to be the moment when Leng Liusu was exhausted from the might of the sage. If Leng Liusu had a moment to recover, the chances of this saber strike injuring her would be much smaller. Even though Leng Liusu had already anticipated Leng Tianyue's attack, she was unable to dodge it. The saber slashed across, leaving a horrifying wound on Leng Liusu's chest. Blood spurted out wildly into the air. She frowned slightly and revealed a pained expression. She swung the saber in her hand forward ferociously. When the saber struck Leng Tianyue's body, it was like it was striking air. It was only an afterimage left in the air. Leng Tianyue's body had already flashed to her side. He snorted coldly and kicked Leng Liusu, sending her flying to the ground. The force of this kick was very strong. After Leng Liusu landed on the ground, she slid backward continuously. Her saber stabbed into the ground, creating a long ditch. Only then did her body slow down. Leng Tianyue did not say anything. He did not want to give Leng Liusu any chance. His figure flashed in the air as he landed on the ground and a resplendent saber light appeared on his saber. He chopped at Leng Liusu, who was on the ground. Leng Liusu barely managed to raise her saber to block. However, she could not block it at all. Her body flew back like a cannonball and landed heavily on the ground. Xiao Chen's expression changed. He did not expect the situation on the battlefield to change in such a short period of time. Originally, when he saw Leng Liusu deal with the 4 people, he did not need to make a move. Lightning descend. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and successfully stopped Leng Tianyue from advancing. Xiao Chen executed the changing character formula and imitated Ji Changkong's martial technique. He turned into a meteor and quickly descended to the ground. Leng Tianyue looked at the meteor in the sky and frowned. Nanling Ji clan's martial technique, Ji Changkong is here? That's not right, this is not a pure Ji clan martial technique. Trying to act mysterious, I'll show you your true colors. Leng Tianyue laughed coldly and leaped into the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Ling Tianyue's speed was at its peak. The saber lit up and chopped at Xiao Chen. Explode! Xiao Chen revealed himself and shouted. A fiery red firework soared into the sky. Before Ling Tianyue could understand what was going on, he was already blasted into pieces. His body was thrown high into the air by the shockwave. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot! Looking at Ling Tianyue in the air, Xiao Chen could feel that the rank 3 exploding talisman had completely struck him, but he did not suffer any fatal injuries. Xiao Chen could not help but tighten his heart. A purple flame revolved around his finger and shot towards Ling Tianyue. A layer of protective true qi appeared on Ling Tianyue's body. When the purple flame struck it, it gave off a loud explosion. The shockwave from the explosion threw his body even further into the sky. However, it could not do anything to him. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense pierced through the protective true qi and saw a jade pendant on Ling Tianyue's chest. It gave off a faint glow. This should be his secret treasure. The protective true qi should have come from this secret treasure. Xiao Chen landed on the ground and looked at Ling Liusu, who had lost a lot of blood and was pale. She was so weak that she had fainted. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chen carried her on his shoulder and rushed forward. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and danced on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was already far away. After a long time, Ling Tianyue descended from the sky. His clothes were torn and the scarf on his black face was nowhere to be seen. He struggled to stand up and watched as Xiao Chen carried Ling Liusu away. His eyes revealed a complicated expression as he muttered, "Man proposes, God disposes." He turned around and stabbed the 4 cultivators on the ground. After that, he walked expressionlessly in the direction of Yunyang City. His figure seemed very lonely. Xiao Chen carried Ling Liusu and walked for a long time. When he arrived at a forest, he felt that there were no pursuers behind him. Only then did he stop. He slowly placed Ling Liusu on a big tree. When Xiao Chen saw the horrifying wound on her chest, he was astonished. Ling Tianyue's attack was very ruthless. Not only was it extremely fast, it was shockingly strong as well. The golden armor on Ling Liusu's chest was torn. At this moment, it was dyed red with blood. Blood continued to flow out of the wound. Xiao Chen pressed on a few acupoints on Ling Liusu's chest and stopped the bleeding. After that, he slowly removed her outer clothes. In the end, he discovered that this was not very realistic. Ling Liusu was wearing a long red dress. The top and bottom were connected. If he wanted to remove it, he would have to remove the entire dress. Naturally, Xiao Chen could not do something like removing everything. He could only take out a small knife and slowly cut open the cloth. As the clothes were slowly cut open, large patches of snow-white skin appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. It was a little dazzling. Xiao Chen composed himself and carefully cleaned the wound. Some of the cloth was stuck to the wound. Xiao Chen slowly removed it. The unconscious Ling Liusu groaned in pain. Xiao Chen could not help but become gentler. After cleaning the wound, Xiao Chen took out a blood-replenishing pill from the universe ring. After he crushed it, he slowly applied it on the wound. After that, he took out another blood-replenishing pill and fed it to her. After doing all this, Xiao Chen slowly relaxed. Luckily, the wound did not injure her heart. However, the wound was rather deep. With the medicinal strength of the blood-replenishing pill, there should not be any problems after it was applied externally. Xiao Chen took out a set of clean clothes from the universe ring and draped them over her body. Ling Liusu's pale face looked very weak. Xiao Chen suddenly felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he thought about the time he met Princess Yingyu in Gloomy Forest. She was also like this. No matter how strong a woman was, she would always have a gentle side. Xiao Chen took out a bottle of qi returning pills and a bottle of blood replenishing pills. Then, he took out a slip of paper introducing the medicinal pills and placed it beside Ling Liusu. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and leaped onto a large tree at the side. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and calmed himself down. He entered a state of cultivation and unleashed his aura. The surrounding wandering wild beasts did not dare to get close to him. Time passed quickly and night fell quickly. Although Xiao Chen was immersed in a state of cultivation, he still left a strand of his spiritual sense beside Lang Liusu to monitor her condition. Father, don't go. Chapter 138. In the middle of the night, Xiao Chen was sitting on a tree branch when he heard a weak murmur. He slowly descended from the tree and walked to Lang Liusu's side. Lang Liusu's pale face was covered in sweat. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together and her breathing was very rapid. It was clear that she was having a nightmare and was under a lot of pressure. Xiao Chen placed his hand on her forehead and slowly sent in a gentle stream of essence. Because Xiao Chen cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, his essence had a trace of the effects of immortal qi. After a while, Lang Liusu's expression slowly turned gentle. Her breathing slowly stabilized and her eyebrows relaxed. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief and stopped sending in his essence. He withdrew his hand and prepared to leave. Pooh! Just as Xiao Chen released his hand, Lang Liusu grabbed it. Lang Liusu closed her eyes and seemed to be talking in her sleep. Father, don't go. Don't leave Liusu behind. Her grip was very tight. Xiao Chen blushed with shame. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Girl, you have mistaken me for someone else. Don't grab me so tightly. Xiao Chen did his best to pry her hand away. However, he discovered that if he did not use his essence, he would not be able to do so. Even if he used his essence, he was afraid of waking her up. So he could only sit down slowly. He did not dare to make any big movements. He could not even sleep or cultivate. He just stood guard at the side with his eyes wide open. The night sky was heavy in the quiet forest. One could not even see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. Xiao Chen sat beside Lang Liusu and listened to her steady breathing. He did not move at all and felt extremely bitter. When the sky was about to brighten, Xiao Chen finally felt Lang Liusu's grip loosen a little. He quickly struggled free. Xiao Chen checked Lang Liusu's internal injuries again and discovered that they were no longer a problem. She just needed to rest for a while. When Xiao Chen stood up, he felt his back aching. He had not slept for the entire night and was clearly fatigued. Xiao Chen patted his cheeks and looked to the east. He looked at the white sky and prepared to leave this place. You unintentionally saved my life. Now, I have saved your life and even accompanied you for a night. We are even, Xiao Chen smiled gently as he looked at Lang Liusu. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped, feeling as if he had lost something. He murmured, Am I worse than a beast? You're a living example of a beautiful woman lying next to you for an entire night, yet you don't have any reaction at all. That's not right. Xiao Chen quickly retreated and looked at Lang Liusu's pretty face. He took a deep breath and quickly planted a kiss on her forehead. After that, he immediately dodged and rushed forward. Lang Liusu, who was in a deep sleep, did not react. When the sky brightened and the first ray of sunlight shone on her face, she slowly woke up. Lang Liusu opened her eyes slightly. She was not used to the piercing light. She looked at the jacket draped over her body and revealed a doubtful expression. Did someone save me? Who could it be? Before she fainted yesterday, the last image in Lang Liusu's mind was a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky. She could not remember anything else. She slowly stood up and placed the jacket she was wearing to the side. In the end, she discovered that her jacket was torn beyond recognition, revealing a lot of her skin. She could not help but blush. What surprised her was that the wound on her chest had miraculously healed in just one night. The wound had already scabbed over. Although there was still some numbness, it was clear that it was no longer a problem. Furthermore, it was treated in time. It would not leave any scars in the future. Who saved me? This person should not be from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Lang Liusu's heart was filled with questions. If he was, he would definitely be by my side, guarding me. Suddenly, she vaguely remembered the dream she had the night before. It seemed like she saw her deceased father appear beside her. She even held his hand and told him not to leave her. It felt like it was real. Leng Liusu took out a set of clothes from her spatial ring. After she changed, she suddenly discovered 2 bottles of medicinal pills on the ground. She bent over and picked them up. When she opened them, a dense medicinal fragrance wafted out. It was clear that these medicinal pills were of a very high grade. She picked up the slip of paper that introduced the medicinal pills and read it carefully. The suspicions in her heart grew stronger. Who was it that saved me? Furthermore, they arranged everything so meticulously. She walked around but did not discover anything. She could not help but feel disappointed. She lowered her head and leaned against the tree again. However, she was astonished to discover that there were indeed traces of someone sitting there. Furthermore, it was not for a short period of time. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was one of the 3 great sects of the Great Qin nation. It had been passed down since the Tianwu dynasty. It had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. In the hearts of the people of the Great Qin nation, it was a holy land. As the name suggested, this was a sect that specialized in saber techniques. The martial techniques of the sect, be it movement techniques or mental cultivation techniques, were all related to saber techniques. It was a holy land for those who studied the saber. The Misty Sword sect was in the east and west, 1 saber and 1 sword. Since ancient times, the saber and the sword had never coexisted. The 2 sects had often fought in history, but the strength of the 2 sects had always been equal, and there was no clear winner. However, in recent years, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had suffered from a mysterious disaster 20 years ago. Many of the experts of the older generation in the sect had died, resulting in their strength dropping significantly. Even so, no one dared to underestimate the strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They had not lost the martial techniques that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. The system was still there. Sooner or later, they would reach the peak. It was located in the Lingyun mountain range, one of the 4 great mountain ranges in the Great Qin nation. There were 7 large peaks on the mountain, and it was one of the places with the most abundant spiritual energy in the Great Qin nation. If a cultivator cultivated here all year round, their cultivation would advance much faster than elsewhere. Furthermore, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a perfect martial technique system and countless cultivation resources. As a result, the number of people joining the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was always full every year. At the foot of the Lingyun mountain range, there was a city no smaller than White City, called Saber City. Saber City was a city that belonged directly to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The land, shops, auction houses, and exchanges all belonged to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Saber City was also known as the outer sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Every year, the inner sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would have 1 month to recruit disciples with outstanding talent to enter the inner sect. If one missed this 1 month, they would not have the opportunity to enter the inner sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They could only take the test in the outer sect. There would be an opportunity to advance every half a year. Even the outer sect was not a place that just anyone could enter. Those who had not become a martial master before the age of 15 would not even have the opportunity to take the test. The threshold for the outer sect was already so high. It was easy to imagine how strict the requirements for the inner sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were. Even so, there would still be a large number of bladesmen entering this place every year. This was already the holy land of all bladesmen. As a bladesman, if they did not go to Saber City, if they did not attempt the famous Heavenly Saber Morning Soul Formation, if they did not meet the famous bladesmen who lived here, it would be a great regret for them. After Xiao Chen and Leng Liusu parted for half a month, they finally arrived at the famous Saber City. Because they had been wrongly accused along the way, they had wasted a lot of time. Saber City was already in sight. There were many cultivators carrying large sabers on their backs. Some of them carried several sabers on their backs. Xiao Chen even saw a few earth-ranked spirit weapons. Before he entered Saber City, he could already feel the atmosphere. The feelings of bladesmen for the saber. In this place, if you did not carry a saber, you would be embarrassed to walk on the road. This was because when Xiao Chen walked on the road empty-handed, he was looked down upon. Everyone looked at him with a strange expression. There were even some extreme bladesmen who thought that he was being disrespectful to Saber City. Their gazes revealed killing intent. Xiao Chen felt very depressed. For the sake of convenience in combat, Xiao Chen did not equip the lunar shadow saber with a scabbard. If he took out the lunar shadow saber now, it would be too inconvenient. In the end, Xiao Chen could not stand the gazes of this group of people. He prepared to equip the lunar shadow saber with a scabbard before entering Saber City. Before entering the city, he was already being looked down upon. If he entered the city, he was afraid that someone would challenge him to a duel. On the two sides of Saber City, there were countless weapon shops. There were several sabers placed in front of these weapon shops. Xiao Chen asked around and found out that as long as one was strong enough to pick up one of these sabers, they would be able to obtain the saber for free. When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "This is interesting. I wonder how many sabers I can pick up with my physical strength." However, Xiao Chen did not have the time or interest to do so. He casually walked into a weapon shop and looked around. The shop only had sabers, there were no other weapons. There were all sorts of sabers, horse-chopping sabers, horizontal sabers, padaos, long sabers, thick sabers, and some sabers that Xiao Chen did not know the names of. This was an eye-opener for Xiao Chen. What was even more surprising was that these sabers all had some moonstone in them. They were all spirit weapons, there were even some profound ranked spirit weapons. This was truly shocking. An ordinary shop outside of Saber City actually had so many spirit weapons for sale. Here, spirit weapons were like goods sold at street stalls. There were not many people in the shop, business was very quiet. Xiao Chen looked around for a while and an idea popped up in his mind. There were so many spirit weapons here. If he casually bought a few and sold them, he would be able to make a huge profit. Xiao Chen looked at the shop owner and asked, "Boss, how much are the sabers here?" The shop owner was an old man in his 70s. His skinny face was filled with wrinkles, but he did not look lethargic. He gave off a very spirited feeling. The old man sized up Xiao Chen and smiled warmly. "You have not obtained the qualifications to enter the outer sect, right? In that case, you do not have the qualifications to purchase them." Xiao Chen was stunned, he did not expect there to be such a rule. He felt like he had been seen through. He smiled awkwardly. "I wonder if I can customize a scabbard?" The old man smiled, "That is possible. Take out your saber and let me take a look." This old man's attitude was very gentle, making people feel at ease. Xiao Chen did not hesitate and took out the lunar shadow saber and handed it over to the old man. The old man held the lunar shadow saber in his hand and gently caressed it. His expression did not change as he smiled gently. "This is a good saber. I have not seen such a saber in many years. The arc of the saber is somewhere between a katana and a horizontal saber. The control of the flow is near perfect." Chapter 139. It takes into account both the strength and beauty of the saber. It is close to 2 meters long. Without a certain level of skill, one would not dare to forge this saber. It should be the work of a famous person. It has the style of the Haotian sect. Xiao Chen was surprised. He did not expect this old man to be able to guess so much just from the saber. However, the Haotian sect had already become a taboo topic. If this old man wanted to test him, Xiao Chen might get into trouble. Senior must be joking. The Haotian sect has already been destroyed for such a long time. How could my saber have the style of the Haotian sect? Xiao Chen denied. The old man handed the lunar shadow saber to Xiao Chen and smiled faintly. "Young man, don't be in a rush to deny anything. I have not confirmed anything yet. You need to remain calm so that you can hide yourself better. If you are in a rush to deny it, you will be exposed even faster." Although the Haotian sect was destroyed, the number of weapons they passed down is still very large. You don't have to worry about this. This old man does not care about these things. Xiao Chen was startled. He received the lunar shadow saber and looked at the old man's warm smile again. He felt a chill run down his spine. He was unfathomable. He smiled embarrassedly. Many thanks for senior's teachings. I wonder how long this scabbard will take to complete. It is just a smelly old man. It is just that he has lived for a long time. It cannot be said to be teachings. I have a ready-made scabbard for your saber. After the old man spoke, he took out a dusty scabbard from the cabinet and wiped it gently. The old man's expression was very solemn. It was as though it was not a scabbard but something he loved the most. After a while, an extremely ancient-looking scabbard appeared before Xiao Chen in its entirety. Xiao Chen received the scabbard. He shook it and the lunar shadow saber entered the scabbard perfectly. The lunar shadow saber instantly disappeared after it entered the scabbard. If not for Xiao Chen holding it in his hand, he would not have been able to feel its existence. The old man revealed a smile. Xiao Chen's face was filled with shock. How could this be a coincidence? This scabbard was simply made for the lunar shadow saber. There was nothing strange about it at all. It was like it had been waiting there quietly for countless years, waiting for the lunar shadow saber to arrive. Xiao Chen recovered from his shock. Although he felt strange, he was very satisfied with this scabbard. He asked, "How much is this scabbard worth?" 10 inferior grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen was stunned for a while. Then, he smiled and said, "Senior, did you say it wrong or did I hear it wrong? 10 inferior grade spirit stones is enough to purchase a superior grade profound ranked spirit weapon. How can a scabbard be so expensive? Don't you think it's not worth it?" "Young man, this price is really not expensive at all. Feel it carefully. Don't you feel anything different?" The old man's expression did not change at all. He had a faint smile on his face as he spoke indifferently. Xiao Chen thought hatefully, this guy is really old and cunning. It's like he's going to eat me alive. Although 10 inferior grade spirit stones was not much to Xiao Chen, it was not something he could casually take out. He had only obtained 20 inferior grade spirit stones from Yan Qinyan's body. In the end, Xiao Chen still handed the 10 inferior grade spirit stones to him. He really liked this scabbard and did not want to miss it. "Young man, since the saber is already sheathed, don't casually draw it out. If anyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion finds out that you possess the Thunder King's inheritance, you will die a miserable death." When Xiao Chen, who had already reached the door, heard this, he suddenly stopped. Cold sweat broke out on his back as he slowly turned around. There was a trace of killing intent in Xiao Chen's eyes as he stared at the smiling old man. His right hand grasped the saber hilt, preparing to draw it at any moment. "Old man, you seem to know too much." Xiao Chen focused all his attention on the old man. His heart was filled with shock. The Thunder King's inheritance was his greatest secret. This secret was even more important than the Blue Dragon martial spirit. The Thunder King had made too many enemies in his life. In his later years, he mysteriously disappeared and finally fell. This left too many questions for the future generations. This old man only took a glance at the lunar shadow saber and discovered Xiao Chen's identity. This was truly shocking. If the secret of him possessing the Thunder King's inheritance was exposed, he would not be strong enough and he did not have an invincible backer. It would not be that he did not have a place in the great Qin nation. The entire world would kill him for his treasures. The experts of the older generation would not be able to resist the temptation to make a move. Facing Xiao Chen's undisguised killing intent, the old man's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "Little friend, it seems like you do not respect the old and cherish the young. This is not good." Dang! As soon as the old man finished speaking, the doors in the shop swayed and closed. The moment the doors closed, the space in the shop instantly darkened. Xiao Chen looked around and was horrified to discover that the surrounding shelves seemed to have disappeared. When he looked around, there was only a boundless darkness. He could not see the end. Ka-ca. Xiao Chen drew his saber and a cold light flashed on the pitch-black blade of the lunar shadow saber. There was a flash of saber light as he executed drawing the saber. Xiao Chen leaped into the air. He decided to make the first move and attack the old man. The old man's expression did not change as he stood in front of him. However, Xiaochen felt that the distance between him and the old man was worlds apart. Xiaochen maintained his posture in the air, holding his saber and leaping into the air. It was like he had crossed a great distance. However, the distance between him and the old man did not close at all. The old man was clearly in front of Xiaochen, but it felt like he was even further away than the horizon, as if there was no end. This place actually materialized a small world. Furthermore, it was a small world that could be controlled. When Xiaochen saw the old man's expressionless face, he was extremely astonished. Could this old man be a sage? Go out and calm down. In the future, you have to learn to respect the old and cherish the young. The old man waved his long sleeves gently and an irresistible force pushed Xiaochen back. Xiaochen's speed was extremely fast, the sound of the wind whistled in his ears. Bang! It was as if Xiaochen had traversed through countless plains. With a loud boom, he landed on the ground. When he raised his head to take a look, he discovered himself. When he looked up, he discovered that he was lying on the street. There were people coming and going around him, looking at Xiaochen strangely. After being looked at like a fool, Xiaochen quickly got up and checked his body. He discovered that he was not injured at all. It was clear that the old man had held back. Materializing a small world and grasping the laws of space, these were abilities that only sages could have. Was that old man really a sage? Xiaochen felt that it was impossible. This was because the aura that this old man gave him was not much stronger than in use. At best, he was only a martial monarch. He was definitely not a martial sage. Xiaochen extended out his spiritual sense and closed his eyes. He extended his spiritual sense into the old man's shop. A strong aura appeared in his mind. After a while, Xiaochen discovered the source of that aura. It was a rectangular wooden box in the shop. When Xiaochen tried to extend his spiritual sense into the wooden box, he discovered a formless barrier blocking his spiritual sense. Xiaochen did not give up and tried a few more times. However, he failed every time. Finally, he focused his spiritual sense on the old man's body. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows. He discovered an incomparably shocking phenomenon. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiaochen muttered to himself, "This person does not have a martial spirit in his body." However, the aura he gave off clearly indicated that he was once a martial king expert. If that was the case, there could only be one reason. This expert had been severely injured by someone. His martial spirit was destroyed, and he became a cripple. Even so, Xiaochen was still fearful of the old man. If that wooden box did not contain a complete holy weapon, it would be a king-grade attack-type secret treasure. Within the shop, the old man was an undefeatable existence. Xiaochen shook his head. Since the old man did not have any ill intentions, there was no need for him to continue pestering him. After turning around and leaving, Xiaochen still could not calm down. There are so many shops outside of Saber City. Could there be such experts hidden in all of them? With this thought in mind, Xiaochen unknowingly walked into another shop. The owner of the shop was a middle-aged man. Xiaochen's eyes lit up like torches as he stared at this person. He wanted to see if there was anything different about him. "Little brother, are you looking to buy something?" the middle-aged man asked with a trembling voice after being stared at by Xiaochen. Hearing this, Xiaochen recovered his wits. He felt that it was a pity, this person was really just an ordinary shop owner. There was nothing special about him. However, how should he answer the shop owner's question? That was a problem. After all, he already knew that the spirit weapons here would not be sold to outsiders. Xiaochen thought for a while and decided to ask about Leng Tianyue. After all, he had already committed a heinous crime by assassinating Leng Liusu. He asked in a probing manner, "I want to ask around. Did anything big happen in Saber City recently?" The middle-aged man looked at Xiaochen meaningfully and said, "If you want to talk about big things, there are big things happening in Saber City every day. There is nothing strange about that. However, something startling did happen a few days ago." The shop owner stopped talking. Xiao Chen understood tacitly and handed over a banknote. The shop owner received it and casually glanced at it. He discovered it was a banknote for 10,000 silver taels. The shop owner could not help but reveal a joyful expression. He beamed with joy and said, "A few days ago, the first young master of Lingyun Mountain Range's Tianyua Peak, Ling Tianyua, returned from outside and barged into the Heavenly Saber Morning Soul Formation." Indeed, it was about Ling Tianyua. Xiao Chen could not help but ask out of curiosity, why did he go to the Heavenly Saber Morning Soul Formation? The shop owner chuckled and said, "Why? Of course, it was to draw the saber. There is a rumor in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion that has been passed down for thousands of years. As long as one barges into the Heavenly Saber Morning Soul Formation and draws the subdivine weapon, they can immediately become the pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." "Then, did he draw it?" Xiao Chen asked interestedly. He did not expect there to be such a thing in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This was very surprising. If someone from the Misty Sword sect managed to draw this saber, would they become the pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Just thinking about it was interesting. The middle-aged boss sighed and said, "That's a secondary heavenly weapon, second only to heavenly weapons in the world. It can split mountains and rocks, shake the sky, and even sages have to avoid it. How can it be pulled out so easily? Furthermore, the Heavenly Saber Morning Soul Formation has 81 small formations. They are all interconnected, forming a large formation. It has existed since the ancient era. If one wants to pass through it, not only does one need a cultivation realm, they also need an understanding of saber techniques." Chapter 140. How could he, a peak martial grand master, barge in? He was trapped in the 7th formation and was eventually rescued by his father. Xiao Chen's interest was completely piqued. He quickly asked, "Then what happened after that?" The boss was somewhat confused about what happened after that. He said, "I only heard about what happened after that. Ling Tianyua seemed to have done something wrong. His father wanted to lock him up. In the end, he crippled his own cultivation and took the initiative to lock himself up in Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Saber Prison." When he heard this news, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Although he did not know why Ling Tianyua locked him up in Saber Prison, it was good enough that he did not have to meet him. Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chen headed straight for Saber City. After a while, he arrived at the city gates and started to pay the entrance tax. The method of paying the entrance tax here made Xiao Chen feel astonished. The amount of the tax was actually determined by the weight of the saber the cultivator was carrying. No matter how many sabers you had, no matter what grade they were, how heavy they were, you would have to pay the tax. The saber itself weighs 85 kilograms. The scabbard weighs 70 kilograms. In total, it weighs 155 kilograms. Little brother, you have to pay 1155 silver taels as entrance tax. The two cultivators guarding the gates removed Xiao Chen's lunar shadow saber from the scale. They smiled as they spoke to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sweated profusely in his heart. This was extraordinarily expensive. When he saw a brother carrying 7 sabers on his back, he felt even more depressed. He had to pay 10,000 silver taels. However, Xiao Chen still had to pay up. He had no other choice. After he paid up, he left. After paying, the guards asked Xiao Chen a few questions and recorded his place of birth, name, and age. After that, they handed a form to Xiao Chen and said, "Go to the side and make an identity token. In the future, you will not have to pay the entrance tax when entering Saber City with this identity token." Xiao Chen smiled gently. "Fortunately, I don't have to pay every time. Otherwise, I would have to deduct all of my assets." The processing of the identity card was relatively simple. After handing in the form and waiting for half an hour, the other party delivered a wooden card. The front side of the card was engraved with Xiao Chen's information, and the back side was engraved with a long saber and a mountain peak. After tying the wooden token to his waist, Xiao Chen finally entered the famous Saber City. The streets of the city were densely packed with cultivators carrying sabers. An arena could be seen every few hundred meters, and every arena was crowded with people. It was very lively. The martial heaven continent's love for martial arts had reached its pinnacle. Aside from being filled with bladesmen and having many arenas, Saber City was not much different from other cities. Xiao Chen inquired about the location of the city lord's mansion and quickly walked towards it. The city lord of Saber City was appointed by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He managed the entire outer sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The position of the city lord in the sect was second only to those peak masters. He also had a seat in the elders' assembly. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, Xiao Chen handed the recommendation letter that Feng Feishue gave him to the guard. The red recommendation letter had the Feng clan's seal and emblem on it, as well as Feng Feishue's signature. The guard's eyes were pretty good. He was able to tell the authenticity of the recommendation letter very quickly. He told Xiao Chen to wait for a while he went to report the matter. Not long after, that person quickly ran over. He smiled apologetically and said, "Brother, the city lord is currently meeting with an important guest. You might have to wait for a while. Come with me to the side hall to rest first." The attitude of the city lord's mansion was very humble. Xiao Chen did not feel that he was an important person. He smiled faintly and followed the person into the city lord's mansion with a relaxed expression. After passing through a few courtyards and gardens, Xiao Chen was brought to the side hall. The guard immediately took his leave, leaving Xiao Chen there alone. Xiao Chen waited for a long time. In the reception hall of the city lord's mansion, Saber City's city lord, Gu Yunbin, sat on a wooden chair. Separated by a tea table was an old man. He looked at Xiao Chen's recommendation letter with an unhappy expression. Behind the two of them stood a youth about 16 or 17 years old. He carried a saber on his back and had a gloomy expression on his face. Occasionally, there would be a trace of hostility in his eyes. The old man placed the recommendation letter on the table and faced Gu Yunbin. He said in a deep voice, "Old Gu, we already agreed on this a week ago. Why did you change your mind at the last minute?" Gu Yunbin smiled faintly, "Old Zhang, don't make things difficult for me. Why don't you take a look at who gave me the recommendation letter? There is Miss Feng's signature on it. I can't not give Miss Feng face. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Feng clan have worked together for hundreds of years. They are the ones who provide the materials for the spirit weapons and battle armor in and out of the city. The most important thing is that they are the ones who handle the spirit stones produced by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The Feng clan has the authority to recommend people. It was not me who said it, it was the previous pavilion master who said it. Furthermore, this old man also owes Miss Feng a favor. This time, I can return it to her." When old Zhang heard this, he took out a jade bottle with a flip of his palm. He gently opened the bottle cap and a dense medicinal fragrance instantly spread out. When one smelled it, they felt refreshed. Gu Yunbin's expression changed slightly. He asked, "Old Zhang, is this the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill?" Old Zhang revealed a proud expression and said indifferently, "That's right, it is the rank 7 Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill. After consuming it, it can extend one's lifespan by 20 years. Originally, I intended to give it to old Gu after the matter was over." Gu Yunbin smiled bitterly and said, "Old Zhang, why do you have to do this? With your grandson's talent, as long as he stays in the outer sect for half a year, he will definitely have the opportunity to enter the inner sect. Furthermore, this old man will definitely take care of him. There will be no lack of spirit stones, medicinal pills, and martial techniques." Old Zhang looked at the youth beside him and said, "There is no need to say much about Ye's talent. However, half a year is too long. He has already wasted 16 years. I do not wish for him to waste any more time." Gu Yunbin got up and started pacing around the hall. He had a conflicted expression on his face. After a while, he finally made up his mind. He said, "I will think of a way. First, I will set up a mission to test this person. If this person does not have any ability, then forget it. If he cannot pass, I will arrange for him to enter the outer sect first. The spot in Tianyue Peak will be reserved for your son. Wait here for a while." After Gu Yunbin spoke, he headed to the side hall. After Gu Yunbin left, old Zhang immediately got up and went to the door. He called an old man over and explained the situation to him. Finally, he instructed, I do not wish for anything unexpected to happen. Whether Zhang Yi can enter the inner sect of Heavenly Saber Pavilion will affect the position of our Zhang clan in Yunyang City for the next few hundred years. When that person comes out later, keep an eye on him. If he does not complete it, then it is fine. However, if he does, you should know what to do, right? This old man was a medial grade martial saint. After he heard it, he said indifferently, Clan head, please rest assured. There will not be any problems with such a small matter. In the side hall, just as Xiao Chen's patients ran out, there was the sound of footsteps. The door to the side hall opened and an old man over 70 years old walked in with great strides. As he walked, he gave off an imposing aura. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense and was actually unable to sense the strength of this person. It was like his spiritual sense had sunk into the vast ocean. It was unfathomable, he could not help but feel astonished. When Guyunbin saw Xiao Chen, he smiled gently and said, My apologies, my apologies. I have something to do and have made little brother wait. Please don't take offense. As he spoke, he sized up Xiao Chen. When his gaze landed on Xiao Chen's body, Xiao Chen felt like he had been completely seen through. He could no longer keep any secrets. However, Xiao Chen did not panic. He had just seen a fake sage. This situation was nothing compared to what he had seen earlier. Xiao Chen stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. He said respectfully, Greetings, senior. As a junior, there is no harm in waiting. Guyunbin nodded to himself. Although Xiao Chen was only a superior grade martial master, he was able to remain calm and courteous under Guyunbin's aura. This was quite rare. Guyunbin gestured for Xiao Chen to sit down. He smiled and said, This old man is Guyunbin. If you do not mind, you can call me Old Gu. I have not asked for little brother's name yet. Yi Chen, Yi as in leaves, Chen as in birth. Yi Chen was Xiao Chen's current alias. The name Xiao Chen was currently wanted by the Yan clan, even in Shihe province. It was not good to use it directly. Guyunbin said politely again, Yi Chen, I have seen Miss Feng's recommendation letter. Her words speak highly of you. I will definitely give Miss Feng face. However, the inner sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is the backbone of the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It cannot be mixed in. I will have to test your strength in the end. Xiao Chen thought very quickly. He muttered, Old Gu, if you have something to say, just say it. Yi Chen is not a pretentious person. When Guyunbin heard this, he was stunned. He smiled and said, It has been a long time since a junior dared to speak to me like this. In that case, I will say it directly. I have a mission for you. If you can pass it, I will give you a chance to enter the inner sect. If you cannot, then go to the outer sect and temper yourself first. How about that? Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. He had missed the opportunity to enter the inner sect. Originally, he had intended to enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion through the outer sect. It was only because of Feng Feishua's recommendation letter that he had this opportunity. Even if he could not pass it, there was no loss. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen agreed to Guyunbin's request under his somewhat surprised gaze. He did not try to bargain at all. Guyunbin smiled and said, I am gratified that you have such a mentality. However, I hope you do not get careless. The difficulty of the mission I am giving you is the same as the outer sect's end-of-year exam. The back door I opened for you will only save you half a year. Kill a rank 5 spirit beast at will in the Evil Wind Valley outside the city. In order to prevent cheating, bring the spirit beast's corpse back. I will check it personally. After Guyunbin spoke, he handed Xiao Chen some information about the Evil Wind Valley. Xiao Chen received it and did not look at it on the spot. He immediately took his leave and left the city lord's residence. After Xiao Chen found an independent courtyard in Saber City, he started to look through the information that Guyunbin handed him carefully. Evil Wind Valley was located to the west of Saber City. The cold qi there was extremely heavy. Most of the spirit beasts there were ice attributed. It was a place where the outer sect disciples would temper themselves. A rank 5 spirit beast was equivalent to a human martial saint. Aside from their intelligence and agility being slightly lower than humans, their pure strength could only be higher. After Xiaochen took a look, he tossed the information onto the table. There was very little information. It was not very helpful. Chapter 141. With Xiaochen's strength as a superior grade martial master, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill a rank 5 spirit beast. His chances of success were close to 0. Is the threshold of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner sect really that high? Xiaochen frowned slightly. He had some doubts in his heart. If he were to carry out such a mission, it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as having a 90% chance of survival. Xiaochen sighed and held the lunar shadow saber in his hand. With a huang-dang sound, he slowly drew the saber. A cold light flashed on the pitch-black blade. The sharp blade could slice through hair. Xiaochen gently stroked the blade of the saber. A pretty figure appeared in his mind. He thought of everything that person had done for him. His gaze slowly turned resolute as he muttered, "No matter the reason you sealed yourself, I will do my best to wake you up. I will not make you cry again in this lifetime. Even if I have to give up my life, I will not hesitate. This is a promise." From the moment he held the lunar shadow saber in his hand and obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King, he had to keep this promise for life. Ka-ca. Xiaochen sheathed the lunar shadow saber once again. He took out the Dragon Seizing Hands manual that he obtained from Yan Xinyan's body from the Universe Ring and started reading it. This was an Earth-ranked martial technique that required an inherited martial spirit to learn. It was similar to Xiaochen's Dragon Subduing Slash. However, Xiaochen had the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. An inherited martial spirit would not be a hindrance to him. In a situation where a heaven-ranked martial technique did not appear, an Earth-ranked martial technique was definitely the strongest martial technique in the world. Furthermore, an inherited Earth-ranked martial technique from a noble clan with an innate bloodline would be even stronger. This Dragon Seizing Hands was much stronger than the ancient martial technique that Xiaochen obtained in the ancient remnant. Xiaochen looked at it carefully for half a night and comprehended something in his heart. Pu-ci. Xiaochen suddenly made his move. He circulated the changing character formula and the Dragon Seizing Hands at the same time. Xiaochen shouted and smashed his right hand forward. A giant black hand appeared, and with a bang, the stone table in the courtyard was smashed into pieces. The stone fragments danced wildly in the air and shot out. Xiaochen withdrew his hand and revealed a faint smile on his face. Using the Battle Sage Origin to evolve it was indeed more efficient and easier to succeed. In the courtyard, Xiaochen started to experiment continuously. Aside from the Dragon Seizing Hand, there was also Ji Changkong's Astral Sword Technique, Hua Yunfei's Bloody Massacre Sword Technique, and Duanmuking's inherited martial technique. They were all modified using the changing character formula. In the end, he discovered that although he could execute these martial techniques after trying them a few times, they exhausted too much essence. He could not easily execute them. Only this Dragon Seizing Hand, with a martial technique in hand and a clear understanding of its circulation path, would require less essence to execute. Such a martial technique had value in actual combat. After his essence was exhausted, Xiaochen did not enter a state of cultivation to absorb spiritual energy. Instead, he took out an inferior grade spirit stone and absorbed it completely. His essence instantly returned to its peak state. After Xiaochen completely absorbed the energy in the spirit stone, the pool of clear water in his dantian grew noticeably larger. This was a pleasant surprise. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "No wonder everyone likes spirit stones. This thing is very useful to cultivators. Furthermore, it does not have any side effects. In the future, I have to absorb one every day. I can't just leave it lying around." Only a person like Xiaochen, who wanted to gain something without risking anything, would say such words without feeling any heartache. Even the disciples of noble clans would not dare to be so extravagant. After Xiaochen recovered his spiritual energy, he continued practicing the dragon seizing hand. His spiritual energy was completely exhausted. Xiaochen directly used the spirit stone to recover his essence, not wasting any time at all. After a while, when Xiaochen had used the dragon seizing hand a few hundred times, he discovered some small tricks that he did not know about in other martial techniques. When the huge hand attacked the enemy, he could make the huge hand move accordingly. This way, its might would be even stronger. After discovering this trick, Xiaochen was incomparably excited. He practiced from sunrise until the sky turned dark. Xiaochen could use the dragon seizing hand skillfully. He made a clenched fist motion, retracting and releasing it effortlessly. Aside from the changing character formula, the main reason why Xiaochen was able to reach such a level in one day was because of the pile of spirit stones on the ground that no longer had any luster. The spirit stones that Yan Qianyun originally needed to use for half a year were used up by Xiaochen in one day. It was unknown what expression Yan Qianyun would have if he knew about this. As the sun rose in the east, Xiaochen woke up from his deep sleep. After washing up, Xiaochen took out the horn of the infant golden lion that he had obtained in Savage Forest and started carving it. Xiaochen did not dare to be careless when challenging a martial saint spirit beast. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen decided to carve the golden lion king sculpture. Without Yu Ying's dragon qi, the might of Princess Yingyu's sculpture would be much lower. On the other hand, if Xiaochen used the golden lion horn to carve the golden lion king, it would be much easier to control. This time, he was not as rushed as the previous time. He could only carve as he walked. Xiaochen was very meticulous in his carving. The fine hairs on the surface of the sculpture could be seen clearly. After a while, a lifelike golden lion king sculpture was completed. Xiaochen smiled faintly and placed it in his universe ring. Then, he took out an ink bottle and poured the blood of the golden holy beast into it. Then, he gently sliced his palm, allowing the essence blood in his body to merge with it. Xiaochen wanted to carve a new talisman. Under the situation where his cultivation realm had not increased, he could only increase the quality of the materials in order to increase the might of the talisman. The Golden Lion King contained the bloodline of an ancient golden holy beast. It was much stronger than the blood of a regular spirit beast. If he used it to carve a new talisman, its might would definitely increase by half. After the essence blood and the golden holy beast's blood were completely merged together, Xiaochen took out a brush and paper. He focused all his attention and started to carve, stroke by stroke. A faint golden light spread out from the tip of the brush. Xiaochen drew very slowly, but he did not pause at all. As he moved up and down, it was very natural. The connection was perfect. In the end, he completed it in one breath. He successfully inscribed a rank 3 lightning attributed talisman. After wiping the sweat off his forehead, Xiaochen took a deep breath. Carving talismans was the most tiring thing. When one was highly focused, one could not afford to be careless. If one was not steady, the talisman would immediately go to waste. Furthermore, this would exhaust a lot of essence. Xiaochen rested for a while before continuing to carve. He continued to carve more than 20 talismans in a row. His luck was not good for the last few, most of them failed. His success rate was only 50%. After the essence in his body was completely exhausted, Xiaochen took out an inferior grade spirit stone. After a while, essence immediately filled his entire body. The clear spring in his dantian swelled up again. He was now a peak superior grade martial master. As long as Xiaochen was willing, he could become a martial grand master at any time. This was the wondrous use of spirit stones. After everything was prepared, Xiaochen quickly walked out of the city. He removed the wooden token from his waist and showed it to the guards at the city gates. There were no obstructions as he left the city. Evil Wind Valley was a very suitable place for outer disciples to train. There were many outer disciples forming groups at the western city gates. A few of them even invited Xiaochen to go with them. Xiaochen smiled faintly and rejected them. His mission could only be completed by himself. If there were other injuries on the spirit beast's corpse, he would fail the mission. There were many people going to Evil Wind Valley. Xiao Chen casually chose a group and followed behind. He did not have to worry about losing his way. Everyone moved very quickly. They arrived outside of Evil Wind Valley in an hour. What made Xiao Chen somewhat surprised was that the outside of Evil Wind Valley was different from what he had imagined. The outside was like a marketplace. There were stalls set up everywhere. The stalls were very simple. There was a layer of ragged cloth on the ground. All sorts of herbs, spirit beast spirit cores, and flesh were displayed on the cloth. These people were all wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer disciples. Occasionally, there would be peddlers coming over to haggle. The scene was very bustling and noisy. Selling the most complete map of Evil Wind Valley. The locations of all sorts of spirit beasts and herbs are marked. The lowest price here, definitely the lowest price here. A loud shout attracted Xiao Chen's attention. A map of Evil Wind Valley. Coincidentally, this was something he urgently needed. Xiao Chen walked over unhurriedly. He did not reveal any signs of impatience. This was a small trick when buying things. One must not let the other party see through one's true intentions. The stall owner was a young man wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer disciples. When he saw Xiao Chen, he quickly greeted him warmly. Xiao Chen took the map from him and looked at it carefully. After a while, he asked, "Why is there no mark on this map of the location of a rank 5 spirit beast?" The young stall owner smiled and said, "You should be new here. There are no fixed locations for rank 5 spirit beasts in Evil Wind Valley. Furthermore, no outer disciple would dare to provoke a rank 5 spirit beast. Isn't that just seeking death? The outer disciples would not provoke a rank 5 spirit beast." Why was it different from what Guyunbin said? Xiao Chen put down the map and asked, "Didn't you say that the end-of-year exam for outer disciples is to kill a rank 5 spirit beast?" The stall owner revealed an astonished expression. "How can that be? The end-of-year exam is normally based on the number of rank 4 spirit beasts you kill. Once you reach a certain standard, you will pass. This number changes every year, depending on the spirit beast. However, no matter how much it changes, I have never heard of any end-of-year exam requiring you to kill a rank 5 spirit beast. Isn't that just sending yourself to death? Even if it is an inner disciple, if they meet a rank 5 spirit beast, the sect instructs them to stay as far away as possible." "Old bastard, you actually dared to lie to me," Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. He had not expected that this Gu Yunbin, who looked like a senior expert, would actually come up with such a vicious plan, trying to kill him. "Brother, I think you might have been tricked by someone. The strength of a rank 5 spirit beast is comparable to a martial saint. How could we be a match for it? I advise you not to act rashly," that person said out of goodwill. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "I was just speaking casually. Thank you for the reminder, brother. I am called Yi Chen. May I know your name?" "Lu Chen, an outer disciple of Heavenly Saber Pavilion." Xiao Chen looked around at the other stall owners who were also outer disciples. He asked, "Brother Lu Chen, why are there so many people setting up stalls outside of Evil Wind Valley? Why are they doing business instead of cultivating?" Chapter 142. Lu Chen smiled bitterly and said, "The treatment an outer disciple receives is only 1 spirit stone and 1,000 silver taels. It is not enough for cultivation. Furthermore, the competition is too intense. Everyone wants to enter the inner sect. Without enough money, it is impossible to maintain the status quo." Xiao Chen was deep in thought. This was probably the tragedy of a loose cultivator. If he had not been fortunate enough to rob a few noble clan disciples of their belongings, he might have to set up a stall like these people. Suddenly, Lu Chen said, "Brother Yi, actually, if you really want to find a rank 5 spirit beast, there are a few places on this map that you can definitely find." "What places?" Xiao Chen's interest was piqued. He still had to kill this rank 5 spirit beast. After all, he had made so many preparations. He could not return empty-handed. Lu Chen pointed to a spot on the map that was marked with a rank 5 herb. This is where the rank 5 herb, yubing grass, is located. If you continue forward, you will find the rank 6 herb, ice crystal flower. There will definitely be rank 5 spirit beasts guarding this rank 6 herb. There are also here and here. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but smile. The highest ranked herb on this map was only rank 5. It looked like this Lu Chen was hiding something. Excuse me for being nosy. I wonder why brother Xiao Chen wants to know about rank 5 spirit beasts. Lu Chen could clearly feel that Xiao Chen was only a superior grade martial master. If he met a rank 5 spirit beast, he would not have any chance of surviving. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, nothing much, I was just asking casually. How much is the map? I'll buy it. Seeing that Xiao Chen was unwilling to speak, Lu Chen tactfully did not continue asking. The map is very cheap, 200 silver taels. 200 silver taels for a map, and you call it not expensive? You must be treating me like a fool. With such a small amount of money, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to bargain. After he ransacked the Jiang clan's treasury, aside from the 20 million gold taels he spent on the Flying Snow Manor, there was still another 10 million gold taels and all sorts of spirit weapons and medicinal pills left in Xiao Chen's hands. Lu Chen took out a banknote worth 1,000 silver taels from the universe ring and took the map. When he saw the spatial ring on Xiao Chen's hand, an undetectable look of greed flashed in his eyes. However, it quickly disappeared. The smile on his face did not change as he returned the remaining money to Xiao Chen. He said enthusiastically, I wish brother Xiao Chen a good harvest. Let's continue working together in the future. When Xiao Chen was far away, he looked at Xiao Chen's back and did not hide the greed in his eyes. He quickly put away his stall and smiled at the people who came to take a look. Everyone, I'm sorry. I will not be doing business today. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, Lu Chen quickly left. He ran to the outskirts of Evil Wind Valley, to a desolate forest. In the forest, there were a few youths wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer sect disciples. There was a corpse lying in front of them. Boss, this fellow is a pauper. He only has 2,000 silver taels on him. Furthermore, it is broken silver. The medicinal pills he has are all trash rank 2 medicinal pills, someone cursed. The person leading the group was called Zhang Tuesday. He was an inferior grade martial grand master. He had an unfriendly expression on his face as he said in a sullen voice, there are still a few more months to the end of the year. If I do not advance to medial grade martial grand master, I will not be able to enter the inner sect. These people were all Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer sect disciples. They were loose cultivators. For the sake of cultivation resources, they would frequently ambush lone cultivators in Evil Wind Valley. Sometimes, they would even attack their own sect members. When Zhang Tu saw Lu Chen running over in a panic, he said unhappily, what are you doing? Running for your life? Why are you running so fast? Lu Chen panicked and quickly told Zhang Tu what he had seen earlier. Zhang Tu revealed an expression of deep thought. He said, are you sure he is alone? There is a spatial ring on his hand. He should be the young master of a large clan. How can he be alone? Lu Chen nodded and said, I am absolutely sure. Furthermore, this person seems to be new. He does not know anything and asked a lot of strange questions. His cultivation seems to be only peak superior grade martial grand master. To be able to spend 1,000 silver taels on a whim, this person is definitely not poor. Furthermore, he does not care about the price of his items. He is definitely a spendthrift from a young age. Boss, let's do it. Someone at the side said with a gleam in his eyes when he heard Lu Chen's words. Indeed, he is a superior grade martial grand master. Boss, you can deal with him alone. Furthermore, the few of us are at least medial grade martial grand masters. There will not be any problems. Indeed, it is not like boss has not done it before. This person might even have spirit stones on him. Boss, you still have to continue. Zhang Tu revealed an uncertain expression. His rationality told him that something was wrong. A superior-grade martial Grand Master going to inquire about a rank 5 spirit beast was definitely not simple. However, the greed in his heart was like a flood, slowly breaking his rationality. When he heard the word spirit stones, the greed in Jianghu's heart overcame his rationality. He consoled himself by saying, no matter what, he is only a superior-grade martial Grand Master. After he made up his mind, he said, Lu Chen, you should have left some medicinal powder on that person, right? Lu Chen chuckled, that is for sure. I have already smeared some medicinal powder on the map. I can find that person at any time. When one was outside, the human heart was unfathomable. One should not expose one's wealth. This was a very simple principle, especially in the Jianghu continent. The battles between humans were much more bloody than those between animals. One had to pay even more attention to it. It was not that Xiao Chen did not understand this principle. Unfortunately, he did not have much experience and accidentally exposed himself. He thought that it was not important. However, in this evil wind valley, the human heart was sinister. How could he judge others by his own standards? Evil Wind Valley was surrounded by tall mountains. It was not appropriate to call it a valley, as it was simply too big. Not only was there a forest in the valley, there was also a river flowing around it. There were strange rocks everywhere, it was vast and boundless. There were many cultivators coming and going in the valley. After they crossed a river, Xiao Chen entered the dense forest in front. The forest was very big, the crowd immediately dispersed. As Xiao Chen continued to walk forward, he saw very few people. Pooh! Bai jumped out of the spirit blood jade with a joyful cry. Aside from being in the house, Xiao Chen had not let it out for the past few days. The main reason was that it was too eye-catching. Its snow-white fur was not tainted by any impurities. It also had a pair of watery eyes filled with spirituality. With one look, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Within the forest, Bai was very excited. The moment it landed on the ground, it immediately ran far away. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and ignored it. With its speed, no spirit beast would be able to catch it. However, Xiao Chen still warned it not to run too far. It was not because it was afraid of those ferocious spirit beasts, but because he was afraid of being seen by other cultivators and attracting unnecessary trouble. Xiao Chen took out the map and looked at it carefully. In the end, he decided to go to the ice crystal flowers to take a look, one by one. Regardless of what Gu Binyun was thinking, he had already made so many preparations. He had to give it a try. If Gu Binyun were to play tricks on him, he would fall out with him. Within Evil Wind Valley, Zhang Tu's group was following the route that Xiao Chen took. They followed behind him unhurriedly. Occasionally, Lu Chen would sniff the air. Lu Chen's martial spirit was an ordinary dog. It was not very useful in battle, but it was very strong when it came to tracking people. This was not the first time they had used such a method. They all had relaxed expressions and did not seem to mind. Boss, he might be going to the ice crystal flowers, Lu Chen said after sniffing the air for a while. Zhang Tu frowned slightly, his expression was somewhat gloomy. He muttered, could it be that he is really going to find a rank 5 spirit beast? He is just a superior grade martial master, where does he get his confidence from? Lu Chen, who was at the side, heard Zhang Tu's muttering. He said, he might have some kind of secret treasure. This time, he might have really caught a big fish. When Zhang Tu heard this, he went into deep thought. After a while, he said solemnly, this should be the only reason. This brat is definitely not an ordinary superior grade martial master. We cannot follow our usual plan. Fourth brother, how many more times can you use that thing of yours? Zhang Tu turned around and said to a skinny cultivator. That skinny cultivator took out a very ordinary piece of metal. He said in astonishment, 2 or 3 times should not be a problem. However, is there a need to use this thing to deal with a superior grade martial master? Zhang Tu took the piece of metal and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He said, this brat is definitely not an ordinary person. You will not go wrong listening to me. I will personally make a move later. We will take a shortcut and set up an ambush. We will try to deal with him in one move and not cause any other problems. Although this map was very expensive, the locations of the spirit beasts marked on it were very accurate. Xiaochen followed the directions on the map and successfully avoided some of the spirit beasts that lived in groups. Along the way, he only met a few wandering spirit beasts and dealt with them easily. Xiaochen dealt with another rank 3 spirit beast blocking his way. Following the principle that even the smallest mosquito was meat, Xiaochen extracted its spirit core and placed it in his universe ring. After everything that had happened the previous night, Xiaochen took out the map again and looked at it carefully. At this moment, Bai came out of nowhere and leaped gently onto Xiaochen's shoulder. When it saw the map in Xiaochen's hand, it went over to take a look out of curiosity. Pooh ci. Before it got close, it sneezed. A layer of powder started to spread out from the map. Xiaochen frowned and held his breath. He quickly threw the map in his hand to the ground. Xiaochen took out a piece of white paper from the universe ring and collected all the dust particles one by one. The green spirit core in Xiaochen's mind extended out along with his spiritual sense. It carefully analyzed the composition of the powder on the white paper. This green dot was a spirit core that only alchemists had. Xiaochen had not used it for a long time already. At this moment, it came in handy. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiaochen casually tossed the white paper away. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It was just some powder with a special smell. Fortunately, it was not poison. If it was, he would have fallen for it already. The corner of Xiaochen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He picked up the map again and said indifferently, "The human heart is something that no one can understand." He extended his spiritual sense into the surroundings. As he walked, everything within 800 meters appeared in his mind. Everything appeared in his mind. A flower, a tree, and some martial artists who were fighting with the spirit beasts. None of them could escape. After a while, Xiaochen sensed something on the path to the ice crystal flower's birth. 6 figures were hiding in the surrounding trees with a clear purpose. Lu Chen's figure was among them. Chapter 143. When the 6 people on the tree saw Xiaochen approaching, they all became cautious. They held their breaths and became extremely quiet. Zhang too held the mysterious piece of metal in his hand. His palm was actually sweating. He could not help but curse in his heart, "It is just a superior grade martial master, there is no need to be so nervous." His expression slowly eased up. As he watched Xiaochen get closer, he could not help but slowly count down in his heart. 10, 9, 8, 7, go. When he counted to 10, he tossed the piece of metal in his hand forward. The piece of metal immediately expanded with the wind. After a while, it was the size of a small mountain. It pressed down on Xiaochen's head. There was a loud rumbling sound as the piece of metal landed on the ground. The ground started to tremble, and some of the surrounding trees were toppled. "Not good," Zhang Tu exclaimed. In the instant the piece of metal was about to be thrown, there was a flash of lightning. Xiaochen's figure suddenly disappeared. "Ah!" There was a loud miserable cry. In the quiet forest, it was very horrifying. Lu Chen's body was chopped in half, and he fell from the tree. Xiaochen stood on the tree branch and looked at the piece of metal on the ground. He was startled. Fortunately, he had sensed Lu Chen's killing intent in advance. Otherwise, if he was caught off guard, Xiaochen would definitely fall for it. With such a big thing pressing down, even a martial saint would not feel good. Zhang Tu quickly landed on the ground and put away the piece of metal. He wanted to take it out again. However, Xiaochen did not want to give him the chance. He leaped into the air and flew down from the tree. He turned into a blue dragon and roared angrily. A cold light flickered and a saber light appeared. Xiaochen's figure landed in front of Zhang Tuesday. He did not hesitate to quickly draw his saber, executing drawing the saber. The saber created a strong wind. However, the saber light was faster than the wind. This startled Zhang Tuesday. He quickly gave up on taking out the piece of metal and quickly retreated. When Xiao Chen saw him retreat, the corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. There was a clap of thunder behind him, and the electric light passed through the ground to Xiao Chen's feet. Finally, it gathered on the lunar shadow saber. In an instant, the purple light shone brightly. Xiao Chen did not even have to release the power of the demonic core in the lunar shadow saber. The electric light was already so resplendent that it was dazzling. He took a step forward, and his saber drew a long purple arc in the air. On the arc, countless electric arcs flickered, bewitching and beautiful. Jianghu knew that he could not avoid this arc, so he used up all his essence qi, forming an essence qi barrier around his body. He wanted to take it head-on. However, after Xiao Chen refined the thunder crash saber technique, its might was much stronger than before. The essence barrier that he hastily gathered could not block it at all. Puchi. The essence barrier on Jianghu's chest was sliced open, and the purple light tore through his clothes. It left a long gash on the yellow-ranked battle armor he was wearing. After that, it left a scarlet wound on his chest, and blood spurted out. The horrifying electric light quickly entered his body. It swept through the meridians in his body like breaking dead leaves. The essence in his body instantly turned chaotic, and he temporarily lost control of his body. Rushing heaven chop. Xiao Chen shouted, and his body soared into the sky. The saber pierced forward without any fancy moves, and in the next moment, it was going to pierce through Jianghu's chest. No. Jianghu revealed an expression of extreme horror in his eyes as he said in despair. In that instant, he thought of many things. He thought of the excitement he felt when he first came to Saber City. He thought of the oath he made when he entered the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer sect. One day, he would become the strongest bladesman in the world. However, all this was soon buried in the merciless reality. Those people with similar talent to him relied on the resources of their clans, and their cultivations quickly surpassed his. 1 year passed, 2 years passed. His hopes of entering the inner sect became slimmer and slimmer. He did not know when it started, but he forgot his oath and fell to his current state. Suddenly, Jianghu was dispirited to discover that he was about to die. In this final battle, he did not even draw his saber. He only wanted to rely on unorthodox methods to deal with a superior-grade martial master. He tried hard to control his right hand, wanting to pull out the long saber at his waist, but just as he touched the hilt. However, just as he touched the saber hilt, the lunar shadow saber pierced through the wound on Xiao Chen's chest. With a bang, his body shattered into countless pieces. The saber fell to the ground with a huang-dang sound. Even when he died, he did not draw it. Xiao Chen turned around and quickly grabbed the piece of metal in the air. When the remaining 4 people saw that Xiao Chen dealt with them in an instant, the strongest among them, Jianghu, turned pale with fright. They turned around and ran. Dragon seizing hand. Xiao Chen shouted loudly and a huge black palm descended from the sky. With a loud bang, it smashed the 4 of them to the ground. Xiao Chen used the dragon seizing hand again. He did not move from his original position and controlled the huge black palm to form a fist with his right hand. Boom! A cultivator who was struggling to stand up was hammered down by the huge black fist. He cried out miserably and his body was smashed into a pile of meat paste. Boom! 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 There were another 3 loud sounds. The black fist carried an overwhelming force as it smashed down continuously. The huge force landed on the ground. The ground trembled continuously. The trees on both sides were swaying left and right. They swayed non-stop. After a long time, they slowly stopped swaying. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and looked coldly at the 5 corpses on the ground. He searched the corpses clean and quickly left the place. The commotion earlier was too big. Many cultivators were attracted by it and were rushing over. Xiao Chen did not dare to stay any longer. Not long after Xiao Chen left, a Heavenly Saber Pavilion outer disciple rushed over. He carried a thick saber on his back and there was a long scar on the right side of his face. This made his originally young face look very sinister. When he saw the corpses on the ground, he did not seem too shocked. Jianghu's corpse had already been smashed into many pieces. It looked very disgusting. Blood dyed the ground red. It was impossible to make out this person's identity. He searched the ground for a while and found a black metal medallion. Jianghu's name was written on the front and the words Heavenly Saber Pavilion was carved on the back. Jianghu was actually killed by someone in Evil Wind Valley. The scarred man read it out slowly. His eyes revealed an expression of extreme shock. There was an undetectable sorrow in the depths of his eyes. Pooh! 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 A series of footsteps could be heard. Many Heavenly Saber Pavilion outer disciples heard the commotion and rushed over. When they saw the corpses on the ground, they were greatly shocked. It's Lu Chen's group. This is their metal medallion. Very soon, someone found their identity medallion. They were all outer disciples. Naturally, they recognized Lu Chen's group. When they saw their miserable deaths, they felt fear in their hearts. An outer disciple wearing embroidered robes walked over to the scarred man. When he saw the name carved on the metal medallion, he was stunned. Then, he smiled and said, I did not expect Jianghu to be dead as well. I thought he had escaped. Lu Mingfei and the others, were you the one who killed them? Jianghu was your biggest competitor when you entered the inner sect. He looked at the scarred man with a smile that was not a smile and asked in a mocking tone. He did not care about this person at all. Jianghu is actually dead. Out of the 10 spots to enter the inner sect, he was one of the hot favorites. It is such a pity that he died like that. I wonder who did it. They actually killed 6 outer disciples right under the nose of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They are too courageous, they do not care about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at all. It is clear that the person who did it has a higher cultivation than Jianghu's day. This fellow must have met a tough opponent. He has been beating up a bird for a long time and finally got pecked by a bird. When the group of outer disciples heard the man in embroidered robes say Jianghu's name, they all burst into an uproar. Some shook their heads and sighed, some rejoiced in their hearts. With this, they would have one less opponent for the year-end exam. The treatment of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner disciples was much better than that of the outer disciples. Just the spirit stones they received every month was 10 times that of the outer disciples. Furthermore, they had the opportunity to receive personal guidance from a martial king. They could also choose all sorts of high-ranked martial techniques and superior-grade medicinal pills. The mountain range was filled with spiritual energy. It was not something that Saber City could compare to. However, there were only 10 outer disciples who could enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion every year. This resulted in intense competition in the outer sect. When the many cultivators present heard the news of Jianghu's death, they all rejoiced in their hearts. Lu Mingfei stood up and grasped the metal medallion tightly. He looked at the youth in embroidered robes beside him and said coldly, Yan Tianzheng, you better pray that you are not in the same group as me during the year-end exam. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. After Lu Mingfei said this, he left with large strides. Yan Tianzheng looked at Lu Mingfei's back and mocked, just a commoner's disciple and he wants to fight with me for the right to enter the inner sect? Wishful thinking. On the other side, in a forest, Xiaochen casually laid down a small, one-time use illusion formation. Then, he carefully studied the metal medallion in his hand. This metal medallion could actually grow with the wind. It instantly became the size of a small mountain. It was very similar to the growing soil that Yu the Great used to control the flood in ancient times. Could this be a secret treasure? Xiaochen asked suspiciously as he looked at the metal medallion in his hand. However, when he extended his spiritual sense, Xiaochen could not feel any formation patterns or Taoist rhymes on it. There was no trace of a secret treasure at all. Just as Xiaochen was feeling puzzled, an idea flashed in his mind. He remembered that there was an extremely precious refining material in the compendium of cultivation. Astral iron. This was a natural treasure. According to legend, it was made from polished meteorites that came from the outer realm. After these meteorites were polished, they would have all sorts of strange effects. Some could summon boundless flames, ice, and hurricanes. Some could even create a small world. Some could even summon creatures from the outer realm. It was very strange. These star irons had been wandering in the universe for hundreds of thousands of years. During such a long period of time, they had been exposed to the impurities in the universe and all kinds of strange rays. Therefore, it was not strange for them to have some strange special effects. This was definitely a piece of astral iron, Xiao Chen said joyfully. This was because there was a clear record of it in the compendium of cultivation. Although it was only briefly mentioned, it did indeed exist. Although the special effects of the astral iron were different, they all had a common use. That was to repair all sorts of divine weapons and secret treasures. Even the strongest divine weapons and emperor-grade secret treasures could be completely repaired. Chapter 144. Xiao Chen took out the exquisite copper bell from the universe ring. He looked at the severely damaged patterns on it and smiled faintly. These should be able to be repaired. As for the chaotic patterns inside, I can slowly sort them out in the future. He placed the copper bell beside his hand and his spiritual sense wrapped around the astral iron. The boundless purple flame in his right eye started to spin quickly. So. The purple flame leaped out from his right eye and burned the astral iron. The astral iron was extremely hard. Regular flames would not be able to melt it. Xiao Chen's purple thunder true fire, which had formed its origin, needed to be extremely hot before it could barely melt it. Time slowly went by. 4 hours had passed unknowingly. The astral iron in the purple flame did not show any signs of melting. Sweat covered Xiao Chen's forehead, it dripped down continuously. The horrifying temperature of the flame made his face turn red. Bang! Xiao Chen tossed out another dull spirit stone. This was already the third inferior grade spirit stone that he had tossed out. The purple thunder true fire burned for a long time, exhausting a lot of essence. Actually, with Xiao Chen's current cultivation realm, he was too anxious to melt the astral iron. The ancient immortal cultivators on Earth only had the ability to melt the astral iron after they reached the Yuanin realm. After all, it was an item from the outside world. It was not an ordinary natural treasure. It was not that easy to refine. Xiao Chen gently wiped the sweat off his forehead. He was not too anxious in his heart. With his flushed face, he looked at the astral iron and the purple flame with a resolute gaze as it continued to burn. When Xiao Chen used up the 10th inferior grade spirit stone, the astral iron finally changed. A drop of scarlet liquid slowly dripped down into the jade bottle that Xiao Chen had prepared. Just at this moment, something strange happened. A faintly discernible evil spirit rushed out from the astral iron. It let out a horrifying wail and charged at Xiao Chen. This was a mysterious ominous spirit in the universe. Almost every piece of astral iron had one. The ominous spirit did not have a physical body. It would only devour the souls of humans. No martial technique would have any effect on it. No one knew what was going on with the formation of the evil spirit. It was just like the strange special effects of the star iron. No one could understand it with common sense. Xiao Chen understood and did not panic too much. He had already expected the ferocious spirit to appear. Just as the ferocious spirit was about to charge into Xiao Chen's mind, his eyes suddenly shot out 2 rays of violet light that pierced through the ferocious spirit. A black mist spread out, and the ferocious spirit continuously howled before turning into nothingness. This purple light was something that Xiao Chen would shoot out every time he broke through a major realm. He had no idea what it was for. However, Xiao Chen had a feeling that this purple light could destroy the ominous spirit that specialized in devouring souls. This was because the same scene seemed to have appeared in his life before. When Xiao Chen was planning to melt the astral iron, he had already made up his mind. He would make use of this opportunity to advance to Martial Grand Master and use the violet light to kill the ominous spirit. Although this was not the best time to advance, he had no other choice in order to eliminate this ominous spirit. The instant the ominous spirit disappeared, the astral iron had completely melted. Xiao Chen got up and stretched himself. He was not in a rush to check on the situation after his advancement. He picked up the porcelain bottle on the ground. After the astral iron, which was the size of a small mountain, was calcined, there were only 10 odd drops of scarlet liquid left behind. Ta. Xiao Chen slowly poured the liquid onto the copper bell. When the scarlet liquid landed on the copper bell, it instantly seeped in. It looked very strange. When the 10 odd drops of scarlet liquid entered the copper bell, it released a scarlet glow. With a schwa sound, it immediately flew into the air. Lines appeared on the surface of the copper bell. It was like an invisible hand was carving. The cracks and holes on the copper bell were slowly mended. A faint righteous chi came from the copper bell. When standing beside it, it made one feel very calm. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of joy. He leaned against the copper bell in the air and said, "It is indeed a secret treasure used by the ancient sages. I did not waste 10 odd inferior grade spirit stones in vain." Dang! The last line of lines on the copper bell was completed. A complete ancient bell appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. With a schwa sound, the copper bell became as tall as a person. A drawn-out bell chime resounded. This sound was very calm. Xiao Chen stood below the copper bell. He felt that his inferior grade martial grand master cultivation had stabilized significantly under the influence of this melodious bell chime. Xiao Chen looked up. The interior of the copper bell was pitch black. It was boundlessly deep. He could not help but feel excited. There seemed to be a small world inside. A secret treasure that can automatically materialize a small world. Could it be an incomplete king-grade secret treasure? Xiao Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the deep space. He felt suspicious. A black banner flew out from Xiao Chen's eyes. The banner carried Xiao Chen's spiritual sense and flew into that black space. Boom! The world before Xiao Chen suddenly changed. A space of nothingness appeared before him. The black banner under his feet continued to descend. Bang! After descending for an unknown period of time, the black banner stabbed into the air with a schwa sound. A piece of land immediately materialized. A small world started to spread out from the ground below the banner. A strong wind blew, dust flew everywhere, and the roars were like thunder. The scene that the small world materialized was that of an ancient battlefield. Countless humanoid creatures stood densely in the air. Some of these creatures had 3 heads and 6 arms. They held all sorts of weapons in their hands. Black chi lingered around them as they stood in the air. Some of them had wings that looked like that of a bird. They floated in the air and formed hand seals with their hands. Streams of destructive energy descended from the sky. Even further away, there were 7 figures that were hundreds of meters tall. Their heads reached the sky and their feet touched the ground. Boundless black clouds gathered above their heads, stretching out for thousands of kilometers. There was no end in sight, layer upon layer, vast and boundless. Among them, a human laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with a heroic spirit, causing one's blood to surge uncontrollably. A huge copper bell floated above his head. The sound of the bell was like a divine sound spreading out in all directions. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared and spread out into the sky. The countless humanoid creatures standing in the air instantly dispersed like they were breaking dry weeds. He stomped his feet, causing the ground to shake, the sky to tremble, and the mountains to shatter. He stretched out his hand and his 5 fingers became infinitely large. When he pressed them together, the figures in the air were crushed like ants. Xiao Chen stood where he was. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He said in astonishment, "This is the dragon seizing hand. Is this person the Yen clan's patriarch? What a horrifying power." He broke the laws of this space with just one palm strike. Standing in this battlefield, Xiao Chen was like a passerby. The demonic soldiers shrouded in black chi passed by him, as though they did not see him. They charged at the Yen clan's patriarch. However, the Yen clan's patriarch was like an undefeatable existence. The copper bell above his head shot down strands of yellow chi, blocking all the attacks. no one could get close to him. Finally, in the distance, among the 7 huge figures, a cold voice came, "The strongest defensive secret treasure of the human race, the Eastern Emperor Bel?" The moment the voice sounded out, the 7 huge black figures rushed over. As they moved, the ground seemed to shrink to an inch. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the Yen clan's patriarch. The surrounding people immediately retreated. There were loud explosions and large holes appeared in space. The Eastern Emperor Bel rang out continuously. Even though the Yen clan's patriarch was fighting 1 against 7, he did not fall into a disadvantage. However, as the battle dragged on, cracks appeared on the Eastern Emperor Bel. In the end, it could not hold on any longer, and the Tao patterns shattered. With a boom, it turned into a small copper bell and fell from the sky, landing at Xiao Chen's feet. The Yen clan's patriarch vomited a mouthful of blood and laughed loudly. Then, his body exploded. He had actually chosen the most decisive way to die. The instant he exploded, the ancient battlefield disappeared without a trace. In the boundless desolate land, there was only a small, damaged copper bell left. This proved that everything that had just happened was real. Xiao Chen picked up the broken copper bell and wiped off the dust on it. He sent a strand of his divine sense into the copper bell and discovered that there was no imprint left behind by the Yen clan's patriarch. This made things much easier. Xiao Chen left his divine sense inside and turned it into an imprint. Then, he slowly merged it with the Eastern Emperor Bel. After that, he controlled the black flag and broke through the space to retreat. The black flag rushed into Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen's divine sense returned to his body. He looked at the Eastern Emperor Bel in the sky again. Xiao Chen already had a strange connection with it. Xiao Chen waved his hand and the huge copper bell shrunk to the size of a thumb and landed in Xiao Chen's palm. He muttered, "Eastern Emperor Bel, the strongest defensive secret treasure of the human race. I wonder how much of its might I can bring out now." Xiao Chen placed the copper bell back into the universe ring and walked out of this illusion formation. If someone passed by, they would find it extremely strange. Xiao Chen's body seemed to have appeared out of thin air. "Hey!" An indistinct sigh entered Xiao Chen's ears. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave and he extended out his divine sense. Earlier, he had felt that there was a figure following him after he left the city lord's residence. However, this feeling was very vague. Now that he had advanced to inferior grade martial grand master, his senses were more than twice as strong as before. This feeling was even stronger. Xiao Chen carefully scanned the area with his spiritual sense a few times but did not discover anyone. Xiao Chen said doubtfully, "Could it be that I overreacted? If there really was someone, my spiritual sense should have discovered them long ago." Shaking his head, Xiao Chen recollected his thoughts. He kept an eye on this as he continued forward. Just at this moment, Bai's figure ran over from afar. There were a few stalks of herbs in his mouth. He leaped over to Xiao Chen like he was presenting a treasure. Xiao Chen received it and took a look. He could not help but smile. It was a few stalks of rank 5 yubing grass. Xiao Chen originally did not intend to pick them. He did not expect Bai to help him obtain them. Chapter 145. He had already obtained the yubing grass, so the ice crystal flower should be in front. Xiao Chen carried Bai in his embrace. He was almost at the location of the ice crystal flower, so he could not let it run around blindly. After a while, Xiao Chen walked out of the dense forest. He took out the map and looked at it. According to the markings on the map, the ice crystal flower grew on a cliff in front of him. Due to the protection of the rank 5 spirit beast, the ice ape, a regular outer disciple would not dare to come and snatch it even though they knew there was a rank 6 herb here. The instant he walked out of the forest, the sunlight shone on Xiao Chen's body once again. When he looked up, he could already vaguely make out a tall cliff. This was the border of Evil Wind Valley. Xiao Chen patted Bai's head. Under its unwilling gaze, he placed it into the spirit blood jade. He extended his spiritual sense forward, but he did not see the rank 5 spirit beast, the ice ape. Instead, he saw a few young ice apes. They were only rank 4, resting in a corner. Looks like I made a wasted trip. There are no rank 5 spirit beasts here. Xiao Chen sighed slightly and prepared to leave. However, he changed his mind. Since he was already here, it would not be too late to take a look at the ice crystal flower. After all, it was a rank 6 herb. Even if he did not need it, he could still sell it for a good price. After he thought of this, Xiao Chen quickly ran towards the cliff. Just as he was about to reach it, he heard a startled cry. Xiao Chen stopped and looked towards the source of the sound. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a tall and sturdy youth. He was holding a huge axe in his hand, blocking the attacks of 3 ice apes. On the cliff behind him, there was a petite figure carrying a basket on her back. She was nimbly climbing up the cliff. In a crevice above her head, there was a flower petal that was flickering with a cold light. Xiao Chen could not help but feel puzzled. He had clearly swept this place with his divine sense and did not find any cultivators. How could there be 2 more people for no reason? Xiao Chen looked at the 2 again and was shocked to find that the 2 of them had not condensed their martial souls. They were only at the soul refinement stage and were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. No wonder he did not notice them earlier. These 2 people were not martial artists at all. There was no fluctuation of essence in their bodies, so he directly ignored them. 2 commoners coming to chill Wind Valley. If this isn't courting death, then what is? Xiao Chen said with some blame in his heart. They really didn't take their lives seriously. The girl on the mountain wall had already climbed to the bottom of the ice crystal flower. She was only 1 step away from plucking it. Pooh! However, at this moment, a young ice ape broke through the defense of the tall and sturdy youth. With a few leaps, it arrived behind the girl. No! The eyes of the tall and sturdy youth guarding below turned bloodshot as he shouted. He threw the huge axe in his hand at the ice ape. The ice ape nimbly dodged the huge axe. It stretched out its huge hand and smashed it at the girl. When the girl turned her head to look, she was frightened pale. She lost her balance and fell down. Because the tall and sturdy youth no longer had a weapon, he was smashed to the ground by the 2 ice apes. In an instant, his body was covered with bloody wounds. It was a tragic sight. Lightning evasion. With a flash of lightning, Xiao Chen instantly arrived beside the youth. The lunar shadow saber glowed with a 2-meter saber light. This was the first time Xiao Chen had truly condensed a saber light. This was a martial technique that only martial grandmasters could use. Pu Ci. The saber light hacked violently at the ice ape that was beating up the tall and sturdy youth. With a ka ca sound, the ice ape's arm was chopped off. However, a layer of ice appeared on its body, preventing the saber from penetrating any further. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised that he did not manage to chop it in half. The ice ape that had its arm chopped off let out a pained wail, just like the perfectly fine ice ape beside it. The ice ape gave up on attacking the youth lying on the ground. A ferocious glint appeared in its eyes. The ice ape's sharp palm carried a cold wind as it ruthlessly smashed at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took a step back. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and gathered on the saber. The lunar shadow saber moved in a purple arc. The arc flickered with electricity. In an instant, the saber cut open the chests of the 2 ice apes. The electricity shook violently and the 2 ice apes were immediately knocked back. Xiao Chen did not continue chasing. He looked at the petite girl that had fallen into the air. A silver warship flew out from his eyes and caught the girl in an instant. The ice ape on the mountain wall roared and dived at Xiao Chen. With a huang dang sound, the lunar shadow saber returned to its scabbard. Dragon seizing hand. A huge black hand appeared from nowhere. It carried an unparalleled force and smashed the ice ape into the mountain wall with a bang. Turning palm into fist. The huge black hand clenched tightly. It seemed like it had the force of 1,000 kilograms as it smashed violently at the ice ape on the mountain wall. There was a loud rumbling sound. The mountain wall trembled and many rocks fell off. A large hole appeared in the mountain wall. The ice ape was smashed in violently. Blood leaked out from the corner of its mouth. Unexpectedly, its body was not smashed into mush, it was still in perfect condition. "It is really hard," Xiao Chen said indifferently with a frown. He stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground and took out the soul slayer bow and essence light arrow. There was a graceful flash and a surging aura. It was like a meteor tearing through the night sky. The arrow was as fast as lightning. It struck the ice ape that was struggling to climb out with a hong sound. The essence light arrow pierced through the ice ape's neck and pinned it to the ground. With this, the ice ape could not be any more dead. The ice ape's intelligence was very high. When the other two young ice apes saw the situation, they quickly turned and fled. Xiao Chen glanced at them indifferently and knocked 2 essence light arrows on his bow. The arrows moved like a beam of light, tearing through the air and arriving in an instant. They pierced through the chests of the 2 ice apes and left a large hole. Then, they fell to the ground with a loud bang. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives." The stout youth on the ground, who was covered in wounds, got up and thanked Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stood beside him. Xiao Chen was 1.8 meters tall, but he was actually shorter than him by a head. Looking at his face, he looked very honest. He was also not much older than Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen had some misgivings about the two of them entering Evil Wind Valley. 2 cultivators who had not even condensed a martial spirit, what were they doing here? Xiao Chen waved his hand and the small silver boat flew over and slowly landed on the ground. The little girl on the boat quickly jumped off. Xiao Chen looked at the bloody wounds on the youth's body. Although they were not fatal, if they were not treated, he would have to recuperate for a long time. Xiao Chen took out 2 blood-replenishing pills and handed them to him. He said, "One for external application and one for internal consumption. It can treat your injuries." The youth shook his head and said, "There is no need. This medicinal pill should be very expensive. My minor injuries are not a problem." However, the little girl behind him received it. She had a gentle and weak look on her face as she said softly, "Benefactor, don't listen to Xiao Yang's nonsense. With such severe external injuries, if they are not treated, they will have to recuperate for a long time before they can fully recover." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and entered the silver warship. He did not say anything and left directly. They had met by chance and it was just a small matter. There was no need to be overly stubborn about it. The youth called Xiao Yang wanted to chase after Xiao Chen. However, he was stopped by the girl behind him. "Don't chase. When Xiao Chen returns, it will be troublesome if he cannot find us." The youth was helpless. He could only watch as Xiao Chen left. The girl crushed the blood-replenishing pill and slowly applied it to the wounds of the stout youth. Not long after Xiao Chen left, a youth in blue quickly arrived before them. When he saw Xiao Yang's injuries, he quickly asked what was going on. After he understood, he immediately chased after Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt a figure rushing towards him quickly. The aura of the figure was very dense. He was at least a superior grade martial grand master. Xiao Chen raised his guard and stopped. He slowly turned around. When the youth in blue saw Xiao Chen stop, he quickly went forward and said, "I am Lu Suifeng. I have not asked for your great name yet. You saved my 2 friends. I will definitely repay this favor in the future." This youth had regular features and an imposing appearance. He had a righteous expression on his face. His sincere words dispelled Xiao Chen's guard. He smiled faintly and said, "Yi Chen, it was just a small matter. There is no need to pay so much attention to it." While Xiao Chen was sizing up Lu Suifeng was also carefully observing Xiao Chen. After a while, Lu Suifeng was astonished. He was merely an inferior grade martial master, yet he was able to chase away 3 infant ice apes so easily. This person was definitely not simple. "Brother Yi, are you from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer sect?" "I don't think I have heard of this name before," Lu Suifeng asked. Xiao Chen glanced at Lu Suifeng's waist. He saw the silver identity token and understood. This person was an inner disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. No wonder he asked if he was from the outer sect. No, I just came to Saber City not long ago. Xiaochen felt there was no need to hide anything, so he answered honestly. After that, the two of them chatted for a while. Xiaochen finally understood why those two ordinary people wanted to enter Evil Wind Valley. The ice crystal flower bloomed once every 3 months. If it did not bloom, the three of them would come and pick the petals. All along, after Lu Suifeng lured away the adult ice apes, he would leave the two of them behind to pick the petals. In the past, there were only 2 infant ice apes. Xiao Yang was able to last until Lu Suifeng returned. However, he did not know why there were 3 this time. Xiao Chen obtained an important piece of information.